the white moths were consumed. That was the point of the example. Environments can influence a population, but it wasn't a mutational event. The black gene was already present. Anna was smiling at her. Lisa realized the woman had been testing her knowledge. She sat straighter, both angry and conversely more intrigued. "Very good," Anna said. "Then let me bring up a more recent event, one that occurred in a controlled laboratory setting. A researcher produced a strain of E. coli bacteria that could not digest lactose. Then he spread a thriving population onto a growth plate where the only food source was lactose. What would science say should happen?" Lisa shrugged. Unable to digest the lactose, the bacteria would starve and die. And that's exactly what happened to 98% of the bacteria. But 2% continued to thrive just fine. They had spontaneously mutated a gene to digest lactose in one generation. I find that astonishing, Ja. That goes against all probability of randomness. Of all the genes in an E. coli's DNA and the rarity of mutation, why did 2% of the population all mutate the one gene necessary to survive? It defies randomness. Lisa had to contend that it was strange. Maybe there was laboratory contamination. The experiment has been repeated, with similar results. Lisa remained unconvinced. "I see the doubt in your eyes. So let's look elsewhere for another example of the impossibility of randomness in gene mutation." Where's that? Back to the beginning of life. Back to the primordial soup, where the engine of evolution first switched on. Lisa recalled Anna making some mention before about the story of the bell stretching back to the origin of life. Was this where Anna was leading now? Lisa pricked her ears a bit more, ready to hear where this might lead. "Let's turn the clock back," Anna said, "back before the first cell. Remember Darwin's tenet. What exists had to arise from a simpler, less complex form. So, before the single-celled, what was there? How far can we reduce life and still call it life? Is DNA alive? Is a chromosome? How about a protein or an enzyme? Where is the line between chemistry and life?" "Okay, that is an intriguing question," Lisa conceded. "Then I'll ask another. How did life make the leap from a chemical primordial soup to the first cell?" Lisa knew that answer. Earth's early atmosphere was full of hydrogen, methane, and water. Add a few jolts of energy, say from a lightning strike, and these gases can form simple organic compounds. These then cooked up in the proverbial primordial soup and eventually formed a molecule that could replicate, which was proven in the lab, Anna agreed, nodding. A bottle full of primordial gases produced a slurry of amino acids, the building blocks of proteins. And life started. "Ah, you are so eager to jump ahead," Anna teased. "We've only formed amino acids, building blocks. How do we go from a few amino acids to that first fully replicating protein? Mix enough amino acids together and eventually they'll chain up into the right combination. By random chance?" A nod. "That's where we come to the root of the problem, Dr. Cummings. I might concede with you that Darwin's evolution played a significant role after the first self-replicating protein formed. But do you know how many amino acids must link up in order to form this first replicating protein? No, a minimum of 32 amino acids. That's the smallest protein that holds the capacity to replicate. The odds of this protein forming by random chance are astronomically thin, 10 to the power of 41. Lisa shrugged at this number. Despite her feelings for the woman, a grudging respect began to grow. "Let's put these odds in perspective," Anna said. "If you took all the protein found in all the rainforests of the world and dissolved it all down into an amino acid soup, it would still remain vastly improbable for a 32 amino acid chain to form. In fact, it would take 5,000 times that amount to form one of these chains. 5,000 rainforests. So again, how do we go from a slurry of amino acids to that first replicator, the first bit of life?" Lisa shook her head. Anna crossed her arms, satisfied. "That's an evolutionary gap even Darwin has a hard time leaping." "Still," Lisa countered, refusing to concede, "to fill this gap with the hand of God is not science. Because we don't have an answer yet to fill this gap, it doesn't mean it has a supernatural cause. I'm not saying it's supernatural. And who says I don't have an answer to fill this gap?" Lisa gaped at her. "What answer?" "Something we discovered decades ago through our study of the bell. Something that today's researchers are only beginning to explore in earnest." "What's that?" Lisa found herself sitting straighter, foregoing any attempt to hide her interest in anything associated with the bell. We call it quantum evolution.
Lisa recalled the history of the bell and the Nazi research into the strange and fuzzy world of subatomic particles and quantum physics. What does any of this have to do with evolution? Not only does this new field of quantum evolution offer the strongest support for intelligent design, Anna said, but it also answers the fundamental question of who the designer is. You're kidding. Who? God? 9. Anna stared her in the eye. Us. Before Anna could explain further, an old radio wired to the wall sputtered with static and a familiar voice rasped through. It was Gunther. We have a trace on the saboteur. We're ready to move. 7:37 a.m., Buren, Germany. Gray steered the BMW around an old farm truck, its bed piled high with hay. He slipped into 5th gear and raced through the last hairpin turn. Cresting the hill, he had a panoramic view of the valley ahead. Alma Valley, Monk said beside him. He clutched tight to a handhold above the door. Gray slowed, downshifting. Monk glared at him. I see Rachel has been giving you Italian driving lessons. When in Rome, we're not in Rome. Plainly, they were not. As they crested the ridge, a wide river valley stretched ahead, a green swath of meadows, forests, and tilled fields. Across the valley, a picture postcard German hamlet huddled in the lowlands, a township of peaked red tile roofs and stone houses set amid narrow, twisted streets. But all eyes fixed upon the massive castle perched on the far ridge, nestled in the forest overlooking the town. Towers jutted high, topped by fluttering flags. While hulking and massive, like many of the fortified structures along the larger Rhine River, the castle also had a fairy tale quality to it, a place of enchanted princesses and knights on white stallions. If Dracula had been gay, Monk said, that would so be his castle. Gray knew what he meant. There was something vaguely sinister about the place, but it might just be the lowering sky to the north. They'd be lucky to reach the lowland village before the storm struck. Where to now? Gray asked. A crumpling sound rose from the back seat as Fiona checked the map. She had confiscated it from Monk and assumed the role of navigator since she still withheld their destination. She leaned forward and pointed to the river. You have to cross that bridge. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I know how to read a map. Gray headed down into the valley, avoiding a long line of bicyclists outfitted in a motley display of racing jerseys. He sped the BMW along the winding road to the valley floor and entered the outskirts of the village. It appeared to be from another century, a German brigadoon. Everywhere tulips filled window boxes, and each peaked roof supported high gables. Off to the sides, cobbled streets stretched out from the main thoroughfare. They passed a square lined by outdoor cafes, beer gardens, and a central bandstand, where Gray was sure a polka band played every night. Then they were trundling across the bridge and soon found themselves back in the meadows and small farmsteads. Take the next left, Fiona yelled. Gray had to brake sharply and twist the BMW around a sharp turn. A little warning next time. The road grew narrower, lined by tall hedgerows. Asphalt turned to cobbles. The BMW shuddered over the uneven surface. Soon weeds were sprouting among the cobbles. Iron gates appeared ahead, spanning the narrow road, waiting open. Gray slowed. Where are we? This is the place, Fiona said, where the Darwin Bible came from, the Hersfeld estate. Gray edged the BMW through the gates. Rain began pelting down from the darkening skies. At first lightly, then more forcefully. Just in time, Monk said. Beyond the gates, a wide courtyard opened, framed on two sides by the wings of a small country cottage estate. The main house, directly ahead, stood only 2 stories high, but its slate-tiled roof rose in steep pitches, giving the home a bit of majesty. A shatter of lightning crackled overhead, drawing the eye. The castle they'd noted earlier rose directly atop the wooded ridge behind the estate. It seemed to loom over the cottage. "Oi!" a call snapped out. Gray's attention flicked back. A bicyclist who had been trotting his bike out of the rain had almost got himself run over. The youth, dressed in a yellow soccer jersey and biker shorts, slapped the BMW's hood with the palm of his hand. "Watch where you going, mate," he flipped Gray off. Fiona already had the back window rolled down, head sticking out. "Sut off, you prat. Why don't you watch where you're running around in those Ponzi shorts of yours?" Monk shook his head. "Looks like Fiona's got a date for later." Gray pulled the car into a slot near the main house. There was only one other car, but Gray noted a line of mountain and racing bikes chained up in racks. A cluster of bedraggled young men and women stood under one awning, backpacks resting on the ground. He heard them speaking as he cut the engine. Spanish. The place had to be a youth hostel, or at least it was now. He could practically smell the patchouli and hemp. Was this the right place? Even if it was, Gray doubted he'd find anything of value here. But they had come this far. "Wait here," he said. "Monk, stay with." The back door popped open and Fiona climbed out. "Next time," Monk said, reaching for his door, "choose the model with child locks for the back. Come on." Gray headed out after her. Backpack over her shoulder, Fiona strode toward the front door of the main house. He caught up with her at the porch steps and grabbed her elbow. "We stick together, no running off." She faced him, equally angry. "Exactly. We stick together, no running off. That means no leaving me in airplanes or cars." She twisted out of his grip and pulled open the door. A chime announced their arrival. A clerk glanced up from a mahogany reception desk just inside the door. An early morning fire glowed in the hearth, chasing away the chill. The entrance hall was box-beamed and tiled in slate. Muted murals that looked centuries old decorated the walls. But the place showed signs of disrepair. Crumbling plaster, dust in the rafters, frayed and faded rugs on the floor. The place had seen better days. The clerk nodded to them, a hale young man in a rugby shirt and green slacks. In his late teens or early 20s, he looked like some blonde collegiate freshman from an Abercrombie Fitch advertisement. "Guten Morgen," the clerk said, greeting Gray as he stepped to the counter. Monk scanned the hall as thunder rumbled down the valley. "Nothing guten about this morning," he mumbled. "Ah, Americans," the clerk said, hearing Monk's gripe. There was a slight chill to his tone. Gray cleared his throat. "We were wondering if this is the old Hersfeld estate." The clerk's eyes widened slightly. "Ja, aber it's been the Bergschloss hostel for going on 2 decades, when my father, Johann Hersfeld, inherited the place." So they were at the right place. He glanced at Fiona, who lifted her eyebrows at him as if asking, "What?" She was busy searching through her backpack. He prayed Monk was correct, that there were no flash grenades in there. Gray turned his attention back to the clerk. "I was wondering if I might speak to your father." "Concerning?" The chill was back, along with a certain wariness. Fiona bumped him aside. "Concerning this." She slapped a familiar book on the reception counter. It was the Darwin Bible. Oh, God. He had left the book under guard on the jet. Apparently not well enough. "Fiona," Gray said in a warning tone. "It's mine," she said out of the side of her mouth. The clerk picked up the book and flipped through it. There was no sign of recognition. A Bible? "We don't allow proselytizing here at the hostel." He closed the book and slid it back toward Fiona. "Besides, my father is Jewish." With the cat out of the bag, Gray proceeded more directly. "The Bible belonged to Charles Darwin. We believe it was once a part of your family's library. We were wondering if we could ask your father more about it."
The clerk eyed the Bible with less derision. "The library was sold off before my father took over this place," he said slowly. "I never did get to see it. I've heard from neighbors that it had been in the family going back centuries." The clerk stepped around the reception desk and led the way past the hearth to an arched opening into a small neighboring hall. One wall was lined by tall, thin windows, giving the room a cloistered feel. The opposite wall held a cold hearth large enough to walk into upright. The room was filled with rows of tables and benches, but it was empty, except for an older woman in a smock who swept the floor. This was the old family library and study. Now it's the hostel's dining hall. My father refused to sell the estate, but there were back taxes. I suppose that was why the library was sold half a century ago. My father had to auction off most of the original furnishings. Each generation, a bit of history vanishes. A shame, Gray said. The clerk nodded and turned away. Let me call my father, see if he's willing to talk to you. A few moments later, the clerk waved to them and guided them to wide-set double doors. He unlocked the way and held the door. It led to the private section of the estate. The clerk introduced himself as Ryan Hirschfeld as he marched them to the back of the house and out into a glass and bronze conservatory. Potted ferns and colorful bromeliads lined the walls. Stepped shelves climbed one windowed side, crowded with a mix of specimen plants, some looking like weeds. At the back, a lone palm tree rose, its crown brushing against the glass roof, some fronds yellowing in neglect. There was an old, overgrown feel to the place, unkempt and untended. The feeling was enhanced by the drizzle of water leaking through a cracked pane, trailing into a bucket. The sunroom was far from sunny. In the center of the conservatory, a frail man sat in a wheelchair, a blanket over his lap, staring out toward the back of the property. Rainwater sluiced across all the surfaces, making the world beyond appear insubstantial and unreal. Ryan went to him, almost shyly. Veta, hier sind die Leute mit der Bibel. Auf English, Ryan, auf English. The man hauled on one wheel and the chair turned to face them. His skin looked paper-thin. His voice wheezed. Suffering from emphysema, Gray guessed. Ryan, the son, wore a pained expression. Gray wondered if he was even aware of it. I am Johann Hirschfeld, the old man said. So you've come to inquire about the old library. Certainly has been a lot of interest lately. Not a word for decades, now twice in 1 year. Gray remembered Fiona's story of the mysterious elderly gentleman who had visited Gretz's bookshop and searched through their files. He must have seen the bill of lading and followed the same path here. Ryan says you have one of the books. The Darwin Bible, Gray said. The old man held out his hands. Fiona stepped forward and placed it in his palms. He settled it to his lap. Haven't seen this since I was a boy, he wheezed. He glanced up at his son. Danke, Ryan. You should see to the front desk. Ryan nodded, stepping back reluctantly, then turned and left. Johann waited for his son to shut the conservatory door, then sighed, his eyes returning to the Bible. He opened the front cover, checking the Darwin family tree inside. This was one of my family's most cherished possessions. The Bible was a gift to my great-grandfather in 1901 from the British Royal Society. He had been a distinguished botanist at the turn of the century. Gray heard the melancholy in the man's voice. Our family has a long tradition of scientific study and accomplishments. Nothing along the lines of Herr Darwin, but we've made a few footnotes. His eyes drifted back to the rain and watery property. That's long over. Now I guess we'll have to be known as hoteliers. About the Bible, Gray said. Can you tell me anything else about it? Was the library always kept here? Natürlich. Some books were taken out into the field when one or another of my relatives went abroad for research. But this book only left the household once. I only know that because I was here when it was returned. Mailed back by my grandfather. Caused a stir here. Why's that? I thought you might ask. That's why I sent Ryan out. Best he not know. Ask about what? My grandfather Hugo worked for the Nazis, as did his daughter, my Aunt Tola. The two of them were inseparable. I learned later, whispered scandalously among the relatives, that they were involved in some secret research project. Both were noted and distinguished biologists. What sort of research? Monk asked. No one ever knew. Both my grandfather and Aunt Tola died at the end of the war. But a month before that, a crate arrived from my grandfather. It contained the part of the library he had taken with him. Maybe he knew he was doomed and wanted to preserve the books. 5 books, actually. The man tapped the Bible. This was one of them. Though what he might want with the Bible as a research tool, no one could tell me. Maybe a piece of home, Fiona said, softly. Johann seemed finally to see the young girl. He slowly nodded. Maybe. Perhaps some connection to his own father, some symbolic stamp of approval for what he was doing. The old man shook his head. Working for the Nazis. Horrible business. Gray remembered something Ryan had said. Wait, but you're Jewish, aren't you? Yes, but you have to understand, my great-grandmother, Hugo's mother, was German, with deep local family roots, which included connections within the Nazi Party. Even when Hitler's pogrom began, our family was spared. We were classified as Mischlinge, mixed blood, enough German to avoid a death sentence. But to prove that loyalty, my grandfather and aunt found themselves recruited by the Nazis. They were gathering scientists like squirrels after nuts. So they were forced, Gray said. Johann stared out into the storm. It was complicated times. My grandfather held some strange beliefs. Like what? Johann seemed not to hear the question. He opened the Bible and flipped through the pages. Gray noted the hand-inked marks. He stepped forward and pointed to a few of the hand-drawn hash marks. We were wondering what those were, Gray said. Are you familiar with the Thule Society? The old man asked, seeming not to hear his question. Gray shook his head. They were an extreme German nationalistic group. My grandfather was a member, initiated when he was 22. His mother's family had ties with the founding members. They believed deeply in the Übermensch philosophy. Übermensch, Superman. Correct. The society was named after a mythical land of Thule, some remnant of the lost kingdom of Atlantis, a land of some super race. Monk made a dismissive noise. As I said, Johann wheezed, my grandfather held a few strange beliefs. But he was not in the minority at the time, especially here locally. It was in these forests that the ancient Germanic Teuton tribes held off the Roman legions, defining the boundary between Germany and the Roman Empire. The Thule Society believed that these Teutonic warriors were descendants of this lost super race. Gray understood the appeal of the myth. If these ancient German warriors were supermen, then their descendants, modern Germans, still carried the genetic heritage. It was the beginning of the Aryan philosophy. Their beliefs were also mixed up with much mysticism and occult trappings. I never understood it all. But according to my family, my grandfather was unusually inquisitive, always searching up strange things, investigating historical mysteries. In his spare time, he was ever keen about sharpening his mind. Memorization tricks, jigsaw puzzles, always with the jigsaw puzzles. Then he discovered some of the occult stories and sought the truth behind them. It became an obsession. As he spoke, the old man's attention had returned to the Bible. He riffled through the pages. He finally reached the end and searched the inside back cover.
Das ist merkwürdig. Merkwürdig. Strange. Gray stepped closer, looking over the man's shoulder. What? The old man ran a bony finger down the inside cover. He flipped to the front, then back again. The Darwin family tree. It wasn't just written on the inside of the front, but also on the back. I was only a boy at the time, but I remember that clearly. Johann held up the book. The family tree at the back is gone. Let me see. Gray took the book. He examined the inside of the end cover more closely. Fiona and Monk flanked him. He ran a finger along the binding, then examined the back cover closely. Look here, he said. It looks like someone sliced free the back flyleaf page of the Bible and glued it over the inside of the back cover, over the original paste down. Gray glanced to Fiona. Would Grete have done that? Not a chance. She would rather rip apart the Mona Lisa. If not Grete. Gray glanced to Johann. I'm sure no one in my family would have done that. The library was sold only a few years after the war. After it was mailed back here, I doubt anyone touched the Bible. That left only Hugo Hirschfeld. Mive, Gray said, and crossed to a garden table. Monk reached to his pack and unhooked a Swiss Army knife. He opened it and passed it to Gray. Using the tip, Gray razored the edges of the back sheet, then teased a corner up. The thick flyleaf lifted easily. Only the edges had been glued. Johann wheeled his chair to join them. He had to push up with his arms to see over the table's edge.
Gray did not hide what he was doing. He might need the man's cooperation for whatever was exposed. He removed the flyleaf and revealed the original pasteboard of the cover. Neatly written upon it was the other half of the Darwin family tree. Johann had been correct. But that was not all that was there now. Horrible, Johann sagte. Why would grandfather do that? Deface the Bible so. Superimposed over the family tree, inked across the entire page in black, dug deep into the backboard of the Bible, was a strange symbol. In the same ink, a single line in German had been penned below it. Gott verzeihen mir. Gray translated. God, forgive me. Monk pointed to the symbol. What is that? A rune, Johann sagte, scowling and dropping back into his seat. More of my grandfather's madness. Gray turned to him. Johann explained. The Thule Society believed in rune magic, ancient power and rites associated with the Nordic symbols. As the Nazis took to heart the Thule's philosophy of Superman, they also absorbed the mysticism about runes. Gray was familiar with the Nazi symbology and its ties to runes. But what did it mean here? Do you know the significance of this particular symbol? Gray asked. No, it's not a subject a German Jew would find of interest. Not after the war. Johann turned his wheelchair and stared out on the storm. Thunder rumbled, sounding far away and close at the same time. But I know who might be able to help you. A curator at the museum up there. Gray closed the Bible and joined Johann. What museum? A crackle of lightning lit the conservationary. Johann pointed upward. Gray craned. In the fading light, veiled in rain, rose the massive castle. Historisches Museum des Hochstifts Paderborn, Johann sagte. It is open today, inside the castle. The old man scowled at his neighbor. They certainly know what the symbol means. Why's that? Gray asked. Johann stared at him as though he were a simpleton. Who better? That is Wewelsburg Castle. When Gray didn't respond, the old man continued with a sigh. Himmler's Black Camelot, the stronghold of the Nazi SS. So it was Dracula's castle, Monk mumbled. Johann continued. Back in the 17th century, witch trials were held up there. Thousands of women tortured and executed. Himmler only added to its blood debt. 1,200 Jews from the Niederhagen concentration camp died during Himmler's reconstruction of the castle. A cursed place. Should be torn down. But the museum there, Gray asked, directing Johann away from his growing anger. The man's wheezing had worsened. They would know about the rune? A nod. Heinrich Himmler was a member of the Thule Society, steeped in rune law. In fact, it was how my grandfather was brought to his attention. They shared an obsession with runes. Gray sensed a convergence of ties and events, all centered on this occult Thule Society. But what? He needed more information. A trip to the Castle Museum was doubly warranted. Johann wheeled himself away from Gray, dismissing him. It was because of such common interests with my grandfather that Himmler granted our family, a family of Mischlinge, the pardon. We were spared the camps. Because of Himmler. Gray understood the root of the man's anger and why he had asked his son to leave the room. It was a family burden best left undiscovered. Johann stared out into the storm. Gray collected the Bible and waved everyone out. Danke, he called back to the old man. Johann did not acknowledge him, lost in the past. Gray and the others were soon out on the front porch again. The rain continued to pour out of low skies. The courtyard was deserted. There would be no biking or hiking today. Let's go, Gray said and headed into the rain. Perfect day to storm a castle, Monk said sarcastically. As they hurried across the courtyard, Gray noted a new car parked next to theirs. Empty. Engine steaming in the cold rain. Must have just arrived. An ice-white Mercedes. SABOT 12:32 Uhr. Himalayas. Where is the signal coming from? Anna asked. The woman had rushed into the maintenance room, responding immediately to Gunther's call. She had arrived alone, claiming Lisa had wanted to remain behind in the library to follow up on some research. Painter thought it more likely that Anna still wanted to keep them apart. Just as well that Lisa was out of harm's way, especially if they were truly on the track of the saboteur. Leaning closer to the laptop screen, Painter massaged the tips of his fingers. A persistent tingling itched behind his nails. He stopped rubbing long enough to point on den dreidimensionalen Schemata des Castles. Best estimate is this region, Painter sagte, tapping the screen. He had been surprised to see wie extensiv this castle spread into the mountain. It hollowed right to the peak. The signal came from the far side, but it's not a pinpoint. The saboteur would need a clear line of sight to use his satellite phone. Anna straightened. The helipad is there. Gunther nodded with a grunt. On the screen, the overlay of pulsing lines suddenly collapsed. He's ended the call, Painter sagte. Well, we'll have to move fast. Anna turned to Gunther. Contact Klaus. Have his men close off the helipad. Now. Gunther swung to a phone receiver on the wall und startete Lockdown. The plan had been to search everyone in the signal vicinity, discover wer hat einen illiziten Satphone in their possession. Anna returned to Painter. Thank you for your help. We'll search from here. I may be of further help. Painter had been busy typing off the laptop. He memorized the number that appeared on the screen, then detached his hand-built signal amplifier from the castle's ground wire. He straightened. But I'll need one of your portable satellite phones. I can't leave you here mit a phone, Anna sagte, kniffelt ihrer Tempel und winzend. Headache. You don't have to leave me. I'm going with you to the helipad. Gunther stepped forward, his usual frown deepening. Anna waved him back. We don't have time to argue. But something silent passed between the large man and his sister. A warning fed big man to keep an eye on Painter. Anna led the way out. Painter followed, still rubbing his fingers. The nails had begun to burn. He studied them for the first time, expecting the nail beds to be inflamed, but instead his fingernails were oddly blanched, bled of color. Frostbite? Gunther passed him one of the castle's phones, noted Painter's attention and shook his head. He held out a hand.
Painter didn't understand, then noted the man was missing the fingernails on his last 3 fingers. Gunther lowered his arm and marched after Anna. Painter clenched and unclenched his hands. So the tingling burn wasn't frostbite. The quantum disease was advancing. He recalled Anna's list of debilitations in the Bell's test subjects. Loss of fingers, ears, toes, not unlike leprosy. How much time? As they headed toward the far side of the mountain, Painter studied Gunther. The man had lived his whole life with a sword hanging over his head. Chronic and progressive wasting, followed by madness. Painter was headed for the Reader's Digest version of the same condition. He could not deny it, terrified him. Not so much the debilitation as the loss of his mind. How long did he have? Gunther must have sensed his reverie. I will not let this happen to Anna, he growled under his breath to Painter. I will do anything to stop it. Painter was again reminded that the pair were brother and sister. Only after learning this did Painter see subtle similarities of feature. Curve of lip, sculpt of chin, identical frown lines, family. But the similarities ended there. Anna's dark hair, emerald-rich eyes contrasted sharply with her brother's washed-out appearance. Only Gunther had been born under the Bell, one child sacrificed, a tithing in blood, and the last of the Sonikonige. As they crossed hallways and descended stairs, Painter worked the back cover off the portable phone. He pocketed it, loosened the battery, and jury-rigged his amplifier to the antenna wire behind the battery. The broadcast would only be a single burst, seconds long, but it should do the job. What is that? Gunther asked. A GPS sniffer. The amplifier recorded the chip specs from the saboteur's phone during the call. I may be able to use it to hunt him down if he's close. Gunther grunted, buying the lie. So far so good. The stairs emptied into a wide passageway, large enough to trundle a tank through. Old steel tracks ran along the floor and headed straight through the heart of the mountain. The helipad was located at the other end, remote from the main castle. They mounted a flatbed car. Gunther released the handbrake and engaged the electric motor with the press of a floor pedal. There were no seats, only rails. Painter held on as they zipped down the passage, lit intermittently by overhead lamps. So you have your own subway system, Painter said. For moving goods, Anna replied, wincing, her brows furrowed tight in pain. She had taken 2 pills on the way here. Pain relievers? They passed a series of storage rooms piled high with barrels, boxes, and crates, apparently flown in and warehoused. In another minute they reached the terminal end of the passageway. The air had grown more heated, steamy, smelling vaguely sulphurous. A deep, sonorous thrum vibrated through the stone and up Painter's legs as he climbed off the train cart.
He knew from his peek at the castle schematics that the geothermal plant was located in the nether regions of this area. But they were headed up, not down. A ramp continued from here, wide enough to accommodate a Humvee. They climbed up into a cavernous space. Light streamed through an open set of steel doors in the roof. It looked like the warehouse of a commercial airfield, cranes, forklifts, heavy equipment. And in the center rested a pair of A-Star Ecuriel helicopters, one black, one white, both shaped like angry hornets, made for high-altitude flying. Klaus, the hulking Sonic-Konige god, noted their entrance and marched up to them, favoring his weak side. He ignored everyone except Anna. "All is secure," he said in crisp German. He nodded to a line of men and women off to the side. A good dozen stood under the watchful eyes of a phalanx of armed guards. "No one slipped past you?" Anna asked. 9. We were ready. Anna had positioned 4 Sonic-Konige in each main quadrant of the castle, ready to lock down whichever region Painter pinpointed with his device. But what if he had made a mistake? The commotion here would surely alert the saboteur. He or she would go even deeper into hiding. This was their one chance. Anna knew it too. She moved stiffly as she crossed the space. "Have you found?" She stumbled a step, weaving a bit. Gunther caught her arm, steadying her, his face worried. "I'm fine," she whispered to him and continued on her own. "We've searched everyone," Klaus said, doing his best to ignore her misstep. "We found no phone or device. We were about to start searching the helipad." Anna's frown deepened. It was what they had feared. Rather than carrying the phone, the saboteur might easily have stashed it somewhere after the call. Or, then again, Painter might have miscalculated, in which case he would have to redeem himself. Painter stepped to Anna's side. He lifted his makeshift device. "I might be able to accelerate the search for the phone." She eyed him suspiciously, but their choices were few. She nodded. Gunther kept to his shoulder. Painter lifted the satellite phone, turned it on, and punched in the number he had memorized, 9 digits. Nothing happened. Eyes were fixed on him. He scrunched in concentration and punched them in again. Still nothing. Had he got the number wrong? "Was ist los?" Anna asked. Painter stared at the line of digits on the phone's small screen. He read through them again, and saw his error. "I mixed up the last 2 numbers, transposed them." He shook his head and typed them in again, concentrating hard, going slow. He finally entered the right sequence. Anna met his eyes when he glanced up. His error was more than stress. She knew it too. Keypad punching was often used as a test of mental acuity, and this had only been a simple telephone number, but an important one. Painter's SignalNet had acquired the saboteur's sat phone number. He pressed the transmit button and glanced up. After a millisecond, a phone rang in the chamber, trilling loudly. All eyes turned to Klaus. The Sonic-Konige backed up a step. "Your saboteur," Painter said. Klaus opened his mouth, ready to deny, but instead he yanked out his handgun, his face going hard. Gunther reacted a second faster, his Mk-23 pistol already in hand. A blast of muzzle fire. Klaus' weapon flew from his fingertips with a ricocheted spark. Gunther lunged forward, pressing his pistol's smoking barrel against Klaus' cheek. Cold flesh sizzled, branded by the hot muzzle. Klaus didn't even wince. They needed the saboteur alive to answer questions. Gunther asked the foremost one, "Warum?" He growled, "Why?" Klaus glared out of his one good eye. The other's lid drooped along with his half-paralyzed face, turning his snare into something more dreadful. He spat on the ground. To put an end to the humiliating reign of the leprechaunige. A long-suppressed hatred shone from his twisted face. Painter could only imagine the years of anger smoldering in the man's bones, years of ridicule while his body deteriorated. Once a prince, now a leper. But Painter sensed it was more than mere revenge. Someone had turned the man into a mole. But who? "Brother," Klaus said to Gunther, "it doesn't have to be this way. A life of the living dead. There is a cure." A keening edge of hope and pleading entered the man's voice. "We can be kings among men again." So there was the man's 40 pieces of silver. Promise of a cure. Gunther was not swayed. "I am not your brother," he answered from deep in his chest, "and I was never a king." Painter sensed the true difference between these two Soniconige. Klaus was a decade older. As such, he had grown up as a prince here, only to have it all taken away. Gunther, on the other hand, had been born at the end of the test run, when the reality of the debilitation and madness had become known. He had always been a leper, knowing no other life. And there was another critical difference between them. "You sentenced Anna to death with your betrayal," Gunther said. "I will make you and anyone who supported you suffer for it."
Klaus did not retreat, but became more earnest. "She can be cured too. It can be arranged." Gunther's eyes narrowed. Klaus sensed the hesitation, the hope in his adversary. Not for himself, but his sister. She doesn't have to die. Painter remembered Gunther's words earlier. "I will not let this happen to Anna. I will do anything to stop it." Did that include betraying everyone else? Even defying his sister's wishes? "Who promised you this cure?" Anna asked in a hard voice. Klaus laughed gutturally. "Men far greater than the sniveling things you have become here. It is only right that you should be cast aside. You have served your purpose, but no longer." A loud pop exploded in Painter's hands. The satellite phone he'd used to expose the saboteur shattered as the battery detonated, short-circuited by his amplifier. Fingers stinging, he dropped the smoking remains of the sat phone and glanced skyward, toward the helipad bay doors. He prayed the amplifier had lasted long enough. He was not the only one distracted. All eyes had swung toward him when the phone blew up, including Gunther's. Using the momentary inattention, Klaus freed a hunting knife and leaped at the other Soniconic. Gunther fired, catching his attacker in the gut with a large slug. Still, Klaus's blade grazed through the meat of Gunther's shoulder as he fell. Gasping, Gunther twisted and threw Klaus to the floor. The man crashed hard, sprawled out. Still, he managed to roll up on his side, his good arm clutching his belly. Blood poured heavily out of the stomach wound. Klaus coughed. More blood, bright red, arterial. Gunther's wild shot had struck something vital. Anna hurried to Gunther's side to check his wound. He brushed her back, keeping his pistol trained on Klaus. Blood soaked through Gunther's sleeve and dripped to the stone. Klaus merely laughed, a grating of rocks. "You will all die, strangled when the nut tightens." He coughed again, convulsive. Blood spread in a pool. With a final trembling sneer, he slumped to the floor face down. Gunther lowered his gun. Klaus needed no further guarding. One last breath, and the large man lay still, dead. Gunther allowed Anna to use an oily scrap of rag from a pile nearby to tie off his wound until it could be better tended. Painter circled Klaus's body, nagged by something. Others in the room had gathered around, talking among themselves in voices both fearful and hopeful. They had all heard the mention of a cure. Anna joined him. "I'll have one of our technicians examine his satellite phone. Maybe it can lead us to whoever orchestrated the sabotage." "Not enough time," Painter mumbled, tuning everything else out. He concentrated on what bothered him. It was like grasping at threads just out of reach. As he paced, he ran through what clues Klaus had offered. "We can be kings among men again. You have served your purpose, but no longer." A headache flared as Painter attempted to piece things together. Klaus must have been recruited as a double agent in a game of industrial espionage, for someone carrying on parallel research. And now, the work at the castle here had become superfluous, and steps had been put into motion to eliminate the competition. Could he have spoken truthfully? Gunther asked. Painter remembered the large man's hesitation a moment before, baited by an offer of a cure for himself and his sister. It had all died with Klaus. But they weren't giving up. Anna had dropped to a knee. She removed a small phone from Klaus' pocket. "We'll have to work quickly. Can you help?" Gunther asked Painter, nodding to the phone. Their only hope lay in finding out who had picked up the other line. "If you could trace the call," Anna said, standing up. Painter shook his head, not in denial. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. His head pounded, rounding up to a full migraine. But even that wasn't what had him shaking his head. Close, whatever nagged him was so close, Anna stepped near to him. "It is to all our best interest to—" "I know," he snapped. "Now shut up. Let me think." Anna's hand dropped from his arm. His outburst silenced the room. He fought to drag up what his mind kept hidden. It was like transposing the numbers on the sat phone. The sharp edge to his mental acuity was dulling. The sat phone. Something about the sat phone, he whispered, pressing back the migraine by sheer will. "But what?" Anna spoke softly. "What do you mean?" Then it struck him. How could he have been so blind? Painter lowered his arms and opened his eyes. Klaus knew the castle was under electronic surveillance. So why did he make the call at all? Expose himself? Why take that risk? Cold terror washed over him. He swung to Anna. The rumor, the one about having a cache of Serum 525 still left. Were we the only ones who knew the rumor was false? That there really isn't any more of the liquid metal? The others in the room gasped at his revelation. A few voices rose in anger. Much hope had been seeded by the rumor, inflaming some optimism that a second bell could be built. Now it was dashed. But certainly someone else had believed the rumor too. Only Gunther knew the truth, Anna said, confirming his worst fear. Painter stared out across the helipad. He pictured the castle schematic in his head. He now knew why Klaus had made the call, and why he made it from here. The bastard thought he could hide in plain sight afterward, so confident he hadn't even disposed of the phone. He had chosen this spot specifically. "Anna, when you spread the rumor, where did you say you had the Serum 525 locked up? How had it avoided being destroyed in the explosion?" "I claimed it was locked up in a vault." "What vault?" "Away from the explosion site. The one in my study." "Why? All the way on the other side of the castle?" "We've been played," Painter said. "Klaus called from here, knowing the castle was being monitored. He meant to lure us here, to pull our attention away from your study, from the secret vault, from the supposed last cache of Serum 525. Anna shook her head, not understanding. Klaus's call was a decoy. The real goal all along was the fabled last batch of Serum 525. Anna's eyes grew wide. Gunther understood now too. There must be a second saboteur. While we're distracted here, he's going after the Serum 525. "My study," Anna said, turning to Painter. It finally struck him, what had been nagging him the most, making him heartsick and nauseated. It burst forth with a white-hot stab of blinding pain. Someone stood in the direct path of the saboteur. Lisa searched the upper story of the library. She had climbed the wrought iron ladder to the rickety iron balcony and now circled the room. She kept one hand on the balcony railing. She had spent the past hour gathering books and papers on quantum mechanics. She even found the original treatise of Max Planck, the father of quantum theory, a theory that defined a bewildering world of elemental particles, a world where energy could be broken down into small packets, called quanta, and where elemental matter behaved like both particles and waves. It all made her head ache. What did any of this have to do with evolution? She sensed any cure lay in discovering that answer. Reaching out, she tilted a book from the shelf, studying the binding. She squinted at the faded lettering. Was this the right volume? A commotion at the door drew her attention around. She knew the exit was guarded. What now? Was Anna returning already? Had they found the saboteur? Lisa turned back toward the ladder. She hoped Painter was with Anna. She didn't like being apart from him. And maybe he could make heads or tails of these strange theories of matter and energy. She reached the ladder and turned to step down on the first rung. A sharp scream, quickly silenced, froze her in place. It came from right outside the door. Reacting on instinct, Lisa lunged back up and spread herself flat on the wrought iron balcony. The open floor grating offered little cover. She slid close to the stacks, into the shadows, away from the wall sconces on this level. As she lay still, the door across the room opened and closed. A figure slipped into the room. A woman, in a snow-white parka. But it wasn't Anna. The woman tossed back her hood and pulled down a scarf. She had long white hair and was as pale as a ghost. Friend or foe? Lisa kept hidden until she knew more. There was something too confident about the woman, the way her eyes searched the room. She half turned. A spray of blood marred the side of her jacket. In her other hand, she held a curved katana, a short Japanese saber. Blood dripped from the blade. The woman danced into the room, turning in a slow circle, hunting. Lisa dared not breathe. She prayed the shadows kept her hidden up here. The library's few lamps lit the lower level, as did the hearth fire. It crackled and shone with a few flames. But the upper balcony remained gloomy. Would it be enough to hide her? Lisa watched the intruder make another circle, standing in the middle of the room, bloody katana held at the ready. Seemingly satisfied, the ice-blonde woman strode quickly toward Anna's desk. She ignored the clutter on top and stepped behind the wide table. Reaching to a tapestry on the wall, she pulled it back and exposed a large black cast-iron wall safe. Hooking the tapestry aside, she knelt and inspected the combination lock, the handle, the edges of the door. With the woman's concentration so focused, Lisa allowed herself to breathe. Whatever thievery was afoot, so be it. Let the woman abscond with whatever she came for and be gone. If the burglar had slain the guards, maybe Lisa could turn it to her advantage. If she could reach a phone, the intrusion might actually turn out for the best. A loud clatter startled her. A few yards away, a heavy book had fallen from its shelf and landed splayed open on the wrought iron balcony. Pages still fluttered from the impact. Lisa recognized the book she had half pulled out a moment ago. Forgotten until now, gravity had done the rest, slowly tugging the book free. Below, the woman retreated to the center of the room. A pistol had appeared in her other hand, as if out of thin air, pointed up. Lisa had nowhere to hide. 918, Beeren, Germany. Gray pulled open the door to the team's BMW. He began to duck inside when a shout rose behind him. He turned toward the entrance to the hostel. Ryan Hersfeld hurried toward them, hunched under an umbrella. Thunder echoed and rain lashed across the parking lot of the cottage estate. "Get inside," Gray ordered Monk and Fiona, waving to the sedan. He faced Ryan as the young man reached his side. "Are you heading to the castle, to Wevelsburg?" he asked, lifting the umbrella to shelter them both. "Yes, we are. Why? Might I hop a ride with you?" "I don't think," Ryan cut him off. "You were asking about my great-grandfather Hugo. I may have more information for you. It'll only cost you a ride up the hill." Gray hesitated. The young man must have eavesdropped on their earlier conversation with Johann, his father. What could Ryan know that his father didn't? Still, the man stared at him with earnest eyes. Turning, Gray popped the back door and held it open. "Danke." Ryan folded the umbrella and ducked into the back with Fiona. Gray climbed behind the wheel. In moments, they were bumping down the driveway out of the estate. "Shouldn't you be home watching the store?" Monk asked, half turned in the passenger seat to address Ryan. "Alicia will cover the front desk for me," Ryan said. "The storm will keep everyone close to the fire." Gray studied the young man in the rearview mirror. He looked suddenly uncomfortable under Monk's and Fiona's scrutiny. "What did you want to tell us?" Gray asked. Ryan's eyes met his in the mirror. He swallowed and nodded. "My father thinks I know nothing about my great-grandfather Hugo. Thinks it best be buried in the past, yeah? But it's still whispered about. Same with Aunt Tola." Gray understood. Family secrets had a way of surfacing, no matter how deeply you tried to bury them. Curiosity had plainly been instilled in Ryan about his ancestors and their role during the war. It practically shone from the man's eyes. "You've been doing your own investigation into the past?" Gray said. Ryan nodded. "For 3 years now. But the trail goes back further, to when the Berlin Wall came down, when the Soviet Union dissolved." "I don't understand," Gray said. "Do you remember when Russia declassified the older Soviet files?" "I suppose. But what about them?" "Well, back when Wevelsburg was reconstructed—" "Wait a sec," Fiona stirred. She'd been sitting with her arms crossed, as if disgruntled by the intrusion of the stranger. But Gray had caught the few sidelong glances she gave the man, sizing him up. He wondered if the man still had his wallet. "Reconstructed? They rebuilt that ugly place," she asked.
Ryan nodded as the castle came into view on the ridgeline. Gray signaled and turned onto Bergstrasse, the road that headed up toward the castle. Himmler had it blown up near the end of the war. Only the north tower was untouched. After the war, it was rebuilt, part museum, part youth hostel. Still bothers my father. Gray could understand why. It was finished in 1979, Ryan continued. The museum directors over the years have petitioned former Allied governments for documents and such related to the castle. Including Russia, Monk said. Natürlich. Once records were decommissioned, the current director sent archivists over to Russia. 3 years ago, they returned with truckloads of declassified documents related to the Russian campaign in the area. The archivist had also left here with a long list of names to search for in the Russian files, including my great-grandfather, Hugo Hersfeld. Why him? He was intimately involved in the Thule Society rituals at the castle. He was well known locally for his knowledge of runes, which decorate the castle. He even corresponded with Carl Willigut, Himmler's personal astrologer. Gray pictured the three-pronged mark in the Bible, but remained silent. The archivist returned with several boxes specifically about my great-grandfather. My father was informed, but refused to participate in any way. "But you snuck up there?" Monk said. "I wanted to know more about him," Ryan said. "Figure out why, what happened." He shook his head. The past had a way of grabbing hold and not letting go. "And what did you learn?" Gray asked. "Not much. One box contained papers from the Nazi research lab where my great-grandfather worked. He was given the rank of Oberarbeitsleiter, head of the project. This last was said with a tone both shamed and defiant. But whatever they were working on must not have been declassified. Most of the papers were personal correspondence, with friends, with family. And you read through them all?" A slow nod. Enough to get the feeling my great-grandfather had begun to have doubts about his work. Yet he couldn't leave. "Or he would have been shot," Fiona said. Ryan shook his head, a forlorn expression waxing for a breath. "I think it was more the project itself. He couldn't let it go. Not completely. It was like he was repulsed but drawn at the same time." Gray sensed Ryan's personal pursuit into the past was tinged with the same tidal push and pull. Monk tilted his head and cracked his neck with a loud pop. "What does any of this have to do with the Darwin Bible?" he asked, bringing the subject back around to the beginning. "I found one note," Ryan answered, "addressed to my great-aunt Tola. It mentions the crate of books my great-grandfather sent back to the estate. I remember it because of his rather strange remarks about it." "What did he say?" "The letter is up at the museum. I thought you might like to have a copy of it to go along with the Bible." "You don't remember what it said?" Ryan scrunched his brow. "Only a couple lines. Perfection can be found hidden in my books, dear Tola. The truth is too beautiful to let die, and too monstrous to set free."
Silence settled in the car. He died 2 months later. Gray contemplated the words. Hidden in my books. The 5 books Hugo had mailed back home before he died. Had he done it to keep some secret safe? To preserve what was too beautiful to let die and too monstrous to set free? Gray fixed Ryan with a stare in the rearview mirror. "Did you tell anyone else about what you found?" "No, but the old gentleman and his niece and nephew, the ones who came earlier this year to speak to my father about the books. They had already been here, searching through my great-grandfather's papers in the archives. I think they must have read the same note and come to inquire further with my father. These folk, the niece and nephew, what did they look like? White hair, tall, athletic, good stock, as my grandfather would say." Gray shared a glance with Monk. Fiona cleared her throat. She pointed to the back of her hand. "Did they have a marca, a tattoo here?" Ryan slowly nodded. "I think so. Shortly after they arrived, my father sent me away. Like with you today, mustn't speak in front of the children." Ryan tried to smile, but he plainly sensed the tension in the car. His eyes darted around. "Do you know them?" "Fellow competitors," Gray said. "Collectors like us." Ryan's expression remained guarded, disbelieving, but he didn't inquire further. Gray again pictured the hand-drawn rune hidden in the Bible. Did the other 4 books contain similar cryptic symbols? Did it tie back to Hugo's research with the Nazis? Was that what this was all about? It seemed unlikely these assassins would just show up here and start sifting through records, not unless they were searching for something specific. But what? Monk still faced backward, but he swung around and settled into his seat. He spoke low, under his breath. "You know we're being followed, right?" Gray only nodded. A quarter-mile back, slowly climbing the switchbacks behind them, a car followed in the rain. The same one he had spotted earlier parked back at the hostel. A pearl-white Mercedes Roadster. Maybe they were just fellow tourists, out on a sightseeing excursion to the castle. Right. Perhaps you shouldn't follow so close, Isak. They've already spotted us, Ishka. He nodded past the rain-swept windshield to the BMW a quarter-mile ahead. Note how his turns are more restrained, less enthusiastically sharp and tight. He knows. Is that something we want, to alert them? Isak tilted his head toward his sister. The hunt is always the best when the prey is spooked. I don't think Hans would agree. Her manner darkened with grief. He reached a finger and touched the back of her hand, sharing her sadness and apologizing. He knew how sensitive she could be. There is no other road down from the ridge, he assured her, except for the one we are on. All is ready at the castle. All we have to do is flush them into the trap. If they are looking over their shoulder at us, they are less likely to see what's in front of them. She inhaled her agreement and understanding. It's time we cleared up all these tattered loose ends. Then we can go home. Home, she echoed with a contented sigh. We're almost done. We must always remember the goal, Ishka. Hans's sacrifice will not be in vain. His spilt blood will herald a new dawn, a better world. So grandfather says, and you know it's true. He tilted his head toward her. Her lips thinned into a weary smile. Careful of the blood, sweet Ishka. His sister glanced down to the long steel blade of the dagger. She had been absently wiping it clean with a white chamois. A crimson drop had almost fallen onto the knee of her white pants. One loose end severed. A few more to go. Thank you, Isak. 1:22 p.m., Himalayas. Lisa stared at the raised pistol. Wo ist dort? Zeigen sich, the blonde woman called up to her. Though Lisa didn't speak German, she understood the gist. She rose into view slowly. Hands up. I don't speak German, she called down. The woman eyed her, so focused and intent that Lisa swore she could feel it like a laser across her body. You're one of the Americans, the woman said in crisp English. Come down. Slowly. The pistol didn't waver. With no cover on the open balcony grating, Lisa had no choice. She stepped to the ladder, turned her back, and climbed down. With every rung she expected to hear a blast of a pistol. Her shoulders tensed. But she reached the ground safely. Lisa turned, arms still held a bit out to the side. The woman stepped toward her. Lisa stepped back. She sensed a good portion of the woman's restraint and not immediately shooting her was due to the noise it might generate. Except for the single short cry, she had dispatched the outer guards with barely a sound, employing the sword. The assassin still held the bloody katana in her other hand. Maybe Lisa would have been safer staying atop the balcony, making the woman fire at her like a duck in a shooting gallery. Maybe the gunfire would have drawn others in time. She had been foolish to put herself within sword reach of the intruder. But panic had clouded Lisa's judgment. It was hard to refuse someone when they had a gun pointed at your face. The Zerum 525, the woman said. Is it in the safe? Lisa weighed her answer for a heartbeat. Truth or lie? There seemed little choice. Anna took it, she answered. She waved vaguely toward the door. Where? She remembered Painter's earlier lesson after they had been captured. Be necessary. Be useful. I don't know the castle well enough to describe it, but I know how to get there. I can take you. Lisa's voice faltered. She needed to be more convincing. And how better than to barter as though her lie had value? I'll take you only if you promise to help me get out of here. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Would the woman fall for it? She was stunningly beautiful, svelte, unblemished skin, generous lips, but her glacial blue eyes glinted with cold calculation and intelligence. She scared Lisa witless.
There was something unearthly about her. "Then you will show me," the woman said, and holstered her pistol. She kept the katana in hand. Lisa would have preferred it the other way around. The sword pointed at the door. Lisa was to go first. She circled toward the door, keeping some distance. Perhaps she could make a break for it out in the halls. It would be her only hope. She would have to watch for a moment, some distraction, a hesitation, and then just run like hell. A brush of air, the flicker of flame in the hearth, was her only warning. Lisa turned, and the woman was already there, a step away, having glided swiftly and silently from behind. Impossibly fast. Their eyes met. Lisa knew in the heartbeat before the sword fell that the woman had not believed her for a moment. It had all been a trap to drop Lisa's guard. It would be her last mistake. The world froze, caught in a flash of fine Japanese silver as it plunged toward Lisa's heart. 9:30 a.m., Wewelsburg, Germany. Gray slid the BMW into a parking place beside a blue Wolters tour bus. The large German vehicle hid the sedan from direct view of the street. The arched entryway to the castle courtyard stood directly ahead. "Stay in the car," he ordered the others. He twisted around. "That means you, young lady." Fiona made an obscene gesture, but she stayed buckled. "Monk, get behind the wheel. Keep the engine running." "Got it." Ryan stared at him wide-eyed. "Was ist los?" Monk answered. "But keep your head down just in case." Gray opened the door. A gust of rain slapped against him, sounding like machine gun fire as it struck the flank of the neighboring bus. Thunder rumbled in the distance. "Ryan, may I borrow your umbrella?" The young man nodded and passed it forward. Gray climbed out. He shook out the umbrella and hurried to the far side of the bus. He took up a post near the rear door, sheltering against the rain. He hoped to appear like just another tour employee. He kept himself shielded by the umbrella while he watched the road. Headlights appeared out of the gloom, climbing the last switch back. The white two-seater roadster appeared a moment later. It slid up to the parking lot and, without slowing, passed it. He watched the taillights recede into the rain, heading toward the tiny hamlet of Wewelsburg that nestled against the flank of the castle. The car disappeared around a corner. Gray waited a full 5 minutes, circling behind the bus and signaling the all-clear to Monk. Monk cut the engine. Finally satisfied that the Mercedes was not returning, Gray waved the others out. "Paranoid much?" Fiona asked as she passed and headed to the arch. "It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you," Monk called after her. He turned to Gray. "Are they really out to get us?" Gray stared into the storm. He didn't like coincidences, but he couldn't stop moving forward just because he was spooked. "Stick with Fiona and Ryan. Let's talk to this director, get a copy of old Hugo's letter to his daughter, and get the hell out of here." Monk eyed the hulking mass of tower and turret. Rain poured over the gray stone and sluiced from green gutters. Only a few of the windows on the lower floors shone with signs of life. The vast bulk was dark and oppressive. "Just so we're clear," he grumbled, "if I see one freaking black bat, I'm out of here." 1:31 p.m., Himalayas. Lisa watched the sword plunge toward her chest. It all happened between heartbeats. Time thickened and slowed. This was how she was going to die. Then a tinkle of glass shattered the stillness, followed by the soft crack of a gunshot, sounding impossibly far away. Near at hand, the assassin's throat blossomed with a fountain of blood and bone, head thrown back. But even then, the assassin's death stroke completed its arc. The sword struck Lisa in the chest, pierced skin, and collided into her sternum. But there was no weight behind it. Limp fingers released the katana's hilt. The heel of a dying hand knocked it down before further damage could be inflicted. Lisa stumbled back, released from the spell. The length of Japanese steel pirouetted and struck the floor with the sound of a perfectly tuned bell. The body of the assassin followed next, thudding heavily beside it. Lisa retreated, disbelieving, numb, senseless. More tinkling of glass. Words reached her as if from underwater. "Are you okay?" "Lisa." She stared up. Across the library. The single library window. Frosted and glazed before, its panes shattered away under the butt of a rifle. A face appeared in the opening, framed by shards of broken glass. Painter. Beyond his shoulder, a storm blew, swirling snow and ice melt. Something large, heavy, and dark descended out of the sky. A helicopter. A rope and harness dangled below it. Lisa trembled and sank to her knees. "We'll be right there," he promised. 5 minutes later, Painter stood over the body of the assassin, the second saboteur. Anna was on one knee, searching the woman. Off to the side, Lisa sat in a chair by the hearth, her sweater off, her shirt open, exposing her bra and a bloody cut below it. Assisted by Gunther, Lisa had already cleaned the wound and now applied a series of butterfly bandages to seal the inch-long slice. She had been lucky. Her bra's underwire had helped block the blade from penetrating deeper, saving her life. Talk about offering additional support. "No papers, no identification," Anna said, turning to him. Her gaze fell heavily onto Painter. "We needed the saboteur alive. He had no excuse." I aimed for her shoulder. He shook his head in frustration. A debilitating bout of vertigo had paralyzed him after his descent in the rope harness. But they had no time to spare, barely making it here from the far side of the mountain. They would have never made it on foot through the castle. The helicopter had been their only chance, hopping over the shoulder of the mountain and dropping someone down on a harness. Anna was no good with a gun, and Gunther was piloting the helo. That left only Painter. So despite the vertigo and double vision, Painter had crawled to the castle and aimed as best he could through the window. He'd had to act fast as he saw the woman rush Lisa, sword poised. So he had taken his shot. And though it may have cost them everything, even the knowledge of the true puppet master who manipulated these saboteurs, Painter did not regret his choice. He had seen the horror on Lisa's face. "Vertigo be very," he had fired. His head still pounded now. A new fear rose. What if he had struck Lisa? How long until he was more of a liability than an asset? He shoved this thought aside. "Quit wringing your hands and roll up your sleeves." "What about any distinguishing marks?" Painter asked, getting back into the game. "Only this." Anna turned over the woman's wrist and exposed the back of the assassin's hand. "Do you recognize it?" A black tattoo marred her perfect white skin. 4 entwined loops. "Looks Celtic, but it means nothing to me." "Nor me." Anna sat back, dropping the corpse's hand. Painter noticed something else and knelt down closer. He turned the hand over again, still warm. The woman's pinky fingernail was missing, the bed scarred. A tiny blemish, but a significant one. Anna took the hand from him. She rubbed the nail bed. Dry. A deep furrow formed between her brows. Her eyes met his. "Does that mean what I think it means?" he asked. Anna's gaze shifted to the woman's face. "But I'd have to do a retinal scan for sure. Look for petechia around the optic nerve." Painter didn't need any further evidence. He had seen how fast the assassin had moved across the room, preternaturally agile. "She's one of the Sonic-Honige." Lisa and Gunther joined them. "Not one of ours," Anna said. "She's way too young, too perfect. Whoever created her employed our latest techniques, those that we finessed over the past decades from our in vitro studies. They've advanced them into human subjects. Could someone have created them here, behind your back, after hours?" Anna shook her head. "It takes an enormous amount of energy to activate the bell. We would know. Then that only means one thing. She was created somewhere else." Anna rose to her feet. "Someone else has an operable bell." Painter remained where he was, examining the nail and tattoo. "And that someone means to shut you down now," he mumbled. Silence settled over the room. In the quiet, Painter heard a tiny chime, barely audible. It came from the woman. He realized he had heard it a few times, but there had been so much commotion, so much speculation, it had not fully registered. He pulled up her parka sleeve. A digital watch with a thick leather band, a full 2 inches in width, was secured to her wrist. Painter studied its red face. A holographic hand swept fully around, marking off the seconds. A digital readout glowed. 0132. Seconds subtracted with every sweep. Just over a minute. Painter unstrapped the watch and checked the inside of the band. 2 silver contact points were wired in place. Heartbeat monitor. And somewhere inside the watch must be a microtransmitter. "What are you doing?" Anna asked. "Did you search her for any explosives?" "She's clean," Anna said. "Why?" Painter stood and spoke rapidly. "She's wired with a monitor. When her heartbeat stopped, a transmission must have been sent out." He glanced to the watch in his hand. "This is just a timer." He held it out toward them. 01:05. Klaus and this woman had full access to your facilities for who knows how long. Plenty of time to jerry-rig a failsafe. Painter held up the watch. "Something tells me we don't want to be here when this reaches 0. The second hand swept around, and a small chime sounded as the count dropped below a minute. 00:59. We must get out of here, now. Black Camelot, 9:32 a.m., Wewelsburg, Germany. The SS started out as the personal bodyguard for Hitler, the docent said in French, leading a group of sodden tourists through the heart of the Wewelsburg Museum. In fact, the term SS is derived from the German word Schutzstaffel, which means guard detachment. Only later did they become Himmler's Black Order. Gray stepped aside as the tour group passed.
While waiting for the museum director, he had eavesdropped on enough of the tour to gain the gist of the castle's history. How Himmler had leased the castle for only 1 Reichsmark, then spent $250 million rebuilding the castle into his personal Camelot, a small price compared to the cost in human blood and suffering. Gray stood beside a display case with a striped prison uniform from the Niederhagen concentration camp. Thunder rumbled from beyond the walls, rattling the old windows. As the tour group drifted away, the docent's voice faded into the babble of the few other visitors, all seeking shelter against the storm. Monk stood with Fiona. Ryan had gone to fetch the director. Monk leaned down to examine one of the infamous Totencup rings on display, a silver band granted to SS officers. It was engraved with runes, along with a skull and crossbones. A gruesome piece of art, ripe with symbolism and power. Other exhibits stretched across the small hall. Miniature models, photographs of daily life, SS paraphernalia, even a strange little teapot that once belonged to Himmler. A sun-shaped rune decorated the pot. "Here comes the director," Monk said, stepping closer. He nodded to a squat gentleman who strode out a private door. Ryan accompanied him. The museum director appeared to be in his late 50s, salt and pepper hair, rumpled black suit. As he approached, he removed a pair of eyeglasses and held out his other hand toward Gray. "Dr. Dieter Olmström," the man said, "Director of the Historisches Museum des Hochstifts Paderborn. Willkommen." The man's harried look belied his welcome. He continued, "Young Ryan here has explained how you've come to investigate some runes found in an old book. How intriguing." Again, the man appeared more hassled than intrigued. "We won't keep you long," Gray said. "We were wondering if you could help us identify a particular rune and its significance." "Certainly. If there is one thing a museum director at Wewelsburg must be fluent with, it is rune lore." Gray waved to Fiona for the Darwin Bible. She already had it out. Flipping open the back cover, Gray held the book out. Lips pursing, Dr. Olmström replaced his glasses and looked closer. He studied the rune, scoured in ink by Hugo Hirschfeld on the back pasteboard. "May I examine the book, bitte?" After a moment's hesitation, Gray relented. The director flipped through the pages, pausing at some of the chicken-scratched marks inside. "A Bible? How strange." "The symbol at the back," Gray pressed. "Of course, it is the Mensch rune." "Mensch," Gray said, "as in the German word for man." "Ja." "Note the form, like a decapitated stick figure." The director drifted back to the earlier pages. Ryan's great-grandfather seemed very fixed on symbols associated with the All-Father. "What do you mean?" Gray asked. Olmström pointed to one of the scratches on the inner pages of the Bible. "This is the rune for K," the director said, "also called sin in Anglo-Saxon. It's an earlier rune for man, only 2 upraised arms, a cruder portrayal. And on this other page is the rune's mirror image." He flipped a few pages and pointed to another. "The 2 symbols are sort of like 2 sides of the same coin, yin and yang, male and female,
light and dark. Gray nodded. It reminded him of his discussions with Angelou when he had studied with the Buddhist monk. How all societies seemed to be transfixed by this duality. This reverie tweaked his concern about Painter Crow. There'd been no word yet from Nepal. Monk redirected the talk. These runes? What do they all have to do with this All-Father guy? All three are related, symbolically. The big rune, the Mensch rune, is often considered to represent the Norse god Thor, a bringer of life, a higher state of being, what we all strive to become. Gray's mind puzzled through to the answer, picturing it in his head. And these two earlier runes, the K runes, they formed the two halves of the Mensch rune. Huh, Monk grunted. Like this, Fiona said, understanding. Using her finger, she drew in the dust atop a display case. You push the two armed runes together to form the Mensch rune, like a jigsaw. Sehr good, the director said. He tapped the first two runes. These represent the common man in all his duality, joining together to form the All-Father, a supreme being. Olmstrom handed the Bible back to Gray and shook his head. These runes certainly seemed to obsess Ryan's great-grandfather. Gray stared at the symbol on the back cover. Ryan, Hugo was a biologist, correct? Ryan stirred. He seemed dismayed by all this. Yeah, as was my great-aunt Tola. Gray nodded slowly. The Nazis were always interested in the myth of the Superman, the All-Father from which the Aryan race supposedly descended. All these scribblings, were they just Hugo's declaration of his belief in this Nazi dogma? Gray didn't think so. He remembered Ryan's description of his great-grandfather's notes, the scientist's growing disillusionment, and then the cryptic note to his daughter, a hint of a secret, one too beautiful to let die and too monstrous to set free, from one biologist to another. He sensed it was all tied together, runes, the All-Father, some long-abandoned research. Whatever the secret was, it seemed it was worth killing over. Olmstrom continued. The Mensch rune was also of particular interest to the Nazis. They even renamed it the Leben rune. The life rune? Gray asked, focusing his attention back. Yeah, they used it to represent the Lebensborn program. What's that? Monk asked. Gray answered. A Nazi breeding program. Farms to produce more blonde, blue-eyed children. The director nodded. But like the duality of the K rune, the Leben rune also has its mirror image. He motioned for Gray to turn the Bible upside down, upending the symbol. Reversed, the Leben rune becomes its opposite, the Toten rune. Monk frowned at Gray. He translated, the rune of death. 1:37 p.m., Himalayas. Death ticked down. 0:55. Painter stood with the dead assassin's wrist timer in his hand. No time to make it out on foot. Never get clear of the blast zone. Then what? Anna asked. The helicopter, Painter said, and pointed toward the window. The A-Star helicopter they'd used to hop here still sat outside the castle, engine warm. The others. Anna headed to the phone, ready to raise the alarm. Keine Zeit, Gunther barked, stopping her. The man unhitched his assault rifle, a Russian A-91 bullpup. With his other hand, he yanked out a grenade cartridge from his waistband and jammed it into the rifle's 40mm launcher. Here. He strode in large steps to Anna's massive desk. Schnell. He pointed the rifle at arm's length toward the room's barred window. Painter grabbed Lisa's hand and ran for shelter, Anna on their heels. Gunther waited until they were close enough and fired. A jet of gas blasted from the rock-steady weapon. They all leaped behind the desk. Gunther grabbed his sister around the waist and bodily rolled her under him. The grenade exploded deafeningly. Painter felt his ears pop. Lisa clamped her hands over her ears. The concussion shoved the desk a full foot. Bits of rock and glass pelted the front of the desk. Rock dust and smoke choked over them. Gunther hauled Anna to her feet. They wasted no words. Across the library, a ragged hole had been blasted through to the outside. Books, shredded and aflamed, dotted the floor and had been blown out into the courtyard. They ran for the exit. The helicopter sat beyond the mountain overhang.
a good 40 yards. Bounding through the jumbled blast zone, they sprinted for the helicopter. Painter still clutched the wrist timer. He didn't check it until they were at the helicopter. Gunther had reached the chopper first and ripped open the rear door. Painter helped Anna and Lisa inside, then dove in after them. Gunther was already in the pilot's seat. Belts snapped into place. Painter glanced at the timer. Not that it would do any good. Either they'd get clear or they wouldn't. He stared at the number. His head pounded, stabbing his eyes with pain.
He could barely make out the digital readout. No time left. Gunther had the engine roaring. Painter glanced up. The rotors had begun to spin slowly, too slowly. He glanced out a side window. The helo perched at the top of a steep snowy slope, freshly corniced from last night's storm. The sky beyond was shredded with clouds, and icy mists clung to cliffs and valleys. From the front seat, Gunther swore under his breath. The bird refused to climb into the thin air, not without top rotor speed. They'd never make it. Painter reached for Lisa's hand. He gripped it tightly. Then, suddenly, the world lifted and crashed back down. A distant hollow boom sounded. They all held their breath, ready to be blasted off the mountain. But nothing else happened. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. Then the cornice upon which they were perched broke away. The A-star tilted down nose first. Rotors churned uselessly overhead. The entire snowy slope slipped in one sheet, sliding away, as if shrugged off the mountain, taking the helicopter with it. They were headed for the cliff's edge. Snow tumbled over it in a churning torrent. The ground bumped again, another explosion. The helo bucked, but refused to get airborne. Gunther wrestled with the controls, choking the throttle. The cliff rushed toward them. The snow could be heard beyond the roar of the helicopter, growling like Class V rapids. Lisa pressed against Painter's side, her hand white-knuckled around his fingers. On her other side, Anna sat ramrod straight, face blank, eyes fixed forward. In front, Gunther went deathly silent as they were carried over the cliff. Shoved off the edge, they tipped sideways, snow falling away under them, behind them. Dropping fast, the craft jittered, yawing back and forth. Cliffs of rock rose in all directions. No one made a sound. The rotors screamed for all of them. Then, just like that, the craft found air. With no more jolt than an elevator coming to a stop, the A-star steadied. Gunther grunted at the controls, slowly, slowly, spiraling the craft upward. Ahead, the last of the avalanche tumbled over the cliff face. The helo climbed enough to survey the damage to the castle. Smoke choked out all the facade's windows. The front doors had been blown off. Over the shoulder of the mountain, a thick black column rose into the sky, coming from the helicopter on the far side. Anna sagged, palms on the side window. Almost 150 men and women. Maybe some got out, Lisa said dully, unblinking. They spotted no movement, only smoke. Anna pointed toward the castle. Wir sollten suchen. But there would be no search, no rescue, ever. A blinding white flash, like a crack of lightning, blazed from all the windows. Beyond the shoulder, a sodium arc sunrise. No noise. Like heat lightning. It burned into the retina, shutting off all sight. Blinded, Painter felt the helo lurch up as Gunther yanked on the collective. A noise intruded, a vast grating rumble of rock, impossibly loud. Not just an avalanche. It sounded tectonic, a grinding of continental plates. The helo trembled in the air, a fly in a paint shaker. Sight returned painfully. Painter pressed against the window and stared below. My God, he uttered in awe. Rock dust obscured most of the view, but it could not hide the scope of the destruction. The entire side of the mountain had buckled in on itself. The shoulder of granite that had overhung the castle had collapsed, as if all beneath it, the castle and a good section of mountain, had simply vanished. On Moglish, Anna mumbled, stunned. What? Such annihilation. It had to be a ZP bomb. Her eyes had gone glassy. Painter waited for her to explain. She did after another shuddering breath. ZP, zero-point energy. Einstein's formulas led to the first nuclear bomb, tapping into the energies of a few uranium atoms. But that's nothing compared to the potential power hidden within Planck's quantum theories. Such bombs would tap into the very energies birthed during the Big Bang. Silence settled throughout the cabin. Anna shook her head. Experiments with the fuel source for the Belvet Zerum 525 hinted at the possible use of zero-point energy as a weapon, but we never pursued that avenue with any real intent. But somebody else did, Painter said. He pictured the dead, ice-blonde assassin. Anna turned to Painter, her face etched with horror and utter violation. We have to stop them. But who? Who are they? Lisa stirred. I think we may find out. She pointed out the starboard side. Over the edge of a neighboring peak, a trio of helicopters appeared, camouflaged in white against the glaciered peaks. They spread out and swept toward the lone A-star. Painter knew enough of aerial combat to recognize the pattern. Attack formation. 9:30 a.m., Wewelsburg, Germany. The North Tower is this way, Dr. Ohmstrom said. The museum director led Gray, Monk, and Fiona out the back of the main hall. Ryan had left a moment earlier with a slim woman dressed in tweed, a museum archivist. They were off to make copies of Hugo Hersfeld's letter and anything else pertaining to his great-grandfather's research. Gray sensed he was close to discerning some answers, but he needed more information. To that end, he had agreed to the director's personal tour of Himmler's castle. It was here where Hugo had begun his connection with the Nazis. Gray sensed that to move forward, he would need as much background as possible, and who better to supply that information than the museum curator? To truly understand the Nazis, Ohmstrom said, leading the way, you have to stop considering them as a political party. They called themselves Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the Nazi Socialist German Workers' Party, but in reality, they were really a cult. A cult? Gray asked. They bore all the trappings, ja? A spiritual leader who could not be questioned, disciples who wore matching clothes, rituals and blood oaths performed in secret, and most important of all, the creation of a potent totem to worship, the Hakenkreuz, the broken cross, also called the swastika, a symbol to supplant the crucifix and the Star of David. Hare Krishna's on steroids, Monk mumbled. Do not joke. The Nazis understood the inherent power of ideas, a power greater than any gun or rocket. They used it to subjugate and brainwash an entire nation. Lightning cracked, brightening the hall behind them. Thunder followed on its heels, booming, felt in the gut. The lights flickered. They all stopped in the hall. One squeaking bat, Monk whispered. Even a small one. The lights flared brighter, then steadied. They continued onward. The short hall ended at a barred glass door. A larger room lay beyond, the Obergruppenvorsaal. Ohmstrom pulled out a weighty set of keys and unlocked the door. The inner sanctum to the castle. This is restricted from regular visitors, but I think you might appreciate it. He held the door for them to enter. They trailed inside. Rain pelted against the ring of windows that surrounded the circular chamber. Himmler built this room to mirror King Arthur's in Camelot. He even had a massive oaken round table placed in the middle of the room and gathered his 12 leading officers of his Black Order for meetings and rituals here. What's this Black Order? Monk asked. It was another name for Himmler's SS, but more accurately, the Schwarze Auftracht, the Black Order, was a name given to Himmler's inner circle, a secret cabal that traced its roots back to the occult Thule Society. Gray's attention focused. The Thule Society again. Himmler was a member of the group, so was Ryan's great-grandfather. He pondered the connection. An inner cabal of occultists and scientists who believed that a master race once ruled the world and would again. The director continued his tour. Himmler believed this room and its tower to be the spiritual and geographic center of the new Aryan world. Why here? Gray asked. Ohmstrom shrugged and walked to the middle of the room.
This region is where the Teutons defeated the Romans, a pivotal battle in Germanic history. Gray had heard a similar story from Ryan's father, but the reasons may be multiple. Legends are ripe here. Nearby stands an old Stonehenge-like set of prehistoric monoliths called Externstein. Some claim the roots of the Norse world tree Yggdrasil lie below it. And then, of course, there were the witches, the ones killed here, Gray said. Himmler believed, and perhaps rightly so, that the women were slain because they were pagans, practicing Nordic rites and rituals. In his eyes, the fact that their blood was spilt at this castle only succeeded in consecrating these grounds. So then it's like the real estate agents say, Monk mumbled. It's all about location, location, location. Almstrom frowned but continued. Whatever the reason, here is the ultimate purpose of Wevelsburg. He pointed down to the floor. In the gloom, a pattern had been done in dark green tiles against a white background. It looked like a sun radiating 12 lightning bolts, the Schwarze Sonne, the black sun. Almstrom stalked around its circumference. This symbol also has roots in many myths, but to the Nazis it represented the land from which the All-Father descended, a land that went by many names: Thule, Hyperborea, Agartha. Ultimately, the symbol represents the sun under which the Aryan race would be reborn. Returning again to the All-Father, Gray said, picturing the Mensch rune, that was the ultimate goal of the Nazi Tsar, at least for Himmler and his Black Order, to advance the German people back to their godlike status. It was why Himmler chose this symbol to represent his Black Order. Gray began to sense what research Hugo might have been involved with. A biologist with roots at Wevelsburg. Could he have been involved with a twisted form of the Lebensborn Project, some type of eugenics program? But why would people kill over such a program today? What had Hugo discovered that he felt needed to be kept so secret, burying it in code in his family's books? Gray remembered Ryan's recitation of his great-grandfather's letter to his daughter shortly before his death. He hinted at a secret that was too beautiful to let die and too monstrous to set free. What had he discovered? What had he wanted kept secret from his Nazi superiors? Lightning crackled again, shining through all the windows. The symbol of the black sun shone brilliantly. Electric lights trembled as the thunder reverberated throughout the hilltop castle. Not the best place to be in an electrical storm. Confirming this, the lights flared again, then went dark. Blackout. Still, enough murky illumination came through the windows to see. Voices shouted in the distance. A loud clang rang out closer at hand. All eyes turned. The door to the chamber had slammed closed. Gray reached for the butt of his gun, holstered under his sweater. Security lockdown, Almstrom assured them. Nothing to fear. Backup generator should. Lights flickered, then ignited again. Almstrom nodded. Ah, there we go. As tut mir leid, he apologized. This way. He led them back through the security door, but rather than heading toward the main hall, he aimed for a set of stairs to the side. Apparently, the tour was not over. I think you might find this next chamber of particular interest, as you'll see the Mensch rune from the Bible depicted there. Footsteps approached down the hall, coming fast. Gray turned, realizing his hand still rested on his gun. But there was no need to unholster it. Ryan hurried toward them, a stuffed manila envelope clutched in his hand. He joined them, slightly out of breath. His eyes darted a bit, plainly spooked by the brief blackout. Ich glaube, he cleared his throat. I have all the paperwork, including the letter to my great-aunt Tola. Monk took the envelope. Now we can get our butts out of here. Maybe they should. Gray glanced to Dr. Almstrom. He stood at the head of stairs leading down. The curator stepped toward them. If you're in a hurry, no bitty. What were you saying about the Mensch rune? It would be foolish to leave without exploring this fully. Almstrom lifted an arm and motioned toward the stairs. Below lies the only chamber in the entire castle where the Mensch rune can be found. Of course, the rune's presence only makes sense considering. Considering what? Almstrom sighed, checked his watch. Come, I'll have to make this quick anyway. He turned and strode to the staircase and headed down. Gray waved Fiona and Ryan to follow. Monk rolled his eyes at Gray as he passed. Spooky castle time. To go. Gray understood Monk's itchiness to leave. He felt it too. First the false alarm with the Mercedes, then the blackout. But nothing untoward had happened, and Gray hated to pass up a chance to learn more about the Bible's rune and its history here. Almstrom's voice carried up to Gray. The others had reached the landing below. This chamber lies immediately below the Obergruppenführersaal. Gray joined them while the curator unlocked a matching door to the one above, also barred and sealed with thick glass. He held it open for them, then stepped in after them. Beyond lay another circular chamber. this one windowless, lit gloomily by a few wall sconces. 12 granite columns circled the space, holding up a domed roof. In the center of the ceiling, a twisted swastika symbol had been painted. "This is the castle's crypt," Holmstrom said. "Note the well in the center of the room. It is where the coat of arms of fallen SS officers would be burned ceremonially." Gray had already spotted the stone well, directly below the swastika in the ceiling. If you stand near the well and look at the walls, you'll see the Minch runes depicted here. Gray stepped closer and followed his directions. At the cardinal points, the runes had been engraved in the stone walls. Now Gray understood Holmstrom's remark. The runes' presence only makes sense considering the Minch runes were all upside down. Toten runes, death runes. A loud clang, a match to the one a moment ago, resounded across the chamber. Only this time there had been no blackout. Gray swung around, realizing his mistake. Curiosity had lessened his guard. Dr. Holmstrom had never moved far from the door. The curator now stood outside it, clicking the lock. He called through the thick glass, doubtless bulletproof. "Now you'll understand the true meaning of the Toten rune." A loud pop sounded next. All the lamps went dark. With no windows, the chamber sank into complete darkness. In the shocked silence, a new sound intruded, a fierce hissing. But it came from no snake or serpent. Gray tasted it on the back of his tongue. Gas. 1:49 p.m., Himalayas. The trio of helicopters fanned out for an attack run. Painter studied the approach of the choppers through a set of binoculars. He had unbelted and crawled into the co-pilot seat. He recognized the enemy crafts, Eurocopter Tigers, medium weight, outfitted with air-to-air gun pods and missiles. "Do you have any weapons equipped on the helo?" Painter asked. He shook his head. 9. Gunter worked the rudder pedals to bring them around, swinging away from their adversaries. Pitching the helo forward, he accelerated away. It was their only real countermeasure, speed. The A-Star, lighter and unburdened of armaments, was quicker and more maneuverable. But even that advantage had its limitations. Painter knew the direction in which Gunter was headed now, forced by the others. Painter had thoroughly studied the region's terrain maps. The Chinese border lay only 30 miles away. If the attack choppers didn't eliminate them, invading Chinese airspace would. And with the current tensions between the Nepalese government and the Maoist rebels, the border was closely watched. They were literally between a rock and a hard place. Anna yelled from the back seat, head craned to watch their rear.
Missile launch! Even before her warning ended, a screaming streak of smoke and fire shot past their port side, missing by mere yards. The missile slammed into the ice-encrusted ridgeline ahead. Fire and rock shot high. A large chunk of cliff broke off and slid away like a glacier calving. Gunther tipped their helo on its side and sped clear of the rain of debris. He darted their craft down and raced between two ridges of rock. They were temporarily out of the direct line of fire. "If we put down," Anna said, "fast, flee on foot." Painter shook his head, shouting to be heard above the engine. "I know these tigers. They have infrared. Our heat signatures would just give us away. Then there'd be no escaping their guns or rockets. Then what do we do?" Painter's head still spasmed with white-hot bursts. His vision had constricted to a laser focus. Lisa answered, leaning forward from the back seat, her eyes on the compass. "Everest," she said. "What?" She nodded to the compass. "We're heading right toward Everest. What if we landed over there, got lost in the mass of climbers?" Painter considered her plan. To hide in plain sight. "The storms backlogged the mountain," she continued loudly. "Some 200 people were waiting to ascend when I left, including some Nepalese soldiers. Might even be more after the monastery burned down." Lisa glanced over to Anna. Painter read her expression. They were fighting for their lives alongside the very enemy who had burned down that monastery. But a greater adversary threatened all. While Anna had made brutal, unforgivable choices, this other faction had triggered the necessity for her actions, setting in motion the chain of events that led them all here. And Painter knew it wouldn't stop here. This was just the beginning, a feint meant to misdirect. Something monstrous was afoot. Anna's words echoed in his pounding head. "We must stop them," Lisa finished. "With so many satellite phones and video feeds broadcasting from base camp, they dare not attack. Or so we hope," Painter said. "If they don't back off, we'd be jeopardizing many lives." Lisa leaned back, digesting his words. Painter knew her brother was among those at base camp. She met his eyes. "It's too important," she said, coming to the same conclusion he had a moment ago. "We have to risk it. Word must get out." Painter glanced around the cabin. Anna said, "It will be shorter to go over the shoulder of Everest to get to the other side, rather than taking the longer route around." She pointed to the wall of mountain ahead of them. "So we head for the base camp?" Painter said. They were all in agreement. Others were not. A helicopter roared over the ridgeline, its skids passing directly over their rotors. The intruder seemed startled to come across them. The tiger twisted and climbed in a surprised pirouette. But they'd been found. Painter prayed the others were spread out in a wide search pattern. Then again, one tiger was enough. Their unarmed A-star shot out of the trough into a wider couloir, a bowl-shaped gully full of snow and ice. No cover. The tiger's pilot responded quickly, plunging toward them. Gunther throttled up the engine speed and increased the blade pitch, attempting a full-out sprint. They might outrun the heavier tiger, but not its missiles. To punctuate this, the diving tiger opened fire with its gun pods, spitting flames and chewing through the snow. "Forget outrunning the jerk," Painter yelled and jerked his thumb straight up. "Take the race that way." Gunther glanced at him, heavy brows knit tight. "He's heavier," Painter explained, motioning with his hands. "We can climb to a higher elevation, where he can't follow." Gunther nodded and pulled back on the collective, turning forward motion into vertical. Like riding an express elevator, the helo shot upward. The tiger was taken aback by the sudden change of direction and took an extra moment to follow, spiraling up after them. Painter watched the altimeter. The world record for elevation reached by a helicopter had been set by a stripped-down A-star. It had landed on the summit of Everest. They didn't need to climb that far. The armament-heavy tiger was already petering out as they went above the 22,000-foot mark, its rotors churning uselessly in the rarefied air, making it difficult to maintain yaw and roll, confounding an attack pitch in which to employ its missiles. For now, their craft continued to sail upward into safety. But they could not stay up here forever. What went up eventually had to come down. And like a circling shark, the attack helicopter waited below. All it had to do was track them. Painter spotted the two other tigers winging in their direction, called in to the hunt, a pack closing in on its wounded prey. "Get above the chopper," Painter said, pantomiming with one palm over the other. Gunther's frown never wavered, but he obeyed. Painter twisted around to Anna and Lisa. "Both of you look out your side windows. Let me know when that tiger is directly below us." Nods answered him. Painter turned his attention to the lever in front of him. "Just about there," Lisa called from her side. "Now," Anna responded a second later. Painter yanked on the lever. It controlled the winch assembly on the undercarriage of the chopper. The rope and harness had lowered Painter earlier when he'd been pursuing the assassin. But he wasn't lowering the harness now. The emergency lever he gripped was used to jettison the assembly if it should be jammed. He cranked it fully back and felt the pop of the release. Painter pressed his face to the window. Gunther banked them around, pitching for a better view. The winch assembly tumbled end over end, unreeling its harness in a wide, tangled mess. It struck the tiger below, smashing into its rotors. The effect was as destructive as any depth charge. The blades tore apart, flying in all directions. The chopper itself twisted like a spun top, flipping sideways and falling away. With no time to spare, Painter pointed toward their only neighbor at this elevation. The white summit of Everest rose ahead, shrouded in clouds. They had to reach base camp on its lower slopes, but below, the skies were not safe. Two more helicopters, angry as hornets, raced toward them. And Painter was out of winches. Lisa watched the other helicopters swoop toward them, growing from Gats to Hawks. It was now a race. Pitching the chopper steeply, Gunther dove out of the rarefied ether. He aimed for the gap between Mount Everest and its sister peak, Mount Lhotse.
A shouldered ridgeline, the famous South Col, connected Lhotse to Everest. They needed to get over its edge and put the mountain between them and the others. On the far side, base camp lay at the foot of the col. If they could reach it. She pictured her brother, his goofy smile, the cowlick at the back of his head that he was perpetually trying to smooth down. What were they thinking, bringing this war to base camp, to her brother? In front of her, Painter was bent with Gunther. The engine's roar ate their words. She had to place her trust in Painter. He would not jeopardize anyone's life needlessly. The col rose toward them. The world expanded outward as they dove toward the mountain pass. Everest filled the starboard side, a plume of snow blowing from its tip. Lhotse, the fourth highest peak in the world, was a wall to the left. Gunther steepened their angle. Lisa clutched her seat harness. She felt like she might tumble out the front windshield. The world ahead became a sheet of ice and snow. A whistling scream cut through the roar. "Missile!" Anna screamed. Gunther yanked on the stick. The nose of the chopper shot up and yawed to the right. The missile sailed under their skids and streaked into the eastern ridge of the col. Fire blasted upward. Gunther banked them clear of the eruption, dipping the nose down again. Pressing her cheek against the side window, Lisa glanced to the rear. The two choppers had closed the distance, angling toward them.
Then a wall of ice cut off the view. "We're over the ridge!" Painter yelled. "Hang tight!" Lisa swung back around. The helicopter plunged down the vertiginous slope of the South Col. Snow and ice raced under them. Ahead, a darker scar appeared. Base camp. They aimed for it, as if intending to crash headlong into the tent city. The camp swelled below them, growing with each second. Prayer flags flapping, individual tents discernible now. "We're gonna land hard!" Painter yelled. Gunther didn't slow. Lisa found a prayer rising to her lips, or maybe a mantra. "Oh God, oh God, oh God!" At the last moment, Gunther pulled up, fighting the controls. Winds fought him. The helicopter continued falling, rotors now shrieking. The world beyond was a tilt-a-whirl. Thrown about, Lisa clenched the armrests. Then the skid slammed hard to the ground, slightly nose down, throwing Lisa forward. The seat harness held her. Rotor wash churned up snow in a flurried burst, but the chopper rocked back onto its skids, level and even. "Everybody out!" Painter yelled as Gunther throttled down. Hatches popped and they tumbled out. Painter appeared at Lisa's side, taking her arm in his. Anna and Gunther followed. A mass of people converged toward them. Lisa glanced up to the ridge. Smoke rose behind the col from the missile attack. Everyone at camp must have heard it, emptying tents. Voices in a slur of languages assaulted them. Lisa, half deafened by the helicopter, felt distant from it all. Then one voice reached her. "Lisa!" She turned. A familiar shape in black snow pants and a gray thermal shirt shoved through the crowd, elbowing and pushing. "Josh!" Painter allowed her to divert the group in his direction. Then Lisa was in her brother's arms, hugging tight. He smelled vaguely of yaks. She had never smelled anything better. Gunther grunted behind them. "Pass off!" A warning. Cries arose around them. Attention shifted in a spreading tide. Arms pointed. Lisa freed herself from her brother. A pair of attack helicopters hovered at the top of the col, stirring the smoke from the missile impact. They hung in place, predatory, lethal. "Go away," Lisa prayed, willing it with all her strength. "Just go away." "Who are they?" a new voice grated. Lisa didn't need to turn to recognize Boston Bob, a mistake from her past. His accent and perpetual whining undercurrent identified him plainly enough. Always intrusive, he must have followed Josh. She ignored him. But Josh must have felt her tense when the helicopters appeared. "Lisa?" She shook her head, eyes fixed to the skies. She needed her full concentration to will them away. But to no avail. In unison, both helicopters tipped out of their hovers and dove down the slope toward them. Fire flared from under their wings. Missiles! Oh no! But the base wasn't the target. The jets shot overhead, streaking away, booming as they passed and sailing straight up into the ether. The pair of attack helicopters, already 3/4 of the way down the slope, exploded as the jet's heat-seeking missiles crashed into them. Fiery ruins slammed into the slope, blasting snow and flames. Debris rained, but none of it reached the camp. Painter gained his feet, then helped Lisa up. The others followed. Boston Bob shoved forward, bullying up to Lisa. "What the hell was all that? What gosh did you bring down on our heads?" Lisa turned away. What had possessed her back in Seattle to sleep with him? It was as if that had been a different woman. "Don't turn your back on me, you difficult person." Lisa swung around, fingers clenched, but there was no need. Painter was already there. His arm pistoned and smashed into the man's face. Lisa had heard the term cold-cocked, but never had witnessed it. Boston Bob fell back stiff as a board and crashed to the ground. He did not get up, splayed out, nose broken, out cold. Painter shook his hand, wincing. Josh gaped, then grinned. "Oh man, I've been wanting to do that for a solid week." Before more could be said, a sandy-haired man stepped out of the red communication tent. He wore a military uniform, a United States military uniform. He stepped to their group, his eyes settling on Painter. "Director Crow?" the man asked in a Georgian drawl, his arm out. Painter accepted the handshake, grimacing at the pressure on his bruised knuckles. "Logan Gregory sends his best wishes, sir." The man nodded to the blasted ruins smoking on the slope. "Better late than never," Painter said. "We have him on the horn for you, if you'll follow me." Painter accompanied the Air Force officer, Major Brooks, into the communication tent. Lisa tried to follow with Anna and Gunther. Major Brooks held up an arm, blocking them. "I'll be right back," Painter assured them. "Hold fast." Ducking, he entered the tent. Inside stood an array of equipment. A communication officer stepped back from a satellite telecommunication station. Painter took his place, picking up the receiver. "Logan?" The voice came through clear. "Director Crow, it's wonderful to hear you're okay. I think I have you to thank for that. We got your SOS." Painter nodded. So his message had gotten out, sent by burst transmission from his jury-rigged amplifier back at the castle. Luckily, the GPS signal had broadcast before the overloaded amplifier had exploded. Apparently, it had been enough to track. It took some fast footwork to get surveillance up and coordinate with the Royal Nepalese military, Logan explained. Still, it was close, too close. Logan must have been monitoring the entire situation via satellite, possibly from the time they'd fled the castle. But details could wait. Painter had more important concerns. "Logan, before I fully debrief, I need you to get started on a search. I'm going to fax you a symbol, a tattoo." Painter mimed writing on a pad to Major Brooks. Supplies were brought to him. He quickly drew the symbol he had seen on the assassin's hand. It was all they had to go on. "Get started immediately," Painter continued. "See if you can find out if any terrorist organization, political party, drug cartel, even Boy Scout troop might be associated with this symbol. I'll get right on it." Finishing a rough approximation of the cloverleaf tattoo, Painter passed it to the communication officer, who stepped to a fax machine and fed the sheet into it.
While the transmission was sent, Painter gave a thumbnail version of what happened. He was grateful Logan didn't interrupt with too many questions. "Did the fax arrive there yet?" Painter asked after a few minutes. "Just in my hands now. Perfect. The search, give it top priority." A long pause followed. Dead air. Painter thought maybe they'd lost their signal. Then Logan spoke, tentative, confused. "Sir, what is it? I know this symbol. Grayson Pierce sent it to me 8 hours ago." "What?" Logan explained about the events in Copenhagen. Painter struggled to wrap his mind around it. With the adrenaline from the chase dissipating, the pounding in his head confounded his attention and focus. He fought against it, putting pieces together. The same assassins were after Gray, Sonic born under a foreign bail. But what were they doing in Europe? What was so important about a bunch of books? Gray was currently off in Germany investigating the trail further, seeing what he might uncover. Painter closed his eyes. It only made his headache worse. The attacks in Europe only further confirmed his fear that something global was afoot. Something major was stirring, about to come to fruition. But what? There was only one place to start, a single clue.
The symbol has to be significant. We must find out who it belongs to. Logan spoke crisply. I may have that answer. What? Already? I've had 8 hours, sir. Right, of course. Painter shook his head. He glanced down to the pen in his hand, then noted something odd. He turned his hand. The nail on his 4th finger was gone, ripped away, possibly when he punched the jerk a moment ago. There was no blood, just pale, dry flesh, numb and cold. Painter understood the significance. Time was running out. Logan explained what he had learned. Painter interrupted him. Have you passed this intel to Gray? Not yet, sir. We're having trouble reaching him at the moment. Painter frowned, dismissing his own health concerns. Get word to him, he said firmly, however you can. Gray has no idea what he's up against. 9:50 a.m., Wellsburg, Germany. Light flared in the crypt as Monk clicked on a flashlight. Gray found his own flashlight and pulled it free of his pack. He turned it on, pointing it up. Tiny vents ran along the edges of the dome. A greenish gas poured forth, heavier than air, spilling in smoky waterfalls from all the vents. They were too high and too many to plug. Fiona drifted closer to him. Ryan stood on the other side of the whale, arms clutched around himself, disbelieving his eyes. Movement drew Gray's attention back to Monk. He had pulled out his 9mm Glock and aimed it at the glass door. No, Gray called out. Too late. Monk fired. The pistol blast echoed, accompanied by a sharp ping as the bullet ricocheted off the glass and struck one of the steel vents with a fiery spark. At least the gas didn't appear to be flammable. The spark could have killed them all. Monk seemed to realize the same. Bulletproof, he said sourly. The curator affirmed this. We had to install extra security. Too many neo-Nazis trying to break in. The reflection of their lights off the glass hid his position. Bastard, Monk mumbled. The gas began to fill the lower spaces. It smelled sweetly musty but tasted acrid, not cyanide and yeast. That had a bitter almond scent. Keep standing, Gray said, heads high. Get in the center of the room, away from the vents. They gathered around the ceremonial pit. Fiona's hand found his. She clasped it tightly. She lifted her other hand. I nicked his wallet, if that makes any difference. Monk saw what she held. Great. You couldn't steal his keys? Ryan called out in German. Mein father knows we're up here. He'll call the Polizei. Gray had to give the young man credit. He was trying his best. A new voice responded, faceless behind the reflective glass. I am afraid your father will not be calling anyone ever again. The words were not spoken in threat, merely a statement. Ryan fell back a step, as if physically struck. His eyes flicked to Gray, then back to the door. Gray recognized the voice, as did Fiona. Her fingers had clenched hard in his grip. It was the tattooed buyer from the auction house. There will be none of your tricks this time, the man said. No escape. Gray's head began to feel woozy. His body grew lighter, growing weightless. He shook his head to clear the cobwebs. The man was correct. There would be no escape. But that didn't mean they were defenseless. Knowledge was power. Gray turned to Monk. Get your lighter out of your pack, he ordered. As Monk obeyed, Gray dropped his own backpack and yanked out his notebook. He threw it into the pit. Monk, toss in Ryan's copies. Gray held out his hand. Fiona, the Bible, please. They both obeyed. Light the pit, Gray said. Monk flipped his lighter and ignited one of Ryan's recently copied sheets. He dropped it into the pit. In seconds, a smattering of flame and smoke rose, consuming all. The rising smoke even seemed to drive back the poison momentarily, or so Gray hoped. His head swam drunkenly. Beyond the doors, voices murmured, too low to make out. Gray held up the Darwin Bible. Only we know what secret is hidden in this Bible, he called out. The white-blonde assassin, still faceless behind the glass, answered, vaguely amused. Dr. Olmstrom discerned all we needed to know, the Mensch rune. The Bible is worthless to us now. Is it? Gray held the book up, shining his light on it. We only showed Olmstrom what Hugo Hirschfeld wrote on the back pasteboard of the Bible, but not what was scrawled on the front. A moment of silence, then voices again, drew back into furtive murmurs. Gray thought he heard a woman's voice, perhaps the blond man's pale twin.
A clear 9 arose in Olmstrom's voice, defensive. Fiona stumbled next to him, her knees giving way. Monk caught her, holding her head above the rising pool of poisonous gas. But even he wobbled on his feet. Gray could wait no longer. He clicked off his flashlight for dramatic effect and dropped the Bible into the fire pit. He was still Roman Catholic enough to feel a twinge of misgiving, burning a Bible. The old pages took to flame immediately, flaring up to their knees. A fresh curl of smoke plumed upward. Gray took a deep breath, putting as much conviction as possible in his voice, needing to sell it. If we die, so does the secret of the Darwin Bible. He waited, praying his ruse would work. 1, 2. The gas rose under them. Each breath gagged now. Ryan suddenly collapsed as if someone had cut the strings holding him up. Monk reached for his arm, but went down on a knee, burdened by Fiona. He never rose again. He slumped, cradling Fiona with him. Gray stared toward the black door. Monk's flashlight rolled from his limp fingers, spinning. Was anyone even out there? Had anyone believed him? He would never know. As the world drowned from sight, Gray fell back into darkness. 5:50 p.m. Hlu Way Omphalosi Preserve. Thousands of miles away, another man woke. The world returned in a miasma of pain and color. His eyes flickered open to something fluttering over his face, the wings of a bird. His ears filled with a chanting. He wakes, another said in Zulu. Kamisi, this time a woman's voice. It took a moment for the waking man to reconnect the name to himself. It fit uneasily. A groan reached his ears, in his own voice. Help him sit up, the woman said. She also spoke Zulu, but her accent was British, familiar. Kamisi felt himself tugged up into a weak slouch, propped by pillows. His sight stabilized. The room, a mud brick hut, was dark, but painful lances of light pierced around shaded windows and the edges of a rug shielding the hut's door. The roof was decorated with colorful gourds, twists of hides, and strings of feathers. The odor of the room cloyed with strange scents. Something was snapped under his nose. It reeked of ammonia and shoved his head back. He flailed out a bit. He saw his right arm trailed an IV line attached to a hanging bag of yellowish fluid.
His arms were caught. On one side, the bare-chested shaman wearing a crown of feathers held his shoulder steady. He had been the one chanting and waving a desiccated vulture wing over his face to ward away death's scavengers. On the other, Dr. Paula Kane held his arm, placing it back down on the blanket. He was naked beneath it. Sweat had soaked the cloth to his skin. "What?" his voice croaked. "Water," Paula ordered. The third person in the room obeyed, a crooked-backed elder of the Zulu. He passed a dented canteen. "Can you hold it?" Paula asked. Kamisi nodded, strength feebly returning. He took the canteen and sipped the tepid water, loosening his pasty tongue and his memories. The elder who brought the canteen, he had been in Kamisi's house. His heart suddenly beat faster. His other hand, trailing the IV line, rose to his neck. A bandage lay there. He remembered it all. The fanged dart, the black mamba, the staged snake attack. What happened? The old man filled in the blank spaces. Kamisi recognized him as the elder who had first reported seeing an ukafa in the park 5 months ago. Back then, his claims had been dismissed, even by Kamisi. "I heard what happened to Mrs. Doctor." He nodded to Paula in sympathy and sorrow. "And I heard what you say you saw. People talk. I come by your home to speak to you, but you're not home, so I wait. Others come, so I hide. They chop a snake, mamba, bad magic. I stay hiding." Kamisi closed his eyes, remembering. He had then come home, been darted, left for dead. But his attackers hadn't known about the man hiding in the back. "I come out," the elder continued. "I call others. In secret, we take you away." Paula Kane finished the story. "We brought you here," she said. "The poison almost killed you, but medicine, both modern and ancient, saved you. It was a close call." Kamisi glanced from the IV bottle to the shaman. "Thank you." "Do you feel strong enough to walk?" Paula asked. "You should get your limbs moving. The poison hits the circulatory system like a load of bricks."
Assisted by the shaman, Kamisi stood up, modestly keeping his soaked blanket around his waist. He was walked to the door. While taking his first steps, he felt as weak as a babe, but a frail strength quickly suffused his limbs. The rug over the door was pulled back. Light and the day's heat flowed inside, blinding and blistering. Mid-afternoon, he guessed. The sun sank in the west. Shielding his eyes, he stepped out. He recognized the tiny Zulu village. It stood at the edge of the Hlulua Umfolozi Reserve, not far from where they'd found the rhino, where Dr. Fairfield had been attacked. Kamisi glanced at Paula Kane. She stood with her arms crossed, her face exhausted. It was the head warden, Kamisi said. He had no doubts. He wanted to silence me. About how Marcia died. What you saw. He nodded. What did you? Her words were cut off as a twin-engine helicopter sped past overhead, low and loud. Rotor wash thrashed bushes and tree limbs. Rugs flapped from doorways, as if trying to wave away the interloper. The heavy aircraft raced away, passing low over the savannah. Kamisi watched it. It was no tourist junket. Beside him, Paula had raised a pair of Bushnell binoculars, following the aircraft. It drifted farther away, then settled for a landing. Kamisi stepped out farther to watch. Paula passed him the binoculars. There'd been flights in and out of there all day. Kamisi lifted the glasses. The world magnified and zoomed. He saw the twin engine drop behind a barrier of 10-foot-high black fencing. It marked the boundary of the Wallenberg private estate. The helicopter vanished behind it. Something has them all stirred up, Paula said. The tiny hairs on the back of Kamisi's neck quivered. He twisted the focus, fixing more sharply on the fencing. The old main gates, rarely used, stood closed. He recognized the old family crest, done in silver filigree across the gates, the Wallenberg crown and cross. Demon in the machine, 12:33 a.m., airborne over the Indian Ocean. Captain Bryant and I will do our best to investigate the Wallenbergs here in Washington, Logan Gregory said over the phone. Painter wore an earpiece that dangled a microphone. He needed his hands free as he sifted through the mountain of paperwork that Logan had faxed to their staging area in Kathmandu. It contained everything about the Wallenbergs, family history, financial reports, international ties, even gossip and innuendo. On top of the pile rested a grainy photograph, a man and a woman climbing out of a limousine. Gray Pierce had taken the picture from a hotel suite across the street prior to the start of an auction. The digital surveillance had confirmed Logan's assessment. The tattoo was tied to the Wallenberg clan. The two in the photo were Isaac and Ishke Wallenberg, twins, the youngest heirs to the family fortune, a fortune that rivaled most countries' gross national product. But more importantly, Painter recognized the wan complexions and white hair. The pair were more than heirs. They were Sonikonige. Like Gunter, like the assassin back at the mountain castle. Painter glanced to the front of the Gulfstream's cabin. Gunter slept, sprawled across a sofa, legs dangling over the end. His sister, Anna, sat in a nearby chair, facing a pile of research as daunting as Painter's. The two were guarded over by Major Brooks and a pair of armed U.S. Rangers. Roles were now reversed. The captors had become the prisoners. But despite the shift in power, nothing had really changed between them. Anna needed Painter's connections and logistical support. Painter needed Anna's knowledge of the bell and the science behind it. As Anna had stated earlier, once this is over, then we'll settle matters of legality and responsibility. Logan cut into his reverie. Kat and I have an appointment set for the morning with the South African Embassy. We'll see if they can't help shed some light on this reclusive family. And reclusive was putting it mildly. The Wallenbergs were the Kennedys of South Africa. Rich, ruthless, with their own estate the size of Rhode Island outside of Johannesburg. Though the family owned vast tracts elsewhere, the Wallenberg family seldom strayed far from their main estate. Painter picked up the grainy digital photo. A family of Sonikonige. As time ran short, there could be only one place a second bell could be hidden. Somewhere on that estate. A British operative will meet you when you touch down in Johannesburg. MI5 has had their eye on the Wallenbergs for years, tracking unusual transactions, but they've been unable to penetrate their wall of privacy and secrecy. Not surprising, since the Wallenbergs practically own the country, Painter thought. They'll offer ground support and local expertise, Logan finished. I'll have more details by the time you touch down in 3 hours. Very good. Painter stared at the picture. And what about Gray and Monk? They've dropped off the map. We found their car parked at the airport in Frankfurt. Frankfurt? That made no sense. The city was a major international airline hub, but Gray already had access to a government jet faster than any commercial airline. And no word at all? No, sir. We're listening on all channels. The news was definitely disconcerting. Rubbing at a needle and headache that even codeine couldn't touch, Painter concentrated on the drone of the plane as it sailed through the dark skies. What had happened to Gray? The options were few. He'd gone into hiding, been captured, or killed. Where was he? Turn over every stone, Logan. It's underway. Hopefully by the time you reach Johannesburg, I'll have more news on that matter too. Do you ever sleep, Logan? There's a Starbucks on the corner, sir. Make that every corner. A tired amusement flavored his words. But what about you, sir? He had taken a power nap back in Kathmandu while all the preparations had been made and fires put out, literally and politically, in Nepal. They had been delayed too long in Kathmandu.
I'm holding up fine, Logan. No worries. Right. As Painter signed off, his thumb rubbed absently over the pale, pebbly flesh that was the nail bed to his fourth finger. All his other fingers tingled, and now his toes. Logan had attempted to convince him to fly back to Washington, have tests run at Johns Hopkins, but Painter had trusted that Anna's group was well ahead of the curve on this particular illness. Damaged at the quantum level, no conventional treatment would help. To slow down the disease, they needed another functioning bell. According to Anna, periodic treatment with the bell's radiation under controlled situations could buy them years instead of days. And maybe down the line, even a complete cure, Anna concluded hopefully. But first, they needed another bell, and more information. A voice behind his shoulder startled him. "I think we should talk to Anna," Lisa said, as if reading his mind. Painter turned. He thought Lisa had been asleep in back. She had cleaned up, showered, and now leaned against his seat back, dressed in khaki slacks and a cream-colored blouse. Her eyes searched his face, clinical, judging. "You look like crap," she said. "Such a good bedside manner," he said, standing and stretching. The plane tilted and darkened. Lisa grabbed his elbow, steadying him. The world brightened and stabilized. It hadn't been the plane, just his head. "Promise me you'll get some more sleep before we land," she said, squeezing his elbow in a demanding pinch. "If there's time—" Ow! She had a grip like iron. "Okay, I promise," he relented. Her grip relaxed. She nodded to Anna. The woman was hunched over a stack of invoices, going over bills of lading for the Wallenberg estate. She was looking for any telltale signs that the Wallenbergs had been bringing in supplies consistent with the operation of a functioning bell. "I want to know more about how that bell works," Lisa said, "the fundamental theories behind it. If the disease causes quantum damage, we must understand how and why. She and Gunther are the only survivors from Greenwich loss. I doubt Gunther has been instructed on the finer points of the bell's theories." Painter nodded. More guard dog than scientist. As if confirming this, a loud snore rumbled from the man. "All the remaining knowledge of the bell is in Anna's head. If her mind should go, they'd lose it all. We need to secure the information before that happens," Painter agreed. Lisa's eyes met his. She did not hide her thoughts. They were plain on her face. He remembered her climbing on board the plane in Kathmandu. Exhausted, frayed to a ragged edge, she had not hesitated to come along. She understood. Like now. It wasn't just Anna's mind and memory that were at risk. Painter was also in danger. Only one person had been following this trail from the beginning. One person with the medical and scientific mind to follow it all. A mind free of impending dementia. Back at the castle, Lisa and Anna had shared long conversations alone. Also on her own, Lisa had explored the depths of Anna's research library. Who knew what tiny fact might prove to be the critical one, the difference between success and failure? Lisa had understood.
It had taken no discussion in Kathmandu. She had simply climbed on board. Lisa's hand slipped from his elbow and slid to his hand. She gave his fingers a squeeze and nodded to Anna. "Let's go pick her brain." "To understand how the bell works," Anna explained, "you must first understand quantum theory." Lisa studied the German woman. Her pupils were dilated from the codeine. She was taking too much. Anna's fingers shook with fine tremors. She clutched her reading glasses in both hands as if they were an anchor. They had retreated to the back of the jet. Gunther still slept under guard in the front. "I don't think we have time for the full PhD program," Painter said. "Naturally. Only 3 principles need to be understood." Anna let go of her glasses long enough to hold up one finger. "First, we must understand that once matter is broken down to the subatomic level, the world of electrons, protons, and neutrons, then the classical laws of the universe begin to erode. Max Planck discovered that electrons, protons, and neutrons act as both particles and waves. Which seems strange and contradictory. Particles have distinct orbits and paths, while waves are more diffuse, less distinct, lacking any specific coordinates. "And these subatomic particles act like both?" Lisa asked. "They have the potential to be either a wave or a particle," Anna said. Which brings us to our next point, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Lisa was already familiar with it and had read further about it back in Anna's laboratory. "Heisenberg basically states that nothing is certain until it is observed," she said. "But I don't understand what that has to do with electrons, protons, and neutrons." "The best example of Heisenberg's principle is Schrödinger's cat," Anna responded. "Put a cat in a sealed box hooked to a device that may or may not poison the cat at any moment. Purely random odds, dead or alive. Heisenberg tells us that in that situation, with the box closed, that the cat is potentially both dead and alive. Only once someone opens the box and looks inside does reality choose one state or the other, dead or alive." "Sounds more philosophical than scientific," Lisa said. "Perhaps when you're talking about a cat. But it has been proven true at the subatomic level." "Proven? How?" Painter asked. He had sat quietly up until now, letting Lisa direct the questioning. She sensed he knew much of this already, but wanted Lisa to get all the information she needed. "In the classic double-slit test," Anna said. Which brings us to point number 3. She picked up 2 pieces of paper and drew 2 slits on one and held them up on end, one behind the other. "What I'm about to tell you is going to seem strange and against common sense. Suppose this piece of paper were a concrete wall and the slits were 2 windows. If you took a gun and sprayed bullets at both slits, you'd get a certain pattern on the wall on the far side. Like this." She took the second piece of paper and punched dots on it. "Call this diffraction pattern A, the way bullets or particles would pass through these slits." Lisa nodded. "Okay. Next, instead of bullets, let's shine a big spotlight on the wall, with light passing through both slits. Because light travels in waves, we would get a different pattern on the far wall." She shaded a pattern of light and dark bands across a new piece of paper. "This patterning is caused by the light waves passing through the right and left windows interfering with each other. So, let's call this interference pattern B, what is caused by waves." "Got it," Lisa said, not sure where this was going. Anna held up the 2 patterns. "Now, take an electron gun and shoot a single line of electrons at the double slits. What pattern would you get? Since you're shooting electrons like bullets, I'd guess diffraction pattern A." Lisa pointed to the first picture. "Actually, in laboratory tests, you get the second, interference pattern B." Lisa thought about this, the wave pattern. So then the electrons must be shooting out of the gun, not like bullets, but like light out of a flashlight, traveling in waves and creating pattern B. Correct. So electrons move like waves. Yes, but only when no one actually witnesses the electrons passing through the slits. I don't understand. In another experiment, scientists placed a little clicker at one of the slits. It beeped whenever it sensed an electron passing through the slit, measuring or observing the passage of an electron past the detector. What was the pattern on the other side when the device was turned on? It shouldn't change, should it? In the larger world, you're correct. but not at the subatomic world. Once the device was switched on, it immediately changed into diffraction pattern A. So the simple act of measuring changed the pattern, just as Heisenberg predicted. Though it may seem impossible, it's true.
Verified over and over again, electrons exist in a constant state of both wave and particle until something measures the electron. That very act of measuring the electron forces it to collapse into one reality or the other. Lisa tried to picture a subatomic world where everything was held in a constant state of potential. It made no sense. If subatomic particles make up atoms, Lisa asked, and atoms make up the world we know, touch, and feel, where is the line between the phantom world of quantum mechanics and our world of real objects? Again, the only way to collapse potential is to have something measure it. Such measuring tools are constantly present in the environment. It can be one particle bumping into another, a photon of light hitting something. Constantly, the environment is measuring the subatomic world, collapsing potential into hard reality. Look at your hands, for example. At the quantum level, the subatomic particles that make up your atoms operate according to fuzzy quantum rules, but expand outward into the world of billions of atoms that make up your fingernail. Those atoms are bumping, jostling, and interacting, measuring one another, forcing potential into one fixed reality. Okay, Anna must have heard the skepticism in her voice. I know it's bizarre, but I've barely scratched the surface of the fuzzy world of quantum theory. I'm skipping over such concepts as non-locality, time tunneling, and multiple universes. Painter nodded. Gets pretty weird out there. But all you need to understand are those 3 points, Anna said, ticking them off on her fingers. Subatomic particles exist in a quantum state of potential. It takes a measuring tool to collapse that potential. And it is the environment that constantly performs those measurements to fix our reality. Lisa lifted her hand, acquiescing for the moment. But what does that have to do with the bell? Back at the library, you mentioned something called quantum evolution. Exactly, Anna said. What is DNA? Nothing but a protein machine, John, producing all the basic building blocks of cells, of bodies, at its simplest. Then go even simpler. Is DNA not merely genetic codes locked in chemical bonds? And what breaks these bonds, turning genes on and off? Lisa switched back to basic chemistry, the movement of electrons and protons. And these subatomic particles obey which rules, the classical or the quantum? The quantum. So if a proton could be in 2 places, A or B, turning a gene on or off, which place would it be found? Lisa squinted. If it has the potential to be in both places, then it is in both places. The gene is both on and off, until something measures it. And what measures it? The environment. And the environment of a gene is? Lisa's eyes slowly widened. The DNA molecule itself. A nod and a smile. At its most fundamental level, the living cell acts as its own quantum measuring device. And it is this constant cellular measurement that is the true engine of evolution. It explains how mutations are not random, why evolution occurs at a pace faster than attributable by random chance. Wait, Lisa said, you'll have to back that one up. Consider an example then. Remember those bacteria that could not digest lactose? How, when they were starved, offered only lactose, they mutated at a miraculous pace to develop an enzyme that could digest lactose, against astronomical odds. Anna lifted an eyebrow. Can you explain it now, using the 3 quantum principles? Especially if I tell you that the beneficial mutation required only a single proton to move from one place to another. Lisa was willing to try. Okay, if the proton could be in both places, then quantum theory says the proton was in both places. So the gene was both mutated and not mutated, held in the potential between both. Anna nodded. Go on. Then the cell, acting as a quantum measuring tool, would force the DNA to collapse on one side of the fence or the other, to mutate or not to mutate. And because the cell is living and influenced by its environment,
It tilted the scale, defying randomness to produce the beneficial mutation, what scientists now call adaptive mutation. The environment influenced the cell influenced the DNA, and the mutation occurred that benefited the cell, all driven by the mechanics of the quantum world. Lisa began to conceive an inkling of where this was heading. Anna had used the term intelligent design in their previous discussion. The woman had even answered the question of who she thought was behind that intelligence. Us. Lisa now understood. It is our own cells that are directing evolution, responding to the environment and collapsing potential in DNA to better fit that environment. Darwinian natural selection then kicked in to preserve these modifications. But even more importantly, Anna said, her voice beginning to catch and rasp a bit, quantum mechanics explains how life's first spark started. Remember the improbability of that first replicating protein forming out of the primordial soup? In the quantum world, randomness is taken out of the equation. The first replicating protein formed because it was order out of chaos. Its ability to measure and collapse quantum potential superseded the randomness of merely bumping and jostling that had been going on in the primordial soup. Life started because it was a better quantum measuring tool. And God had nothing to do with it? Lisa said, repeating a question Anna had first asked her what seemed like decades ago. Anna lifted a palm to her forehead, fingers shaking. Her eyes tweaked. She stared out the window with a pained expression. Her voice was almost too soft to hear. I didn't say that either. You're looking at it the wrong way, in the wrong direction. Lisa let that drop. She recognized that Anna was growing too exhausted to continue. They all needed more sleep. But there was one question that had to be asked. The bell? Lisa asked. What does it do? Anna lowered her hand and stared first at Painter, then at Lisa. The bell is the ultimate quantum measuring device. Lisa held her breath, considering what Anna was saying. Something fiery shone through Anna's exhaustion. It was difficult to read. Pride, justification, faith, but also a fair amount of fear. The bell's field, if it could be mastered, holds the ability not only to evolve DNA to its more perfect form, but also to take mankind with it. And what about us? Painter said, stirring. From his expression, he was plainly unmoved by her ardor. You and me. How is what is happening to us perfection? The fire died in her eyes, quenched by exhaustion and defeat. Because as much as the bell holds the potential to evolve, the reverse also lurks within its quantum waves. The reverse? The disease that's inflicted our cells. Anna glanced away. It's not just degeneration. It's de-evolution. Painter stared at her, stunned. Her words dropped to a hoarse whisper. Our bodies are heading back to the primordial ooze from which we came. 5:05 a.m., South Africa. The monkeys woke him. Monkeys? The strangeness shocked him, snapping him from a groggy somnolence to an instant alertness. Gray shoved up. Memory crackled up next as he tried to comprehend his surroundings. He was alive. In a cell. He remembered the flow of gas, the Wevelsburg Museum, the lie. He had burned the Darwin Bible, claiming it contained a secret only his group knew about. He had hoped caution would outweigh revenge. Apparently it had. He was alive. But where were the others? Monk, Fiona, and Ryan. Gray searched his cell. It was utilitarian. A cot, a toilet, an open shower stall. No windows. The door was inch-thick bars. It opened into a hallway lit by overhead fluorescent lighting. Gray took a moment to inspect himself. Someone had stripped him naked, but a neat pile of clothes had been folded atop a chair bolted to the foot of the bed. He tossed aside the blanket and stood up. The world tilted, but a few breaths steadied it. An edge of nausea continued. His lungs felt coarse and heavy.
The after effects of the poisoning, Gray also noted a deep ache in his thigh. He fingered a fist-sized bruise on his flank. He felt some scab needle pricks. There was also a Band-Aid stuck to the back of his left hand. From an IV, apparently someone had treated him, saving his life. Distantly, he heard another spat of howls and screamed calls. Wild monkeys. It wasn't a caged sound. More like the natural world awakening. But what world? The air smelled drier, warmer, scented muskier. He was in a much more temperate climate, maybe somewhere in Africa. How long had he been out? They had left him no wristwatch to check the time of day, let alone which day it was. But he sensed no more than a day had passed. The thickening of stubble on his chin belied any long nap. He stepped to the doorway and reached for the piled clothes. His motion drew someone's attention. Directly across the hall, Monk stepped to the barred door on the far cell. Gray felt a surge of relief at finding his partner alive. "Thank God," he whispered. "You okay?" Groggy, wearing off, though. Monk was already dressed, wearing the same white jumpsuit that had been left for him. Gray climbed into his. Monk lifted up his left arm, baring his stumped wrist and the titanium biocontact implants that normally linked Monk's prosthesis to his arm. Bastards, even took my very hand. Monk's missing prosthesis was the least of their worries. In fact, it might be to their advantage. But first things first, Fiona and Ryan? No clue. They may be in another cell here or somewhere else entirely. Or dead, Gray added silently. "What now, boss?" Monk asked. "Not much choice. We wait for our captors to make the first move. They want the information we have. We'll see what we can buy with that knowledge." Monk nodded. He knew Bray had been bluffing back at the castle, but the ruse had to be maintained. The cell block was likely under surveillance. Proving this, a door clanged open at the end of the hall. Many footsteps approached. A group. They came into view. A troop of guards dressed in green and black camouflage uniforms, led by the tall, pale blind man, the buyer from the auction. He was dapperly fashioned as usual, in black twill pants and pressed linen shirt, with white leather loafers and a white cashmere cardigan. He looked like he was dressed for a garden party. 10 guards accompanied him. They split into 2 groups, crossing to each cell. Gray and Monk were marched out, barefoot, with their arms secured in plastic ties behind their backs. The leader stepped in front of them. His blue eyes were ice upon Gray. "Good morning," he said stiffly and a bit staged, as if he were sensitive to the cameras in the halls, knew he was being watched. "My grandfather requests an audience with you." Despite the civility, a black anger etched each word, an unspoken promise of pain. The man had been denied his kill before and now merely bided his time. Still, what was the real source of his fury? His brother's death, or the fact that Gray had outfoxed him at the castle? Either way, behind all the cultured dress and mannerisms lurked something feral. "This way," he said and turned away. He again led the group down the hall, Gray and Monk in tow. As they proceeded, Gray searched the cells to either side. Empty. No sign of Fiona or Ryan. Were they still alive? The hall ended at 3 steps that led up to a massive steel exterior door. It stood open, guarded. Gray stepped out of the sterile cell block and into a dark and verdant wonderland. A jungle canopy climbed high all around, trailing thorny vines and flowering orchids. The dense leafy foliage hid the sky. Still, Gray knew it must be very early in the morning, well before sunrise. Ahead, black Victorian-era iron lampposts marked paths that trailed off into a wild jungle. Birds twittered and squawked. Insects droned. Farther up in the canopy, a single hidden monkey announced them with a staccato, coughing call. His outburst woke a flame-feathered bird and set it to wing through the lower branches. "Africa," Monk mumbled under his breath. "Sub-Saharan at least, maybe equatorial." Gray agreed. He estimated that it must be the morning of the next day. He'd lost 18 to 20 hours. That could put them anywhere in Africa. But where? The guards escorted them along a gravel pathway. Gray heard the soft, measured step of something large pushing through the undergrowth a few yards off the trail. But even so close, its shape could not be discerned. The forest offered plenty of cover if they could make a run for it. But the chance never arose. The path ended after only 50 yards. A few more steps, and the jungle fell away around them. The forest opened into a stretch of manicured and lamplit greensward.
a garden of dancing waters and flowing springs. Ponds and creeks trickled. Waterfalls burbled. A long-horned antelope lifted its head at their appearance, froze for a heartbeat, then took flight, bounding away into the forest cover. The sky, clear above, twinkled with stars, but to the east a pale rosy glow hinted at the approach of morning, maybe an hour off. Closer at hand, another sight drew Gray's eye and fully captured his attention. Across the gardens rose a 6-story mansion of stacked fieldstone and exposed exotic woods. It reminded him of the Awawani Lodge in Yosemite, but this was much more massive, Wagnerian in scope. A woodland Versailles. It had to cover 10 acres, rising in gables and tiers, balconies and balustrades. To the left, a glass-enclosed conservation portruade, lit from within, blazing in the pre-dawn darkness like a rising sun. The wealth here was staggering. They headed toward the manor house across a stone path that split the water garden and arched over a few of the ponds and creeks. A 2-meter-long snake slithered across one of the stone bridges. It was not identifiable until it reared up and fanned open its hood. King Cobra. The snake guarded the bridge until the white blind man broke off a long reed from a creek bed and shooed it away like an unruly cat. The snake hissed, fangs bared, but it backed down and sashayed off the planks and slid into the dark waters. They continued on, unfazed. Gray's neck slowly craned as they approached the manor house. He spotted another eccentricity about the construction. Spreading outward from the upper stories were forest-top pathways, wood-slatted suspended bridges, allowing household guests to step out of the upper story levels and into the very jungle canopy itself. These paths were also strung with lamps. They cast a constellation through the dark jungle. Gray turned in a circle as he walked. They glowed all around. "Heads up," Monk mumbled, nodding to the left. Up on the canopy trail, a guard marched slowly into view, limbed against one of the lamps, rifle on his shoulder. Gray glanced to Monk. Where there was one, there must be more. An entire army could be hidden up in the canopy. Escape seemed less and less likely. At last they reached a set of steps that led up to a wide porch of polished zebra wood. A woman waited, a twin to their escort and as nattily attired. The man stepped forward and kissed each of her cheeks. He spoke to her in Dutch. While not fluent with the language, Gray was familiar enough to catch the gist. "Are the others prepared, Ishka?" he asked. "We just wait word from Grootvader." She nodded to the illuminated conservation at the far end of the porch. "Then the hunt can begin." Gray struggled for any clue to their meaning, but he was too much in the dark. With a heavy sigh, the blond man turned back to them, fingering a stray lock of hair back in place. "My grandfather will see you in the solarium," their guide said, biting off each word. He headed down the length of the porch toward it. "You will speak to him civilly and with respect, or I will personally see you suffer for every word of disrespect." "Isak," the woman called to him. He stopped and turned. "Ja, Ishka?" She spoke in Dutch again.
"The jongen and het meisje? Should we bring them out now?" A nod answered her, followed by a final order in Dutch. As Gray translated this last bit, he had to be tugged to move. He glanced over a shoulder at the woman. She vanished inside the house. The jongen and het meisje. The boy and the girl. It had to Ryan and Fiona. The two were still alive. Gray took some consolation in the revelation, but Isak's last words chilled and terrified him. "Bloody them up first." 5:18 a.m., airborne over Africa. Painter sat with a pen in hand. The only noise in the plane was the occasional snore from Gunther. The man seemed oblivious to the danger into which they were flying. Then again, Gunther did not have the same time constraints as Anna and Painter. Though all three were headed toward the same place, Anna and Painter were in the fast lane. Unable to sleep, Painter had used the time to review the history of the Wallenberg clan, gaining as much intel on the family as possible. To know your enemy. The Wallenbergs had first reached Africa by way of Algiers in 1617. They proudly traced their family history back to the infamous Barbary pirates along the North African coast.
The first Wallenberg was a quartermaster for the famous pirate Slyman Reis de Feinboer, who operated an entire Dutch fleet of corsairs and galleys out of Algiers. Eventually, rich upon spoils from the slave trade, the Wallenbergs had moved south, settling into the large Dutch colony at the Cape of Good Hope. But their piracy didn't end there. It just went aground. They gained a powerful stranglehold on the immigrant Dutch population, so that when gold was discovered in the lands they settled, the Wallenbergs profited the most. And the gold found was not a small amount. The Witwatersrand Reef, a low mountain range near Johannesburg, was the source of 40% of all the world's gold. Though not as ostentatious as the famous diamond mines of the De Beerses, the gold of the reef was still one of the world's most valuable storehouses of wealth. It was upon such wealth that the family set up a dynasty that transcended the First and Second Boer Wars and all the political machinations that became South Africa today. They were one of the richest families on the planet, though for the past generations, the Wallenbergs had grown ever more reclusive, especially under the auspices of their current patriarch, Sir Baldric Wallenberg. And as they disappeared from the public's eye, rumors grew around the family of atrocities, perversions, drug addictions, inbreeding. Yet still the Wallenbergs grew richer, with stakes in diamonds, oil, petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals. They put the multi in multinational. Could this family truly be behind the events at Granite Schloss? They were certainly powerful enough and had ample resources. And the tattoo painter had found on the blonde assassin definitely bore a resemblance to the cross of the Wallenberg crest. And then there were the twins, Isak and Ishke Wallenberg. What was their purpose in Europe? So many unanswered questions. Painter flipped a page and tapped his pen on the Wallenberg crest. Something about the symbol. As with the history of the Wallenbergs, Logan had forwarded information about the symbol. It traced back to the Celts, another Nordic tribe. Emblematic of the sun, the symbol was often found emblazoned on Celtic shields, earning it the name of shield knot. Painter's hand paused. Shield knot. Words filled his head, spoken by Klaus as he died. A curse cast at them. You will all die, strangled when the knot tightens. Painter had thought Klaus had been making a reference to a tightening noose. But what if he had been referring instead to the symbol? When the knot tightens. Painter turned over a fact sheet. He sketched while staring at the Wallenberg crest. He drew the symbol as if someone had cinched the knot more tightly, drawing the loops together, like tying a shoelace. "What are you doing?" Lisa materialized at his shoulder. Startled again, he scooted his pen across the paper, almost tearing it. "Good God, woman, will you please stop sneaking up on me like that?" Yawning, she settled on the arm of his chair, perching there. She patted him on the shoulder. Such a delicate disposition. Her hand remained there as she leaned closer. "Really, what were you drawing?" Painter suddenly was too conscious of her right breast next to his cheek. He cleared his throat and returned to his sketch. "Just playing with the symbol we found on the assassin. Another of my operatives saw it on a pair of Sonnekonig in Europe, twin grandchildren of Sir Baldric Wallenberg. It must be important. Perhaps a clue we've overlooked. Or maybe the old bastard just likes branding his offspring, like cattle. They're certainly breeding them as such." Painter nodded. Then there was something Klaus said, something about tightening a knot, like an unspoken secret. He finished the sketch with a few more careful strokes, cinching it down. He put one beside the other, the original and the tightened. Painter studied both drawings and realized the implication. Lisa must have noted the slight intake in his breath. "What?" she asked, leaning even closer. He pointed his pen at the second sketch. No wonder Klaus was swayed to their side, and possibly why the Wallenbergs had become so reclusive these past few generations. "I don't understand. We're not dealing with a new enemy here. We're dealing with the same one." Painter shaded the center of the cinched-down shield knot, revealing its secret heart. Lisa gasped. A swastika. Painter glanced to the slumbering giant and his sister. He sighed. More Nazis. 6:04 a.m., South Africa. The glass conservatory had to be as old as the original house. Its paned windows were leaded and swirled, as if melted under the African sun and set into a black iron framework that reminded Gray of a spider web. Condensation on the inside of the glass blurred the view to the dark jungle outside. After first stepping inside, Gray was struck by the moisture. The humidity in the chamber had to be pressing the 100% mark. His thin cotton jumpsuit sagged against him. But the solarium was not for his comfort. It sheltered a wild profusion of greenery, potted and shelved, climbing in tiers, hanging from baskets held by black chains. The air was perfumed by hundreds of blossoms. A small fountain of bamboo and stone tinkled quietly in the center of the room. It was a handsome garden, but Gray wondered who needed a hothouse when you already lived in Africa. The answer appeared ahead. A white-haired gentleman stood on a second tier with a tiny pair of snip scissors in one hand and tweezing forceps in the other. With the skill of a surgeon, he leaned over a small bonsai tree, a flowering plum, and clipped a tiny branch. He straightened with a satisfied sigh. The tree appeared ancient, twisted, and was bound in copper wire. It hung heavy with blossoms, each one perfectly symmetrical, balanced and in harmony. "She is 222 years old," the old man said, admiring his handiwork. His accent is thick, Heidi's grandfather in a waistcoat. "She was already old when given to me by Emperor Hirohito himself in 1941. He set down his tools and turned. He wore a white apron over a navy suit with a red tie. He held out a hand toward his grandson, Isak. The young man hurried forward and helped the elder down from the second tier. This earned him a fatherly pat on the shoulder. The old man shed his apron, retrieved a black cane, and leaned heavily upon it. Gray noted the prominent crest upon the cane's silver crown. A filigreed capital W surmounted the familiar cloverleaf symbol, the same icon tattooed on the twins, Ishke and Isak. "I am Sir Baldric Wallenberg," the patriarch said softly, eyeing Gray and Monk. "If you'll please join me in the salon, we have much to talk about." Swinging around, he tapped his way toward the back of the solarium.
The old man had to be in his late 80s, but besides the need for a cane, he showed little debilitation. He still had a thick mane of silver-white hair, parted in the middle and cut a bit rakishly to the shoulder. A pair of eyeglasses hung from a silver chain around his neck, one lens of which was outfitted with what looked like a jeweler's magnifying loupe. As they crossed the slate floor, Gray noted that the conservatory's flora consisted of organized sections, bonsai trees and shrubs, a fern garden, and last, a section that was dense with orchids. The patriarch noted his attention. "I've been breeding Phalaenopsis for the past 6 decades. He paused by a tall stalk bearing midnight purple blossoms, the hue of a ripe bruise. "Pretty," Monk said, but his sarcasm was plain. Isak glared at Monk. The old man seemed oblivious. "Yet still, the black orchid escapes me, the holy grail of orchid breeding. I've come so very close. But under magnification, there is either banding or more purpling than a solid ebony." He absently fingered the jeweler's loupe. Gray now understood the difference between the jungle outside and the hothouse. Nature wasn't enjoyed here, it was something to master. Under the dome of the conservatory, nature was snipped, strangled, and bred, its growth stunted with copper bonsai wire, its very pollination orchestrated by hand. At the back of the solarium, they passed through a stained glass door and reached a seating area of rattan and mahogany woods. A small salon dug into the side of the main house. On the far side, a double set of swinging doors, muffled with insulating strips, led into the interior of the mansion. Baldric Wallenberg settled into a wingback chair. Isak crossed to a desk, complete with an HP computer and wall-mounted LCD monitor. A blackboard stood next to it. Prominently chalked across its surface was a line of symbols. All of them runes, Gray saw, noting the last was the Mensch rune from the Darwin Bible. Gray counted and memorized them discreetly. 5 symbols, 5 books. Here was the complete set of Hugo Hirschfeld's runes. But what did they mean? What secret was too beautiful to let die and too monstrous to set free? The old man folded his hands in his lap and nodded to Isak. He tapped a key, and a high-definition image filled the LCD monitor. A tall cage hung suspended above the jungle floor. It was sectioned into 2 halves. A small figure huddled within each side. Gray took a step forward, but a guard restrained him at rifle point. On the screen, one of the figures looked up,
face bright, illuminated by an overhead spotlight. Fiona. And in the other half of the cage, Ryan. Fiona had her left hand bandaged, rolled up in the hem of her shirt. The cloth was stained dark. Ryan held his right hand tucked under his armpit, putting on pressure. Bloody them up first. The difficult person must have cut their hands. Gray played that was all it was. A dark fury hollowed out his chest. His vision sharpened as his heart hammered. "Now we will talk, Ja," the old man said with a warm grin, like gentlemen. Gray faced him, but he kept one eye on the screen. "So much for gentility. What do you want to know?" he asked coldly. "The Bible. What else did you find within its pages? And you'll let them free?" "And I want my very hand back," Monk blurted out. Gray glanced from Monk to the old man. Baldric nodded to Isak, who in turn waved to one of the guards and barked an order in Dutch. The guard turned on a heel and shoved through the double doors, entering the manor house's interior. There is no need for further nastiness. If you cooperate, you have my word you will all be kept well. Gray saw no advantage in holding out, especially as he held nothing of value except lies. He shifted sideways and displayed his bound wrists. "I'll have to show you what we found. I can't accurately describe it. It's another symbol, like these others." Another nod, and in a moment, Gray was free. He rubbed his wrists and approached the blackboard. Several rifles were dead leveled upon him. He had to draw something that would be convincing, but he was not all that familiar with runes. Gray remembered Himmler's teapot, the one back at the museum. A runic symbol had decorated the pottery. It should be cryptic enough, convincing enough. And by throwing a proverbial wrench in the works, it might also delay these folks from solving the mystery here. He picked up a piece of chalk and sketched the symbol on the pot. Baldric leaned forward, eyes pinched. A sun wheel. Interesting. Gray stood by the board, chalk in hand, like a student awaiting a teacher's verdict on a math problem. "And this is all you found in the Darwin Bible?" Baldric asked. From the corner of his eye, Gray noted a slight smirk on Isak's face. Something was wrong. Baldric waited for Gray to answer. "Let them go first," Gray demanded, nodding to the monitor. The old man locked gazes with Gray. Despite his dissembling attitude, Gray recognized a savage intelligence and a hint of hard cruelty. The old man enjoyed all this immensely. But finally Baldric broke their standoff, glancing over to his grandson and nodding again. "Wie erst?" Isak asked. "Who first?" Gray tensed. Something was definitely wrong. Baldric answered in English, his eyes again fixed on Gray, wanting to fully enjoy the entertainment. "The boy, I think. We'll save the girl for later." Isak tabbed a command on the keyboard. On the screen, the bottom of the trapdoor fell open underneath Ryan. He silently screamed, flailing as he fell. He crashed hard into the tall grasses below. He stood quickly, searching around, terrified. The boy was plainly aware of a danger to which Gray was blind, perhaps something drawn by their dripping blood. Ishka's earlier words replayed in Gray's head. "We just wait word from Grotfather. Then the hunt can begin." What hunt? Baldric motioned to Isak, miming turning a knob. Isak tapped a key, and sound rose from speakers. Screams and shouts echoed out. Fiona's voice rang clear. "Run, Ryan! Get up in a tree!" The boy danced once more in a circle, then ran, limping, out of the frame. Worse still, Gray heard laughter, from guards out of camera view. Then a new scream stretched out from the speakers, feral and full of bloodlust. The cry shivered the hairs all over Gray's body, standing them on end. Baldric made a slashing motion across his neck, and the audio was muted. "It is not only orchids we breed here, Commander Pierce," Baldric said, dropping all pretense of civility. "You gave us your word," Gray said, "if you cooperated." Baldric stood, rising smoothly. He waved an arm dismissively to the blackboard. "Do you think us fools? We knew all along that there was nothing else in the Darwin Bible. We have what we need already. This was all a test, a demonstration. We brought you here for other reasons, other questions that need answering." Gray reeled from what he was hearing, realization dawning. "The gas? Only meant to incapacitate, never kill. Your little sham was amusing, though, I'll grant you that. Now it is time to move on." Baldric stepped closer to the mountain stream. You are protective of this little one, are you not? This fiery little slip of a girl. Sehr gut. I will show you what awaits her in the forest. A nod, a tapped key, and an image filled a side window on the monitor. Gray's eyes widened in horror. Baldric spoke. We wish to know more about a certain accomplice of yours. But I wanted to be sure we are done with games now, yeah? Or do you need another demonstration? Gray continued to stare at the image on the screen, defeated. Who do you want to know about? Baldric stepped closer. Your boss, Painter Crow. UKUFA 6:19 a.m., Richards Bay, South Africa. Lisa watched Painter's legs tremble as they climbed the steps to the local office of British Telecom International. They had come here to meet a UK operative who would aid in logistical and ground support for any assault on the Wallenberg estate.
The firm was only a short taxi ride from the airport at Richards Bay, a major port along the southern coast of South Africa. It lay only an hour's drive from the estate. Painter clutched the handrail, leaving a moist handprint. She caught his elbow and assisted him up the last step. "I've got it," he said with a bit of a snap. She didn't respond to his anger, knowing it bubbled up from an internalized anxiety. He was also in a lot of pain. He'd been popping codeine like M&Ms. He limped toward the door to the telecom firm. Lisa had hoped the downtime on the plane would have helped him regain some strength. But if anything, the half day spent in the air had only advanced his debilitation, his devolution, if Anna was to be believed. The German woman and Gunther remained at the airport, under guard. Not that any sentry was necessary. Anna had spent the last hour of the trip vomiting in the jet's bathroom. When they had left, Gunther had been cradling Anna on the couch, a damp washcloth over her brow. Her left eye had turned bloodshot and seemed painfully bruised. Lisa had given her an antiemetic for the nausea and a shot of morphine. Though Lisa hadn't voiced it aloud, she estimated Anna and Painter had at best another day before they were too far gone for any hope of a treatment. Major Brooks, their only escort, opened the door ahead for them. His eyes scanned the streets below, ever vigilant, but few people were about at this early morning hour. Painter walked stiff-limbed through the door, struggling to hide his limp. Lisa followed. In a few minutes, they were ushered past the reception area, through a large gray maze of cubicles and offices, and into a conference room. It was empty. Its wall of windows at the back overlooked the lagoon of Richards Bay. To the north stretched an industrial port of cranes and container ships. To the south, divided by a seawall, sparred a section of the original lagoon, now a conservation area and park, home to crocodiles, sharks, hippos, pelicans, cormorants, and the ever-present flamingos. The rising sun turned the waters below into a fiery mirror. As they waited, tea and scones were brought into the room and spread out on the table. Painter had already settled into a seat. Lisa joined him. Major Brooks remained standing, not far from the door. Though she didn't ask, Painter read something in her expression. "I'm fine." "No, you're not," she countered softly. The empty room intimidated her for some reason. He smiled at her, his eyes sparkling. Despite his outward degeneration, the man himself remained sharp. She had noted a very slight slurring to his speech, but it could just be the drugs. Would his mind be the last to go? Beneath the table, her hand reached for his, a reflexive gesture. He took it. She didn't want him to go. The strength of her emotion overwhelmed her, surprising her. She had barely gotten to know him. She wanted to know more. His favorite food, what made him belly laugh, how he danced, what he would whisper when he said goodnight. She didn't want it all to go away. Her fingers squeezed, as if her will alone could hold him here. At that moment, the door to the room opened again. The UK operative had finally arrived. Lisa turned, surprised at who walked in. She had been picturing some James Bond clone, some clean-cut and Armani-suited spy. Instead, a middle-aged woman, dressed in a wrinkled khaki safari suit, entered the room. She carried a hat crumpled in one hand. Her face was mildly pancaked in red dust, except around her eyes, where sunglasses must have sat. It gave her a startled appearance, despite the weary set to her shoulders and a certain sadness in her eyes. "I'm Dr. Paula Kane," she said, nodding to Major Brooks as she entered, then stepping over to join them. "We don't have much time to coordinate." Painter stood over the table. An array of satellite photos was spread out over the table.
"How old are these shots?" he asked. "Taken at dusk last night," Paula Kane said. The woman had already explained her role here. After graduating with a PhD in biology, she had been recruited by British intelligence and posted in South Africa. She and a partner ran a series of research projects while secretly monitoring and watching the Wallenberg estate. They had been spying upon the family for close to a decade, until a tragedy less than 2 days ago. Her partner had been killed under strange circumstances. Lion attack was the official explanation, but the woman had looked little convinced as she offered this explanation. "We did an infrared pass after midnight," Paula continued, "but there was a glitch. We lost the image." Painter stared at the layout of the massive estate, over 100,000 acres. A small landing strip was visible, cut through a swath of jungle. Outbuildings dotted a landscape of forested highlands, vast grassy savannas, and dense jungle. In the center of the densest section of forest squatted a castle of stone and wood, the Wallenberg main residence. "And we can't get a better view of the lay of the land around the mansion?" Paula Kane shook her head. "The jungle in the area is Afro-montane forest, ancient woodlands. Only a few such forests remain in South Africa. The Wallenbergs picked this location for their estate both because of its remoteness and to capture this gigantic forest for themselves. The bones of this forest are trees 40 meters high, layered into distinct strata and canopies. The biodiversity within its bower is denser than any rainforest or Congo jungle, and it offers a perfect insulating cover," Painter said. "What goes on beneath that canopy is known only to the Wallenbergs. But we do know the engineering of the manor house is only the tip of an iceberg. A vast underground complex lies beneath the estate." "How deep?" Painter asked, eyeing Lisa. "If they were experimenting with the bell here, they would want it buried away. We don't know, not for sure. But the Wallenbergs made their fortune in gold mining at the Witwatersrand Reef." Paula glanced up at him. "Correct. I see you've been doing your homework." She turned her attention back to the satellite photos. The same expertise at mining engineering was used to construct a subterranean complex beneath their mansion. We know the mining engineer, Bertrand Colbert, was consulted in the construction of the manor's foundations, but he died shortly thereafter. Let me guess, under mysterious circumstances? Trampled by a water buffalo. But his death was not the first nor the last associated with the Wallenbergs. Her eyes flared with pain, plainly reminded of her partner. Rumors abound of people vanishing in the area, yet no one has served a search warrant on the estate. You have to understand the volatility of South African politics. Regimes may change, but gold has always ruled here. The Wallenbergs are untouchable. Gold protects them better than any moat or personal army. "And what about you?" Painter asked. "What's MI5's interest here?" "Our interest goes back a considerable way, I'm afraid. British intelligence has had their eye on the Wallenbergs since the end of World War II. Painter settled back down into his chair, tiring. One of his eyes was having trouble focusing. He rubbed at it. Too conscious of Lisa studying him, he turned his attention to Paula. He had not voiced his discovery of the Nazi symbol buried within the center of the Wallenberg crest, but apparently MI5 was already aware of the connection. "We knew the Wallenbergs were major financial backers of the Annener Bay Forschungs- und Lehrgemeinschaft, the Nazis' ancestral heritage and teaching society. Are you familiar with the group?" He shook his head, triggering a spasm. His headaches of late had spread to his neck and shot pain down his spine. He rode the agony, teeth clenched. The Ancestral Heritage Society was a research group under Heinrich Himmler. They were conducting projects seeking out the roots of the Aryan race.
They were also responsible for some of the most heinous atrocities committed in concentration camps and other secret facilities. Basically, they were mad scientists with guns. Painter held back a wince, but this time it was more psychic than physical. He had heard Sigma described in similar terms. Scientists with guns. Was that their true enemy here? A Nazi version of Sigma? Lisa stirred. What was the Wallenbergs' interest in this line of research? We're not entirely sure, but there were many Nazi sympathizers in South Africa during the war. We know the current patriarch, Sir Baldrick Wallenberg, also had interest in eugenics, and he participated in scientific conferences in Germany and Austria before hostilities broke out. But after the war, he disappeared into seclusion, taking his entire family with him.
Licking his wounds? Painter asked. We don't believe so. After the war, Allied forces scoured the German countryside, searching for secret Nazi technology. Paula shrugged. Including our own British forces. Painter nodded. He had already heard about that pillaging and looting from Anna. But the Nazis were good at spiriting away much of their technology, employing a scorched earth policy, executing scientists, bombing facilities. Our forces came upon one such site in Bavaria minutes late. We discovered a scientist shot in the head in a ditch, yet still alive. Before he died, he revealed some clues as to what had been going on. Research into a new energy source, one discovered through quantum experimentation. They'd had some breakthrough. A fuel source of extraordinary power. Painter shared a glance with Lisa, remembering Anna's discussion about zero-point energy. Whatever was discovered, the secret was smuggled out, escaped through rat runs set up by the Nazis. Little is known except the name of the substance and where the trail ended. At the Wallenberg estate? Lisa guessed. Paula nodded. And the name of the substance? Painter asked, though he already knew the answer, putting it together in his head. Was it called Serum 525? Paula glanced to him sharply, straightening with a frown. How did you know? The Bell's fuel source, Lisa mumbled to him. But to Painter, it only made sense. It was time to come clean with Dr. Paula Kane. Painter stood. There's someone you need to meet. Anna's reaction was no less intense. So the secret to manufacturing Serum 525 wasn't destroyed? Unglaublich. They were all gathered back at the Richards Bay Airport, huddled in a hangar while a pair of dusty Isuzu trooper trucks were being loaded with weapons and equipment. Lisa ran an inventory check through a medical kit while overseeing the discussion between Painter, Anna, and Paula. Gunther stood at Lisa's side. His brow was deeply furrowed with worry as he watched his sister. Anna seemed steadier after the medicine Lisa had given her, but for how long? While the Bell had been evacuated to the north with your grandfather, Painter explained to Anna, the secrets of Serum 525 must have been shipped south, dividing two parts of one experiment. At some point, word must have reached the Wallenbergs of the Bell's survival. Baldrick Wallenberg, as a financial backer for the Ancestral Heritage Society, must have known about Granitzschloss. Paula agreed. The society was the group that backed Himmler's expeditions into the Himalayas. And once discovered, it would have been easy for Baldrick to infiltrate spies into Granitzschloss. Anna's face had grown paler, and not from illness. The bastard has been using us, all along, Painter nodded. He had already explained the gist of it to Lisa and Paula on the ride back to the hangar. Baldrick Wallenberg had been orchestrating everything, pulling strings from afar. Not one to waste talent or reinvent the wheel, he had allowed the Granitzschloss scientists, experts in the Bell, to continue their research, while all the time his spies siphoned the information back out to Africa. Afterward, Baldrick must have built his own Bell, Painter said, experimenting in secret, producing his own Sonnekonergie, refining them through the advanced techniques discovered by your scientists. It was the perfect setup. Without another source of Serum 525, Granitzschloss was vulnerable, unwittingly under the thumb of Baldrick Wallenberg. At any moment, he could pull the rug out from under them, which he did, Anna spat out. But why? Paula asked. If this secret orchestration was working so well, Painter shrugged. Maybe it was because Anna's group was drifting further and further away from the Nazi ideal of Aryan supremacy. Anna pressed a palm against her forehead, as if that would ward against what she was learning. And there were rumblings among some of the scientists of going mainstream, of joining the scientific community and sharing our research. But I don't think it was just that, Painter said. Something more is afoot, something larger, something that suddenly made Granitzschloss obsolete. I believe you might be correct, Paula said. For the past 4 months, there has been a sudden increase at activity at the estate. Something stirred them up. They must have come to some breakthrough on their own, Anna said with a worried expression. Gunther finally spoke up, gruff, a grinding of boulders. Genug. He'd had enough and struggled with English in his frustration. The bastard has Baal, has Serum, we find it, we use it. He waved an arm to his side. "Enough talk." Lisa found herself heartily agreeing, siding with the giant. "We must find a way inside, and soon," she added to herself. "It would take an army to storm the place." Painter turned to Paula. "Can we expect any help from the South African government?" She shook her head. "Not a chance. The Wallenbergs have greased too many palms. We're going to have to find a more covert infiltration." "The satellite photos didn't help much," Painter said. "So we go low-tech," Paula said, and led them toward the waiting Isuzu troopers. "I have a man already on the ground out there." 6:28 a.m. Kamisi lay flat on his belly. Though dawn had come, the first rays of the sun only cast deeper shadows along the floor of the jungle. He wore camouflage fatigues and had his large double-bore rifle, his .465 Nitro Holland & Holland Royal, strapped to his back. In his hand, he carried a traditional Zulu short spear, an assegai. Behind him lay two other Zulu scouts, Tao, the grandson of the elder who had rescued Kamisi from the attack, and his best friend, Njongo. They also carried firearms, along with short and long spears. They were more traditionally attired, in pelts, skin daubed with paint, and otter-skin headbands. The trio had spent the night mapping the forest around the mansion, discerning an approach that avoided the elevated walkways and the guards that patrolled them. They had used game trails that burrowed through the underbrush and skirted along with a small herd of impala, keeping hidden in the shadows. Kamisi had stopped at several points to rig ropes, linking walkway to ground, camouflaged as vines, along with a few other surprises. With his duty done, he and the scouts had been heading out to where a stream flowed under the wildlife fencing that circled the estate. Then a moment ago, he had heard the feral scream, "Hoo! Ee! Ooh!" It ended with a screeched yowl. Kamisi froze. His very bones remembered the call, Ukufa. Paula Kane had been right. She had believed the creatures came from the Wallenberg estate. Whether escaped or purposefully planted to ambush Kamisi and Marcia, she didn't know. Either way, they were loose now, hunting. But who? The call had come a distance to the left. It wasn't hunting them. The creatures were too skilled hunters. They would not give away their presence so soon. Something else had drawn them, stirred up their bloodlust. Then he heard a voice shout out in German, a sobbed cry for help. It was closer. His bones still vibrating from the call, Kamisi wanted to run, to flee far and fast. It was a primal reaction. Tao mumbled in Zulu behind him, urging the same.
Kamisi instead turned in the direction of the pleading cry. He had lost Marcia to the creatures. He remembered his own terror, neck deep in the waterhole, waiting for dawn. He could not ignore this other. Rolling to Tao, Kamisi passed on the maps he had drawn. "Get back to camp. Get these to Dr. Kane." "Kamisi, brother, no. Come away." Tao's eyes were huge with his own fear. His grandfather must have told him stories of the Ukufa, the myths come to life. Kamisi had to give the man and his friend credit. No one else had volunteered to enter the estate. Superstitions ran high. But now, faced with the reality, Tao had no intention of remaining, and Kamisi couldn't blame him. He remembered his own terror when he'd been with Marcia. Instead of holding his ground, he had fled, run, allowed the doctor to be killed. "Go," Kamisi ordered. He nodded toward the distant fence line. The maps had to get out. Tao and Django hesitated for a breath. Then Tao nodded, and the pair rose up in a low crouch and vanished into the jungle. Kamisi couldn't even hear their footfalls. The jungle had fallen into a dread silence, heavy and as dense as the forest itself. Kamisi set out in the direction of the cries, both man and creature. After another full minute, another yowl burst out of the jungle like a flight of startled birds. It ended in a series of yipping cackles. Kamisi paused, struck by something familiar in this last eerie bit. Before he could consider it further, a soft sobbing drew his attention. It came from directly ahead. Kamisi used the muzzle of his double-bore rifle to part some leaves. A small glade opened in the jungle ahead, where a tree had fallen recently and cleared a part of the forest. The hole in the canopy allowed a shaft of morning sunlight to pierce to the floor.
It made the surrounding jungle even darker with shadows. Across the glade, movement drew his eye. A young man, no more than a boy, low in a tree, struggled to reach another branch, to climb higher. He couldn't reach, he couldn't get a grip with his right hand. Even from here, Kamisi saw the trail of blood soak down the boy's sleeve as he vainly struggled. Then the boy suddenly sank to his knees, hugging the bowl, attempting to hide. And the reason for the boy's sudden terror stepped into view. Kamisi froze as the creature stalked into the glade, under the tree. It was massive, belying its silent tread out of the forest. It was larger than a full-grown male lion, but it was no lion. Its shaggy fur was albino white, its eyes a hyper-reflective red. Its back sloped from thick-set high shoulders to a lower rear end. Its muscled neck supported a large muzzled head, topped by a pair of wide, bat-like belled ears. These swiveled, focused on the tree. Lifting its head, it sniffed upward, drawn by the blood. Lips rippled back from a maw of ripping teeth. It howled again, ending again in a hair-raising series of cackling whoops. Then it began to climb. Kamisi knew what he faced, Ukufa, death. But as monstrous as it appeared, Kamisi knew its true name. 6:30 a.m., species Crocuta crocuta, Baldrick Wallenberg said, stepping to the LCD monitor. He had noted Gray's continued focus upon the creature on the screen, overlaying the video feed of Fiona in the cage. Gray studied the massive bear-like creature, frozen, facing the camera, growling, mouth wide, bearing white gums and yellowed fangs. It had to weigh 300 pounds. It guarded the macerated remains of some antelope. The spotted hyena, Baldrick continued. The species is the second largest carnivore in Africa, capable of dropping a bull wildebeest all by itself. Gray frowned. The creature on the monitor was no ordinary hyena. It massed 3 to 4 times the normal size, and the pale fur. Some combination of gigantism and albinism, a mutated monstrosity. "What did you do to it?" he asked, unable to keep the disgust from his voice. He also wanted to keep the man talking, buying time. He matched gazes with Monk, then returned his attention to the old man. "We made the creature, better, stronger." Baldrick glanced to his grandson. Isak continued to watch the play dispassionately. "Did we not, Isak?" "Ja, grandfather. Prehistoric cave pictures in Europe show the great ancestor of today's hyena, the giant hyena. We found a way to return Crocuta to its former glory." Baldrick spoke with the same scientific dispassion as when he had discussed breeding black orchids. "Even enhanced the species' intelligence by incorporating human stem cells into its cerebral cortex. Fascinating results." Gray had read of similar experiments done with mice. At Stanford, scientists had produced mice whose brains were 1% human. What the hell was going on here? Baldrick stepped to the blackboard with the 5 runic symbols. He tapped the board with the cane. "We have a series of Cray X30 supercomputers working on Hugo's code. Once solved, this will allow us to do the same with mankind, to bring about the next evolution of man. Out of Africa again, man will rise anew, putting an end to the mud races and racial mixing. A purity will supersede all. It only waits to be unlocked from our corrupted genetic code and purified." Gray heard echoes of the Nazis' Übermensch philosophy, the Superman myth. The old man was mad. He had to be. But Gray noted the lucidity of his gaze, and on the screen lay proof of some monstrous success toward that end. Gray's attention shifted to Isak as he tapped a key, and the mutated hyena vanished. Insight flashed through him. The albinism in the hyena, Isak and his twin sister, the other white-blonde assassins, children all. Baldrick hadn't been experimenting only with orchids and hyenas. "Now let us return to the matter of Painter Crow," the old man said. He waved a hand toward the screen. "Now that you understand what awaits the young Meisha in the cage if you don't answer our questions truthfully, no more games." Gray studied the screen, the girl in the cage. He could not let anything happen to Fiona. If nothing else, he needed to buy her time. the girl had been pulled into all of this because of his own clumsy inquiries in Copenhagen. She was his responsibility. And more than that, he liked the girl, respected her, even when she was being a pain in the ass. Gray knew what he had to do. He faced Baldric. What do you want to know? Unlike you, Painter Crow has proven more of an adversary than we had anticipated. He has vanished after escaping our ambush. You're going to help us find out where he's gone. How? By contacting Sigma Command. We have a scrambled, untraceable line. You're going to break communication silence and find out what Sigma knows about the Black Sun Project and where Painter Crow has gone into hiding. And any hint of treachery? Baldric nodded to the monitor. Gray now understood the strident lesson here. They wanted Gray to understand fully, strangling any hope of deception. Save Fiona or betray Sigma. The decision was momentarily postponed as one of the guards returned with another of Gray's demands. "My hand," Monk called out, noting the prosthesis carried by the guard. He struggled, his elbow still bound behind his back. Baldric waved the guard forward. "Give the prosthesis to Isak." Isak spoke up, speaking Dutch. "Did the lab clear it of any hidden weapons?" The man nodded. "Ja, sir. All clear." Still, Isak inspected the prosthetic hand. It was a marvel of DARPA engineering, incorporating direct peripheral nerve control through the titanium wrist contact points. It also was engineered with advanced mechanics and actuators that allowed precise movements and sensory input. Monk stared at Gray. Gray noted Monk's left fingers had finished tapping a code on the contact points of his right wrist stump. Gray nodded, stepping closer to Monk. There was one other feature of DARPA's electronic prosthesis. It was wireless. A radioed signal passed between Monk and his prosthetic hand. In response, the disembodied prosthetic clenched in Isak's grip. Fingers formed a fist.
"Except for a raised middle finger. Screw you," Monk mumbled. Gray grabbed Monk's elbow and yanked him toward the double doors that led into the main house. The explosion was not large, no more than an extra loud and brilliant flash grenade. The charge had been blended directly into the plastic sleeve of the outer hand, impossible to detect. And while it wasn't much, it proved enough of a distraction. Cries of surprise and pain erupted from the guards. Gray and Monk slammed through the double doors, fled down the hall, and took the first turn. Out of direct sight, they pounded across polished hardwood floors. Alarms immediately erupted, clanging and urgent. They needed an escape route ASAP. Gray noted wide stairs leading up. He guided Monk to them. "Where we going?" Monk asked. "Up, up," Gray said as they fled, taking 2 steps at a time. Security would expect them to make a break for the nearest door or window. He knew another way out. In his head, a schematic of the manor house revolved. He had studied the estate closely as they were marched over here. Gray concentrated, trusting his sense of direction and position in space. This way. He hauled Monk off a landing and down another corridor. They were on the 6th floor. Alarms continued. "Where?" Monk began again. "High ground," Gray answered, and pointed toward the end of the corridor where a door awaited. "To the walkway in the canopy." But it wouldn't be that easy. As if someone had overheard their plan, an inner metal shutter began lowering over the exit door, an automated lockdown. "Hurry!" Gray yelled. The shutter trundled quickly, already 3/4 closed. Gray sped faster, leaving Monk behind. He grabbed a hall chair as he ran past it and flung it ahead. It landed on the hardwood floor and skittered across the polished surface. Gray chased after it. The chair struck the closed outer door as the inner metal shutter clamped down atop it. Gears ground. A red light flared above the doorway. Malfunction. Gray was sure some warning bulb was already flaring in the mansion's main security nest. As he reached the door, the wooden chair legs splintered and cracked, crushed beneath the grinding shutter. Monk ran up, out of breath, arms still clamped behind his back. Gray ducked under the chair and reached for the knob on the exit door. It was a strain with the shutter blocking the way. His fingers clamped on the knob and twisted. Locked. Darn it, he swore. More of the chair cracked. Behind them, the tromp of boots echoed, coming fast up the stairs.
Voices barked orders. Gray twisted around. "Brace me," he said to Monk. He would have to kick the far door open. On his back, legs pistoned up and ready, Gray leaned against Monk's shoulder for leverage. Then the exit door simply popped open ahead of him, revealing a pair of legs in camouflaged khakis. One of the walkway patrols must have noted the malfunction and come to investigate. Gray aimed for the man's shins and kicked out. Caught by surprise, the man's legs went out from under him. He hit his head with a clang against the shutter and landed hard on the planks. Gray dove out and clocked the man again with his heel. His body went slack. Monk followed, rolling to Gray, but not before kicking the trapped chair free of the shutter. The metal security gate continued its descent and slammed closed. Gray relieved the guard of his weapons. He used a knife to slice away Monk's bindings and passed him the man's sidearm, an HK Mark 23 semi-automatic pistol. Gray confiscated the rifle. Weapons in hand, they fled down the canopy bridge to the first crossroads. It divided just as the bridge reached the jungle. They checked both directions. So far, it was all clear. "We're going to have to split up," Gray said. "Better our chances. You have to get help, get to a phone, contact Logan." "What about you?" Gray didn't answer. He didn't have to. "Gray, she may already be dead." "We don't know that." Monk searched his face. He had seen the monster on the computer screen. He knew Gray had no choice. Monk nodded. Without another word, they fled in opposite directions. 6:34 a.m. Kamisi reached the canopy walkway, scaling up a tree on the opposite side of the glade. He moved swiftly and silently. Below, the Yukufa still circled the tree, guarding its trapped prey. The loud bang a moment ago had startled the Yukufa. It had dropped from the tree, weary and cautious. It stalked around the tree again, ears high. Alarms and klaxons echoed out from the manor house. The commotion also concerned Kamisi. Had Tao and Jongo been discovered? Or maybe their camouflaged base camp outside the estate grounds had been found. Their rallying point was disguised as a Zulu hunting campsite, one of the many such nomadic camps. Had someone realized it was more than that? Whatever the cause of the alarm, the noise at least had made the giant hyena monster, the Yukufa, more guarded. Kamisi used its distraction to reach one of the overhead bridges. He rolled onto the planks, freeing his rifle. Anxiety kept his senses sharp. Terror, however, had shed from him. Kamisi had noted the creature's ambling gait, the soft rattling growl, a few sharp nervous cackles escalating into whoops. Normal hyena behavior. Though monstrous in size, it was not something mythic or supernatural. Kamisi took strength in its flesh. On the bridge, he hurried along the planks to where it crossed near the boy's tree. He unhooked a coil of rope from his pack. Bending over the walkway steel cabling, he spotted the boy. He whistled sharply, a bird call. The boy's attention had remained focused below. The sudden noise above his head made him flinch. But he glanced up and spotted Kamisi. "I'm going to get you out of there," he called out in low tones, using English, hoping the boy understood. Below, something else heard Kamisi too. The Yukufa stared up at the bridge. Red eyes locked on to Kamisi's. Lids lowered as it studied the man on the bridge. Teeth bared. Kamisi read a calculating attention in its focus. Was this the creature that had ambushed Marcia? Kamisi would have liked nothing better than to unload both barrels into its smiling face, but the noise of the large-bore rifle would draw too much attention. The estate was already on full alert, so instead he placed the rifle at his feet. He would need both arms and shoulders. "Boy," Kamisi said, "I'm going to toss you a rope, snug it around your waist." He mimed what to do. "I'll pull you up." The boy nodded, eyes wide, face swollen from crying and fear. Leaning over the edge, Kamisi swung the coil of rope and tossed it toward the boy. The rope unfurled, crashing through the leaves. It failed to reach the boy, nesting up in the branches above. "You'll have to climb to it." The boy needed no goading. With a chance to escape, his effort at climbing grew more determined. He scrambled and kicked and got himself up to the next branch. He tied the rope around his waist, shaking it loose from the branches. He showed some skill with the rope. Good. Kamisi pulled in the slack, bracing it around one of the steel cable posts supporting the bridge. "I'm going to start pulling you up. You're going to swing out." "Hurry," the boy called out, too sharply and too loudly. Kamisi pivoted on a hip and saw the Yukufa had noted the boy's renewed movement. It drew the monster like a cat after a mouse. He had mounted the tree and was climbing up, digging in its claws. With no time to waste, Kamisi began wheeling the rope up, arm over arm. He felt the boy's weight burden the rope as he was lifted free of his perch. Bending to check, he spotted the boy swinging back and forth like a pendulum. The Yukufa did too, eyes tracking the arc. It continued its climb. Kamisi read its intent. It was planning to leap and snag the boy, like bait on a line. Kamisi hauled faster. The boy continued to swing. "Visain u," a voice suddenly barked behind him. Startled, he almost let go of the rope. He craned over a shoulder.
A tall, lithe woman stood on the walkway, dressed in black, pharaoh-eyed. Her hair was blonde but shaved close to the scalp. One of the senior Wallenberg children. She must have just stepped onto this section and discovered him. She had a knife already in one hand. Kamisi dared not let go of the rope. Not good. Below, the boy cried out. Kamisi and the woman glanced down. The Ukufa had reached the boy's former perch and bunched up for its leap. Behind Kamisi, the woman laughed, a match to the cackle of the creature below. The planks creaked as she stepped toward his back, knife in hand. They were both trapped. 6:38 a.m. Gray knelt at the crossroads. The elevated walkway split into 3 paths. The left led back to the manor house. The central walkway skirted the forest edge and overlooked the central gardens. The path to the right simply headed straight off into the heart of the jungle. Which way? Crouched, Gray studied the slant of shadows, comparing it to the pattern he had studied on the LCD monitor. The length and direction of the shadows had offered a general clue to the position of the rising sun in respect to the location of Fiona's imprisonment. But that still left a large swath of estate to cover. Feet pounded on the walkway, shaking it slightly. More guards. He had encountered 2 groups already. Gray shouldered his rifle, rolled to the edge of the walkway, and dropped off its edge. He hung by his arms to the cabling and worked hand over hand to the leafy shelter of a tree branch. A moment later, a trio of guards clattered by overhead, bouncing the walkway. Gray clung tightly, jiggled about. Once they were past, he used the tree branch to scoot back onto the path. Hooking and swinging his leg over, he noticed the rhythmic vibration in the cable in his hand. More guards? Flat on his belly on the planks, he leaned an ear against the cable, listening like an Indian tracker on a trail. There was a distinct rhythm to the vibration, audible, like a plucked string of a steel guitar. 3 fast twangs, 3 slow, 3 fast again. And it repeated. Morse code. SOS. Someone was knocking out a signal on the cable. Gray crouched and sidled back to the branching of the walkway. He felt the other support cables. Only one vibrated. It led off along the path to the right, the one headed into the depths of the jungle. Could it be? With no better clue, Gray set off down the right path. He kept pace near the walkway's edge, attempting to keep his tread silent and the bridge from swaying. The path continued to diverge. Gray paused at each crossing to find the cable vibrating in code and followed its trail. Gray was so focused on the path that when he ducked under the heavy frond of a palm leaf, he suddenly found himself staring at a guard only 4 yards away. Brown-haired, mid-20s, typical Hitler youth. The guard leaned on the cable handrail, facing Gray's direction. His gun was already rising, as he'd been alerted by the shuffle of the palm tree. Gray didn't have time to get his rifle up. Instead, still moving, he slammed his weight to the side, not in an attempt to dodge the coming slug. The guard couldn't miss at this range. Gray struck the cabled handrail, jarring it. The guard, braced against it, bobbled. The muzzle of his rifle jittered too high. Gray closed the gap in 2 steps, getting under the rifleman's guard, the pilfered dagger already in his hand. Gray used the man's imbalance to silence his scream, planting the dagger through the man's windbox, severing his larynx.
A twist and the carotid spurted. He'd be dead in seconds. Gray caught his body and heaved it over the rail. He felt no remorse, remembering the guards laughing as Ryan had dropped into the monster's den. How many others had died that way? The body fell in a shushing whisper of leaves, then crashed into the grassy underbrush. Crouched low, Gray listened. Had anyone heard the guards fall? Off to the left, surprisingly near, a woman shouted in accented English. "Stop kicking the bars, or we'll drop you now!" Gray recognized the voice. Ishka, Issachar's twin sister. A more familiar voice responded to the woman. "Go away, you bony prat." Fiona. She was alive. Despite the danger, Gray grinned, both in relief and respect. Staying low, he snuck down to the end of the walkway. It dead-ended at a circular path that edged an open glade. The one from the video. The cage was suspended from the elevated walkway. Fiona kicked the cage's bars. 3 fast, 3 slow, 3 fast. Her face was a mask of determination. Gray felt the vibration under his feet now, transmitted along the cage's support cables. Good girl. She must have heard the alarms from the manor house. Perhaps guessed it might be Gray and sought to signal him. Either that or she was just really angry. And the pattern was just an annoying coincidence. Gray spotted 3 guards at the 2, 3, and 9 o'clock positions. Ishka, still dazzling in her black and white outfit, stood on the far side, at 12 o'clock, both hands on the inside rail, staring down at Fiona. "A bullet through your knee might quiet you down," she called to the girl, placing a palm on a holstered pistol. Fiona paused in mid-kick, mumbled something under her breath, then lowered her foot. Gray calculated the odds. He had 1 rifle against 3 guards, all armed, and Ishka with her pistol. Not good. A spat of static sounded from across the glade. Garbled words followed. Ishka unhooked her radio and lifted it to her lips. "Ya?" She listened for half a minute, asked another question that Gray couldn't make out, then signed off. Lowering the radio, she spoke to the guards. "New orders," she barked to the others in Dutch. "We kill the girl now." 6:40 a.m. The Ukufa let out a trebling series of yips, ready to leap at the dangling boy. Kamisi sensed the approach of the woman at his back. Hands on the rope, he couldn't go for any of his weapons. "Who are you?" the woman asked again, knife threatening. Kamisi did the only thing he could. Bending his knees, he threw himself over the cabled railing. He clenched hard to the rope as he tumbled. Overhead, the line whistled around the steel support post. As Kamisi fell earthward, he caught a glimpse of the boy being dragged skyward, flailing with a long scream of surprise. The Ukufa leaped at its fleeing prey, but Kamisi's falling weight zipped the boy straight up to the walkway, banging him hard against it. The sudden stop ripped the rope from Kamisi's grip. He fell, landing on his back in the grass. Overhead, the boy clung to the underside of the walkway. The woman stared down at Kamisi, eyes wide. Something large crashed to the ground a few meters from him. Kamisi sat up. The Ukufa bounded to its feet, throwing ropes of saliva, furious, growling. Its red gaze fell heavily upon the only prey in sight, Kamisi. His hands were empty. His rifle still rested on the planks above. The creature yowled in bloodlust and anger. It leaped at him, intending to tear out his throat. Kamisi fell to his back, lifting his only weapon, the Zulu assegai. The short spear was still strapped to his thigh. As the Ukufa dropped onto him, Kamisi shoved the blade up. His father had once taught him how to use the weapon, like all Zulu boys, before they left for Australia. With an instinct that crossed deep into the past of his ancestors, Kamisi slipped the blade under the creature's ribs, one of flesh, not myth, and drove it deep as the hyena's weight fell atop him. The Ukufa screamed. Pain and momentum carried it over Kamisi and yanked the spear's handle from his fingers. Kamisi rolled clear, weaponless now. The Ukufa thrashed in the grass, corkscrewing the impaled blade inside it. It screamed one last time, jerking hard, then went limp. Dead. An angry cry above drew his eye. The woman on the bridge had found Kamisi's rifle and had it pointed at him. The blast sounded like a grenade, A bush exploded at his heels, gouting up soil. Kamisi shoved back.
Overhead, the woman shifted the rifle, fixing him more surely in its sights. The second blast sounded oddly sharper. Kamisi twisted away, but found himself unscathed. He glanced up in time to see the woman topple over the cable, her chest a bloody ruin. A new figure stepped into view on the walkway, a muscular man with a shaved head. He had a pistol held out, steadied on the stump of a wrist. He leaned over the cable and spotted the boy, still dangling by his hands. "Ryan." The boy sobbed with relief. "Get me out of here." "That's the plan." His gaze found Kamisi. "That is, if that guy down there knows the way out of here. I'm so really lost." 6:44 a.m. The pair of gunshots echoed through the forest. A small flock of green parrots took wing from canopy roosts, squawking in protest, flapping across the glade. Gray crouched. Had Monk been found? Ishka must have thought the same, her head craned in the direction of the gunfire. She waved to the guards. "Check it out." She raised her radio again. The guards, rifles in hand, pounded around the circular elevated walk, all coming in Gray's direction. Caught off guard, Gray dropped and rolled, hugging his rifle to his chest. He flung himself off the planks. The closest guard would be in view in mere seconds. Like before, he snatched the plank's support cable, but in his haste, off balance, he barely caught a purchase with one hand. His body swung, the rifle slipped from his shoulder, dropping away. Twisting and reaching, he snagged the leather strap with one finger. He silently sighed in relief. Guards suddenly battered past overhead, boots hammering, jigging and bouncing his perch. The rifle's leather strap popped off Gray's finger. Gravity disarmed him. The weapon fell, spearing into the underbrush. Gray grabbed another handhold and hung there. At least the rifle hadn't gone off when it hit the ground. The guard's footfalls echoed away. He heard Ishka talking on her radio. Now what? He had a knife against her pistol. He didn't question her compunction to use it or her marksmanship. The only real advantage he had was surprise, and that was severely overrated. Hand over hand, Gray traversed the underside of the walkway and reached the circular concourse. He continued along the underside, keeping to the outer edge, out of direct view of the Wallenberg woman. He had to move slowly, or his swaying weight would alert Ishka. He timed his movements to the occasional breeze that ruffled the canopy. But his appearance did not go unnoticed. Fiona crouched in her cage, putting as many bars as she could between her and Ishka. Plainly she had understood Ishka's earlier words in Dutch. "We kill the girl now." Though the gunfire had momentarily distracted the blonde twin, eventually her attention would return to Fiona. From her low vantage, Fiona spotted Gray, a white jumpsuited gorilla scaling the underside of the walkway, half hidden by the foliage. She jerked in surprise, almost standing, then forced herself to stay low. Her eyes tracked him, their gazes met. Despite her noisy bravado, Gray read the terror in her face. The girl looked so much smaller in the cage. She hugged her arms around her chest, attempting to hold herself together. Hardened as she was by the streets, he sensed her only defense against a complete panicked breakdown was her prickly blustering. It sustained her barely. Blocking with her body, she signaled him. She pointed down and slightly shook her head, eyes wide in fear, alerting him. It wasn't safe below. He searched the thick grasses and bushes of the glade. Shadows lay thick. He saw nothing, but he trusted Fiona's warning. Don't fall. Gray estimated how far he'd come. He was about at the 8 o'clock position along the circular walkway. Ishka stood at the 12 o'clock. He still had a distance to traverse, and his arms were tiring, his fingers aching. He had to move faster. Stopping and starting were killing him. But he feared going any faster would draw Ishka's attention. Fiona must have realized the same. She stood and began kicking the bars again, rattling her cage, swaying it with her weight. The motion allowed Gray to increase his pace. Unfortunately, her effort also drew Ishka's wrath. The woman lowered her radio and yelled at Fiona. "Enough of your foolishness, child." Fiona still clutched the bars and kicked. Gray hurried past the 9 o'clock position. Ishka stepped to the inner rail, half in view. Luckily, her focus was fully on Fiona. The woman pulled a device out of the pocket of her sweater. She used her teeth to extend the antenna. She pointed it at Fiona. "It is time you meet Skuld, named after the Norse goddess of fate." A button was pressed. Almost directly under Gray's nose, something howled in anger and pain. It thrashed out of the shadowed eaves of the jungle and stalked into the grassy clearing. One of the mutated hyenas. Its hulked mass had to tip 300 pounds, all muscle and teeth. It growled low, hackles high on its sloped back. Lips snarled back as it barked and snapped at the empty air, sniffing up at the cage. Gray realized the monster must have been stalking him all along from below. He suspected what was coming. He hurried, swinging past the 10 o'clock spot. Ishka called to Fiona, enjoying the terror, prolonging the cruelty. A chip in Skuld's brain allows us to stimulate its bloodlust, its appetite. She tweaked the button again. The hyena howled, leapt at the cage, flinging ropes of drool, driven into a ravening bloodlust. So that was how the Wallenbergs controlled their monsters. Radio implants. Subverting nature again to their will. "It's time we sated poor Skuld's hunger," Ishka said. Gray would never make it in time. Still, he rushed. 11 o'clock, so close, but too late. Ishka pressed another button. Gray heard a distinct clink as the trap door in Fiona's cage unlatched. Oh no. Gray paused in mid-swing. He watched the trap door fall open beneath Fiona. She fell toward the slathering beast below. Gray prepared to drop after her, to protect her. But Fiona had learned from Ryan's demise. She was prepared. As she fell, she caught the lower bars of her cage and hung there. The creature, Skuld, leaped for her legs. She tucked up and hauled with her arms. The beast missed and crashed back to the underbrush with a yowl of frustration. Climbing up, Fiona now clung to the outside of the cage like a spider monkey. Ishka laughed with dark delight. "Sehr gut, Meisje." Such resourcefulness. Grotfather might have even considered your genes for his stock. But alas, you'll have to satisfy Skuld instead. From below, Gray watched Ishka raise her pistol again. He swung beneath her, staring up between the planks. "Now to end this," Ishka muttered in Dutch. Indeed. Gray pulled with his arms, kicked back his legs, then swung forward and over, like a gymnast on a high bar. His heels struck Ishka in the belly as she leaned on the rail, steadying her aim at Fiona. As his heels connected, her pistol blasted. Gray heard the ring of slug on iron. Missed. Ishka was knocked back as Gray followed through and crashed to the planks. He rolled up, knife in hand. Ishka was down on one knee. Her pistol lay between them. They both lunged for it. Ishka, even with the wind kicked out of her, proved incredibly fast, like a striking snake. Her fingers reached the pistol first, snatching it up. Gray had a knife. He jammed his blade through her wrist and into the planks. She screamed in surprise, dropping the pistol. Gray tried to grab it, but the hilt bounced off the planks as Ishka thrashed. It flew past the walkway's edge. The momentary distraction was long enough for Ishka to yank her wrist free from the planks. She pivoted off her other wrist and kicked out at Gray's head. He lunged back, but her shin struck his shoulder as hard as the bumper of a speeding car. Gray rolled with it, bruised to the bone. She was very strong.
Before he could get up, she leaped at him, swinging her arm at his face, trying to use the tip of the blade impaled through her wrist to blind him. He barely caught her elbow, twisted it, and carried them both to the walkway's edge. He didn't stop. Locked together, their bodies fell off the walkway. But Gray hooked his left knee around one of the walkway's support posts. His body jerked to a stop, swinging by his leg, wrenching his knee. Ishka peeled off of him and dropped away. Upside down, he watched the woman snap through some branches and crash hard into the grassy sward. Gray hauled himself back up to the walkway, sprawling flat. With disbelief, he saw Ishka climb to her feet below. She limped a step to steady herself, ankle painfully twisted. A clatter to Gray's side startled him. Fiona landed on the planks, swinging over from one of the cage's suspension wires. During the fight, the girl must have crabbed her way atop the cage, then used the wires to reach the walkway. She hurried to him, shaking her left hand and wincing. Fresh blood flowed from where Ishka had cut her. Gray searched again below. The woman stared up at him.
murder in her eyes. But she wasn't alone in the clearing. Behind her, Skuld raced toward the woman, the hyena's muzzle low to the ground, a shark in the grass, scenting blood. How fitting, Gray thought. But the woman merely raised her uninjured arm toward the beast. The massive hyena ground to a stop, lifted its nose, dripping drool, and rubbed against her palm like a savage pit bull greeting its abusive master. It mewled and lowered to its belly. Ishka never broke eye contact with Gray. She limped forward. Gray stared below. Steps from the woman, Ishka's pistol rested in plain view. Gray climbed up, gaining his feet. He grabbed Fiona's shoulder and shoved her forward. Run! She needed no further goading. They raced around the arc of the walkway. The girl flew on fear and adrenaline. They reached the exit. Fiona made the corner, hanging on to one of the support posts to keep her footing. Gray followed her example. As he swung clear, a ringing spark off the support post accompanied a pistol blast. Ishka had found her gun. Spurred on, they ran faster along the straight path, putting distance between them and the limping shooter. In a minute, approaching a crisscross of paths, Gray suspected they might be safe. Caution overcame panic. He slowed Fiona by the same crossroads he had stopped at before. Paths led in all directions. Which way? By now, there was a good chance Ishka had raised an alarm, unless the fall had broken her radio, but he couldn't count on that. He had to assume guards were already congregating between here and the outside world. And what about Monk? What did the gunplay that drew off Ishka's guards portend? Was he alive, dead, recaptured? There were too many unknown variables. Gray needed a place to hole up and hide, to let his trail cool. But where? He eyed the one path that bridged back to the manor house. No one would expect to look for them over there. Plus, the place had phones. If he could get to an outside line, maybe even find out more about whatever was really going on there. But it was a pipe dream. The place was locked up tight, a fortress. Fiona noted his attention. She tugged on his arm and pulled something from her pocket. It looked like a couple of playing cards on a chain. She held them up. Not playing cards, key cards. I nicked them from that ice-difficult person, Fiona said, half spitting. Teach her to slice me. Gray took the cards and examined them. He remembered Monk scolding Fiona for not stealing the museum director's keys when they were trapped in Himmler's crypt. It seemed the girl had taken Monk's lesson to heart. With narrowed eyes, Gray again studied the manor house. Thanks to his little pickpocket, he now held the keys to the castle. But what to do? Zurum 525, 10:30 a.m., Hluhluwa and Falozi Preserve, Zululand, South Africa. Painter sat in the mudstone and woven grass hut, cross-legged around a series of maps and schematics. The air smelled of dung and dust, but the small Zulu encampment served as the perfect staging spot, only 10 minutes from the Wallenberg estate. Periodically, security helicopters buzzed the camp, rising from the estate, wary and watchful of their boarders. But Paula Kane had the site well orchestrated. From the air, none could tell that the small sandy village was anything but a way station for the nomadic tribes of Zulu that eked out a living in the area. Nobody would suspect the council underway in one of the ramshackle huts. The group had gathered to strategize and pool resources. Across from Painter, Anna and Gunther sat together. Lisa kept near Painter's elbow, as she had since arriving in Africa, her face stoic but her eyes worried. Near the back, Major Brooks stood in the shadows, ever vigilant, palm resting on his holstered pistol. They were all attentive on the final debriefing from Kamisi, a former game warden here. At his side, leaning forward head to head, was the most surprising addition to the gathering, Monk Kokalis. To Painter's shock, Monk had wandered into the encampment with an exhausted and shell-shocked young man, both led by Kamisi. The young man was recuperating in another hut, kept safely out of harm's way, but Monk had spent the last hour relating his story, answering questions and filling in blanks. Anna stared at the set of runes Monk had finished drawing. Her eyes were bloodshot. She reached out a trembling hand toward the paper. "These are all the runes found in the books of Hugo Hirschfeld?" Monk nodded. And that old fart was convinced they were very important, critical to some next stage in his plan. Anna's gaze rose to Painter.
Dr. Hugo Hersfeld was the overseer for the original Black Sun project. Do you remember how I told you he was convinced he had solved the riddle of the bell? Performed one last experiment, one done in secret, attended only by himself. A private experiment that supposedly produced a perfect child, one uncorrupted of taint or devolution. A perfect night of the sun. But his method, how he did it, no one knew. And the letter he wrote his daughter, Painter said, whatever he discovered frightened him. A truth too beautiful to let die and too monstrous to set free. To that end, he hid the secret in this runic code. Anna sighed wearily. And Baldric Wallenberg was confident enough that he could solve the code, gain the lost knowledge for himself, that he destroyed the Granitzschloss? I think it was more than just that, Painter said. I think you were right before. Your group was a growing threat with talk of coming out of hiding, going mainstream. And with perfection so close, the culmination of the Aryan dream, he could not risk your continuing presence. Anna shifted the paper with Monk's sketched runes toward her. If Hugo was right, deciphering his code could prove critical to treating our own condition. The bell already holds the ability to slow down our disease, but if we could solve this riddle, it may offer a true cure. Lisa inserted a bit of reality into the discussion. But before any of that can happen, we must gain access to the Wallenberg bell. Then we can worry about cures. And what about Gray? Monk asked. And the girl? Painter kept his face tight. There is no telling where he is. Hiding? Captured? Dead? For the moment, Commander Pierce is on his own. Monk's face soured. I can sneak back in, use the map Kamisi has of the grounds. No, now is not the time to divide forces. Painter rubbed at a needling headache behind his right ear. Noises echoed, nausea welled. Monk stared at him. He waved away the man's concern. But something in Monk's focus suggested that it wasn't just his boss's physical failings that worried him. Was Painter making the right choices? How was his mental status? The doubt touched a chord in himself. How clear was his thinking? Lisa's hand drifted to his knee, as if sensing his consternation.
"I'm fine," he mumbled as much to himself as to her. Further inquiry was interrupted by the room's rug door being shoved open. Sunlight and heat wafted inside. Paula Kane ducked into the dark interior. A Zulu elder followed her in full ceremonial regalia, plumes, feathers, leopard skin decorated with colorful beadwork. Though in his mid-60s, his face was unlined, seemingly carved of stone. "I'm fine," he mumbled as much to himself as to her. Further inquiry was interrupted by the room's rug door being shoved open. Sunlight and heat wafted inside. Paula Kane ducked into the dark interior. A Zulu elder followed her in full ceremonial regalia, plumes, feathers, leopard skin decorated with colorful beadwork. Though in his mid-60s, his face was unlined, seemingly carved of stone, his head shaved. He carried a wooden staff topped with feathers, but he also bore an antique firearm, looking more ceremonial than functional. Painter recognized the weapon as he stood up. An old smooth-bore English brown Bess, a flintlock from the Napoleonic Wars. Paula Kane introduced the visitor. Mosi Dagana, Zulu chief. The elder spoke in crisp English. "All is ready." "Thank you for your assistance," Painter said formally. Mosi nodded his head slightly, acknowledging the words. "But it is not for you we lend our spears. We owe the Voortrekkers for Blood River." Painter frowned, but Paula Kane filled in the details. When the English drove the Dutch Boers out of Cape Town, they began a major trek into the interior. Friction escalated between the arriving immigrants and the native tribes, the Xhosa, the Pondo, the Swazi, and the Zulus. In 1838, along a tributary of the Buffalo River, the Zulus were betrayed, thousands killed, their homelands lost. It was a slaughter. The river became known as Blood River. The Voortrekker conspirator of that murderous assault was Piet Wallenberg. Mosi lifted his old weapon and held it out to Painter. "We do not forget." Painter did not doubt that this very gun had been involved in that infamous battle.
He accepted the weapon, knowing a pact had been forged with the passing of the flintlock. Mosi settled to the ground, dropping smoothly into a cross-legged position. We have much to plan. Paula nodded to Kamisi and held open the rug flap. Kamisi, your truck is ready. Tao and Django are already waiting. She checked her watch. You'll have to hurry. The former game warden stood. Each had their own duty to perform before nightfall. Painter met Monk's gaze. He again read the worry in the man's eyes. But not for Painter, for Gray. Sundown was 8 hours away. But there was nothing they could do until then. Gray was on his own. 12:05. Keep your head down, Gray whispered to Fiona. They strode toward the guard at the end of the hall. Gray wore one of the camouflage uniforms, from jack boots to black cap, the brim pulled low over his eyes. The guard who had lent Gray the outfit was unconscious, gagged, and hog-tied in a closet of one of the upper bedrooms. He had also borrowed the guard's radio, clipped to his belt and trailing an earpiece. The chatter on the line was all in Dutch, making it hard to discern, but it kept them abreast of events. Walking in Gray's shadow, Fiona wore a maid's outfit, borrowed from the same closet. It was a bit large, but it was better to hide her shape and age. Most of the house staff were natives in various shades of dark skin, typical of an Afrikaner household. Fiona's mocha-brown complexion, her Pakistani heritage, fit well enough. She also hid her straight hair under a bonnet. She could pass as native if no one looked too closely. To complete the act, she walked in tiny, submissive steps, shoulders slumped, head down. So far, their disguises had not even been tested. Word had spread that Gray and Fiona had been spotted in the jungle. With the manor house shuttered down, only a skeleton patrol kept post inside the mansion. Most of the security forces were searching the forests, outbuildings, and borders. Unfortunately, security was not so thin here as to leave an outside phone line open. Shortly after using Ishka's keycard to gain entry back inside the mansion, Gray had tested a few house phones. Access required passing through a coded security net. Any attempt to gain an outside line would only expose them. So their options were few. They could hide, but to what end? Who knew when or if Monk would make it to civilization? So a more proactive role was needed. The plan was to first gain a schematic of the mansion. That meant penetrating the security nest on the main floor. Their only weapons were a sidearm carried by Gray and a hand taser in Fiona's pocket. Ahead, at the end of the hall, a sentry manned the upper balcony, guarding over the main entryway with an automatic rifle. Gray strode up to the man. He was tall, stocky, and his heavy-lidded eyes made him look piggish and mean. Gray nodded and continued toward the stairs. Fiona followed at his heels. All went well. Then the man said something in Dutch. The words were beyond Gray, but they had a lurid ring to them, ending in a guttural low laugh. Half turning, Gray saw the guard reach to Fiona and make an inappropriate gesture. Another hand went for her elbow. Wrong thing to do. Fiona swung to the man. "Go away, you jerk!" Her skirt brushed the man's knee. A blue spark burned through her pocket and zapped the man's thigh. His body arched back, a strangled noise gargled forth. Gray caught him as he fell back, still convulsing in his arms. Gray dragged him off the landing and into a side room. He dropped him to the floor, pistol-whipped him unconscious, and began gagging him and tying him up. "Why did you do that?" Gray asked. Fiona stepped behind Gray and made an abrupt gesture. "Hey!" He stood and swung around. "How do you like it?" Fiona fumed. "Point taken." "Still," he cautioned, "I can't keep tying up these jerks." Fiona stood with her arms crossed. Her eyes, though angry, were also scared. He couldn't blame her for her jumpiness. He wiped some cold sweat from his brow. Maybe they had better just hide and hope for the best. Gray's radio crackled. He listened hard. Had their attack by the staircase been noted? He translated through the garble. "Havangane bringen in the main door." More followed, but Gray barely heard much past the word Havangane. Prisoner. That could only mean one thing. "They caught Monk," he whispered, going cold. Fiona uncrossed her arms, face concerned. "Come on," he said, and headed toward the door. He had relieved the downed guard of his taser and shouldered the man's rifle. Gray led the way back to the stairs. He whispered his plan to Fiona as they hurried down the stairs to the main entrance hall. The lower floor was empty, as was the foyer ahead. They crossed the polished floor, decorated with woven rugs and African motifs. Their footsteps echoed. To either side, stuffed trophies mounted the walls. The head of an endangered black rhino, a massive lion with a moth-eaten mane, a row of antelopes with various wrecks of horns. Gray crossed toward the foyer. Fiona pulled a feather duster from an apron pocket, a part of her disguise. She crossed to one side of the door. Gray took a post, rifle in hand, on the other. They didn't have long to wait, barely getting into position in time. How many guards would be accompanying Monk? At least he was alive. The metal shutter over the main entrance began to rise, clattering upward. Gray leaned down to count legs. He held up 2 fingers toward Fiona. 2 guards were accompanying a prisoner in a white jumpsuit. Gray stepped into view as the gate trundled fully up. The guards saw nothing but one of their own, a sentry with a rifle manning the door. They entered with the prisoner in tow. Neither noticed Gray palming a taser or Fiona coming up from the other side. The attack was over in moments. 2 guards convulsed on the rug, heels drumming. Gray kicked each in the side of the head, probably harder than he should have, but anger fueled through him. The prisoner was not Monk. "Who are you?" he asked the startled captive as he quickly dragged the first guard toward a neighboring supply closet. The gray-haired woman used her free arm to help Fiona with the second man. She was stronger than she appeared. Her left arm was bandaged and secured across her chest in a tight sling. The left side of her face was savaged with jagged scratches, sutured and raw.
Something had attacked and mauled her. Despite her recent injuries, her eyes met Gray's, fiery and determined. "My name is Dr. Marcia Fairfield." 12:30 p.m. The Jeep trundled down the empty lane. Behind the wheel, Warden Gerald Kellogg mopped his sweating brow. He had a bottle of Birkenhead Premium Lager propped between his legs. Despite the hectic morning, Kellogg refused to break routine. There was nothing else he could do anyway. Security at the Wallenberg estate had passed on the sketchy details. An escape. Kellogg had already alerted the park rangers and posted men at all the gates. He passed on pictures, faxed over from the Wallenberg estate. Poachers was the cover, armed and dangerous. Until word of a sighting reached Kellogg's office, he had nothing to keep him from his usual 2-hour lunch at home. Tuesday meant roasted game hen and sweet potatoes. He drove his Jeep across the cattle guard and into the main drive, lined by short hedges. Ahead, a 2-story beadboard colonial sat on a full acre of manicured property, a perk of his position. It had a staff of 10 to maintain the grounds and household, which included only himself. He was in no hurry to marry. Why buy the cow and all that? He had a manservant, Muxali, a Swazi brute recruited from prison, who ran his household with discipline and terror. Any problems were dealt with swiftly, both at home and when needed elsewhere. And the Wallenbergs were only too happy to help any troublemakers disappear. What became of them once they were dropped off by helicopter at the Wallenberg estate, Gerald would prefer not to know. But he had heard rumors. Despite the midday heat, he shivered. Best not to ask too many questions. He parked his car in the shade under a leafy acacia tree, climbed out, and strode down the gravel path to the side door that led to the kitchen. A pair of gardeners hoed the flower bed. They kept their eyes down as Gerald passed, as they were taught. The smell of roasting hens and garlic whetted his appetite. His nose and stomach drew him up the 3 wooden steps to the open screen door. He entered the kitchen, belly growling. To the left, the stove door was open. The cook knelt on the planks, head in the oven. Kellogg frowned at the odd tableau. It took him a moment to realize it wasn't the cook. Muxali? Kellogg finally noted the underlying smell of seared flesh behind the garlic. Something protruded from the man's arm. A feather dart, Muxali's weapon of choice, usually poisoned. Something was dreadfully wrong. Kellogg backed away, turning to the door.
The two gardeners had dropped their hoes and had rifles pointed at his wide belly. It was not uncommon for small marauding bands, filth from the black townships, to raid farms and outlying homes. Kellogg held up his arms, skin going cold with terror. A creak of a board drew him around, half ducking. A dark figure stepped out of the shadows of the next room. Kellogg gasped as he recognized the intruder and the hatred in his eyes. Not marauders, even worse. A ghost. Kamisi, 12:30 p.m. "So what exactly is wrong with him?" Monk asked, thumbing where Painter had disappeared into one of the neighboring huts with Dr. Paula Kane's satellite phone. The director was coordinating with Logan Gregory. Under the shadowy eaves of another hut, he shared a log with Dr. Lisa Cummings. The medical doctor was quite the looker, even when covered with dust and a bit haunted around the eyes. She turned her attention to Monk. "His cells are denaturing, dissolving from the inside out. That's according to Anna Sporenberg. She studied the deleterious effects of the Bell's radiation extensively in the past. It causes multi-system organ failure. Her brother Gunther suffers from a chronic version of it too, but his rate of decline is slowed by his enhanced healing and immunity. Anna and Painter, exposed as adults to an overdose of the radiation, have no such innate protection." She went into more details, knowing Monk shared a background in medicine. Low platelet counts, rising bilirubin levels, edema, muscle tenderness with bouts of rigidity around the neck and shoulders, bone infarctions, hepatosplenomegaly, audible murmurs in the heartbeat, and strange calcification of distal extremities and vitreous humor of the eyes. But ultimately it all came down to one question. "How long do they have?" Monk asked. Lisa sighed and stared back toward the hut into which Painter had vanished. "No more than a day. Even if a cure could be found today, I fear there might still be permanent and sustained damage." "Did you note his slurring, how he dropped words? Is that all the drugs?" Lisa glanced back to him, her eyes more sharply pained. "It's more than the drugs." Monk sensed this was the first time she admitted this to herself. It was stated with dread and hopelessness. He also saw how much she suffered for it. Her reaction was more than just a concerned doctor or a worried friend. She cared for Painter and plainly struggled to hold her emotions in check, to guard her heart. Painter appeared in the doorway. He waved Monk over. "I have Cat on the horn." Monk rose quickly, checked the sky for choppers, and crossed to Painter. He accepted the satellite phone, covered the mouthpiece, and nodded to Dr. Cummings. "Boss, I think the woman could use some company." Painter rolled his eyes. They were bloodshot, splotchy with hemorrhages in the sclera. He shaded his sore eyes and crossed toward the woman. Monk watched from the doorway and lifted the phone. "Hey, babe." "Don't babe me. What in the world are you doing in Africa?" Monk smiled. Cat's scolding was as welcome as lemonade in the desert. Besides, her question was rhetorical. She had surely been debriefed. "I thought this was supposed to be a babysitting assignment," she continued. Monk merely waited, letting her vent. "When you get home, I'm locking you," she continued for another long, scrambled minute. Finally, Monk got a word in edgewise. "I miss you too." A blustering sound subsided into a sigh. "I heard Gray is still missing." "He'll be fine," he assured her, while hoping the same. "Find him, Monk. Do whatever it takes." Monk appreciated her understanding. He intended to do just that. She asked for no promise of caution. She knew him too well. Still, he heard the tears in her next words. "I love you." That was caution enough for any man. "I love you too." He lowered his voice and slightly turned away. "Both of you. Come home." "Try to stop me." Cat sighed again. "Logan is paging me. I must sign off. We've a meeting scheduled for 0700 with an attaché at the South African Embassy. We'll do what we can to put pressure on from here. Give him a hard time, babe." "We will. Bye, Monk." Cat, but the line had disconnected. Gosh. Monk lowered the phone and stared at Lisa and Painter. The two leaned together, talking, but Monk sensed it was more the need to be close than any real communication. He stared down at the phone. At least Cat was safe and sound. 12:37 p.m. "They were taking me to an internment cell down below," Dr. Marcia Fairfield said, "for further questioning. Something must be worrying them." The three of them were back up in the room on the first-floor landing. The guard who had manhandled Fiona still lay unconscious on the floor, blood dribbling from his nostrils. Dr. Fairfield had quickly related her story, how she was ambushed in the field, attacked by the Wallenbergs' pets, dragged away. The Wallenbergs had learned through channels about a possible role she had with UK intelligence, so they staged her kidnapping as a fatal lion attack. Her wounds certainly still looked swollen and raw. I was able to convince them that my companion, a game warden, had been killed. It was all I could do. Hope he made it back to civilization. But what are the Wallenbergs hiding? Gray asked. What are they doing? The woman shook her head. Some macabre version of a genetic Manhattan project. That's as much as I can tell. But I think there is some other scheme in the works.
A sideline project. Maybe even an attack. I overheard one of my guards talking. Something about a serum of some sort. Serum 525, I heard them say. I also heard Washington, D.C. mentioned in the same context. Gray frowned. Did you hear of any timetable? Not exactly, but from their laughter I got the impression whatever was going to happen would be soon, very soon. Gray paced a few steps, knuckling his chin. This serum, maybe it's a biowarfare agent, a pathogen, a virus. He shook his head. He needed more information, and quickly. We have to get into those basement labs, he mumbled, find out what's going on. They were taking me to that internment area, Dr. Fairfield said. He nodded, understanding. If I pose as one of your guards, that might be our ticket down there. We'd have to hurry, Marcia said. As it is, they must be wondering what's keeping me. Gray turned to Fiona, ready for an argument. It would be safest if she stayed hidden in the room, out of sight. It would be hard to justify her presence alongside a prisoner and a guard. It would only arouse suspicion and attention. I know. No place for a maid, Fiona said, surprising him yet again. She nudged the guard on the floor with her toe. I'll keep Casanova here company until you get back. Despite her brave words, her eyes shone with fear. We won't be gone long, he promised. You'd better not be. With the matter settled, Gray grabbed his rifle, waved Dr. Fairfield toward the door, and said, "Let's go." In short order, Gray marched Marcia at gunpoint into the central elevator. No one accosted them. A card reader restricted access to the subterranean levels. He swiped Ishka's second key card. The lighted buttons for the sub-levels changed from red to green. "Any idea where to start?" Gray asked. Marcia reached out. The greater the treasure, the deeper it's buried. She pressed the bottommost number. 7 levels down. The elevator began to descend. As Gray watched the floors count down, Marcia's words nagged. An attack. Possibly in Washington. But what type of attack? 6:41 a.m. EST. Washington, D.C. Embassy Row was only 2 miles from the National Mall. Their driver turned onto Massachusetts Avenue and headed toward the South African Embassy. Kat rode with Logan in the back seat, comparing final notes. The sun had just risen, and the embassy appeared ahead. Its 4 stories of Indiana limestone shone brilliantly in the morning sunlight, highlighting its gables and dormers typical of the Cape Dutch style. The driver pulled up to the residence wing of the embassy. The ambassador had agreed to meet them in his private study at this early hour. It seemed any issues concerning the Wallenbergs were best dealt with out of the public's eye. Which was fine with Kat. She had a pistol in an ankle holster. Kat climbed out and waited for Logan. 4 fluted pilasters supported a carved parapet with the South African coat of arms. Beneath it, a doorman noted their arrival and opened the glazed front door. As second in command, Logan led the way. Kat kept a step or two behind, watching the street, wary. With as much money as the Wallenbergs wielded, she did not trust who might be in their private employ, and that included the ambassador, John Auergen. The entrance hall opened wide around them. A secretary in a neat Navy business suit ushered them across the hall. "Ambassador Auergen will be down momentarily. I'm to take you to his study. Can I bring you any tea or coffee?" Logan and Kat declined. They were soon ensconced in a richly paneled room. The furniture, desks, bookcases, occasional tables, was constructed of the same wood. Stinkwood, native to South Africa, so rare it was no longer available for commercial export. Logan took a seat by the desk. Kat remained standing. They didn't have long to wait. The doors opened again, and a tall, thin man with sandy blonde hair entered. He wore a navy suit, but carried his jacket over one arm. Kat suspected the casual approach was pure artifice, meant to make his manner appear more amiable and cooperative. Like meeting here in his private residence, she wasn't buying it. As Logan made introductions, Kat surveyed the room. With a background in the intelligence services, she imagined the conversation here would be taped. She studied the room, guessing where the surveillance equipment was hidden. Ambassador Auergen finally settled to his seat. "You've come to inquire about the Wallenberg estate, or so I was informed. How may I be of service?" "We believe someone in their employ may have been involved in a kidnapping in Germany." His eyes widened too perfectly. "I'm shocked to hear such allegations, but I've heard nothing about this from the German BKA, Interpol, or Europol." "Our sources are concrete," Logan insisted. "All we ask is cooperation with your Scorpions to follow up locally." Kat watched the man feign an intensely pensive expression. The Scorpions were the South African equivalent of the FBI. Cooperation seemed unlikely. The best Logan sought here was to keep such organizations out of Sigma's way. While they could not negotiate cooperation against such a political powerhouse as the Wallenbergs, they might place enough pressure to keep any policing authorities from helping them. A small concession, but a meaningful one. Kat continued standing, watching the slow dance these two men performed, each trying to gain the best advantage. "I assure you that the Wallenbergs hold the international community and governing bodies in the utmost respect. The family has supported relief efforts, multinational charity organizations, and nonprofit trusts throughout the world. In fact, in their latest act of generosity, they've endowed all South African embassies and chanceries around the globe with a golden centennial bell, marking the 100-year anniversary of the first gold coin minted in South Africa. That is all well and good, but it doesn't." Kat cut Logan off, speaking for the first time. "Did you say gold bell?" Auergen's eyes met hers. "Yes, gifts from Sir Baldric Wallenberg himself. 100 gold-plated centennial bells, bearing the South African coat of arms. Ours is being installed in the residence hall on the 4th floor." Logan met Kat's eyes. Kat spoke. "Would it be possible to see it?" The strange tack of the conversation unsettled the ambassador, but he failed to come up with a good reason to deny it, and Kat imagined he hoped it would be a way to even gain an upper hand in the quiet war of diplomacy going on here. "I would be delighted to show you." He stood up and checked his watch. "I'm afraid we'll have to move smartly. I do have a breakfast meeting I must not be late to." As Kat had imagined, Auergen was using the tour as an excuse to end the conversation early, to wheedle out of any firm commitment. Logan stared hard at her. She hoped she was right. They were led to an elevator and taken to the top floor of the building. They passed hallways decorated in artwork and South African native crafts. Then a large hall opened. It appeared more museum than living space. There were display cabinets, long tables, and massive chests with hand-beaten brass fixtures. A wall of windows overlooked the rear yard and gardens, but in a corner hung a giant gold bell. It looked as if it had recently been uncrated, as bits of the straw stuffing were still scattered on the floor. The bell itself stood a full meter tall and half again as wide at the mouth. The coat of arms had been stamped on it. Kat stepped closer. A thick power cable ran from its top and coiled to the floor. The ambassador noted her attention. "It's automated to ring at set times of the day. Quite a marvel of engineering. If you look up inside the bell, it's a marvel of gears, like a fine Rolex." Kat turned to Logan. He had paled. Like Kat, he had studied the sketches Anna Spornberg had made of the original bell. This was an exact duplicate done in gold. Both had also read of the detrimental effects that could be radiated from the device: madness and death.
Kat stared out the upper story window. From this height, she could just make out the white dome of the Capitol. The ambassador's earlier words now horrified. 100 golden bells sendoed around the globe.
It took a special technician to install it, the ambassador continued, though now a slightly bored lilt entered his voice, winding the meeting toward its end. I believe he's around here somewhere. The room's door closed behind them, slamming slightly. All three turned. Ah, here he is, Aurigan said upon turning. His voice died when he spotted the submachine gun held by the newcomer. His hair was white blonde. Even from across the room, Kat spotted a dark tattoo on the hand supporting the gun. Kat dove for her ankle holster. Without a word, the assassin opened fire, spraying bullets. Glass shattered and wood splintered. Behind her, beaten by ricocheting rounds, the golden bell rang and rang. 12:44 p.m., South Africa. The elevator doors opened on the 7th sublevel. Gray stepped out, rifle in hand. He searched both directions along a gray hallway. Unlike the rich woods and fine craftsmanship used in the main manor house, this sublevel was lit by fluorescence and maintained a rigid sterility in its decor. Bleached linoleum floors, gray walls, low roof. Smooth steel doors with glowing electronic locks lined one side of the hall. The other doors appeared more ordinary. Gray placed his palm against one. The panel vibrated. He heard a rhythmic hum. Power plant? Must be massive. Marcia stepped to his side. I think we've come down too far, she whispered. This feels more storage and utility. Gray agreed. Still, he crossed to one of the locked steel doors. Begs the question, what are they storing? The sign on the door read, Embryona. Embryonic lab, Marcia translated. She crossed to join him, eyes guarded, wincing slightly as she moved her bandaged and splinted arm. Gray raised Ishka's card again and swiped it. The indicator glowed green and a magnetic lock released. Gray pushed the door. He had shouldered his rifle and now had his pistol out. The overhead fluorescence flickered, then came on steady. The room was a long hall, a good 40 meters. Gray noted how chilly the air was in here, crisper, filtered. A flush line of floor-to-ceiling stainless steel freezers covered one side. Compressors hummed. On the other side were steel carts, tanks of liquid nitrogen, and a large microscope table wired to a microdissection table. It appeared to be some form of a cryonics lab. At a central workstation, a Hewlett-Packard computer idled. The screensaver spun on the LCD monitor. A silver symbol rotated against a black background. A familiar symbol. Gray had seen it depicted on the floor of Wewelsburg Castle. The Black Sun, Gray mumbled. Marcia glanced at him. Gray pointed to the spinning sun. The symbol represents Himmler's Black Order, a cabal of Thule Society occultists and scientists obsessed with the Superman philosophy. Baldric must have been a member too. Gray sensed they had come full circle, from Ryan's great-grandfather to here. He nodded to the computer. Look for a main directory, see what you can find out. While Marcia aimed for the workstation, Gray crossed to one of the freezers. He pulled it open. Frigid air welled out. Inside were drawers, indexed and numbered. Behind him, he heard Marcia tapping at the computer. Gray edged one drawer open. Neatly arranged in clips were a score of tiny glass straws filled with a yellow liquid. Frozen embryos, Marcia said behind him. He closed the drawer and looked down the length of the hall at the number of giant freezers. If Marcia was correct, there had to be thousands of embryos stored here. She spoke, drawing him over. The computer is a database, logging genomes and genealogy. She glanced over to him. Both human and animal. Mammalian species. Look at this. Strange notations filled the screen. Nucleotide verandering. DNA. 3rd Nov 6, 1456 GMT. Schema V1.16. Verandering. Code Rangschicken. Loci A.0 transversi. A.0.2 dipyrimidine to dithymidine. CTT. ATG, TAC, GCRL, CAT, GAANF, CAT, CAT, GAAF, CAT, GAAN, CAC, LOCI, A.3, Gedeltalik,
A.3.3.4 dinucleotide, transcription, CTA, AAN, TAC, GCLTA, TAFCS, CAT, GCLTLTA, GAF, GURA-TI, LOCI, B.5, B.5.1.3, Cryptica, plots activering, GTA, GCRC, CLTA, GANF, CAT, GLTI, GAAF, AANCLO, LOCI, B.7, B.7.5.1, pentanucleotide, gay verminderde stabiliteit, ATG, TAC, GCRC, CLTRC, GANF, CAT, GANF, CAT, GANF, CAT, GANF, GUCLE, ANT, ANF. They appear to be a list of mutational changes, Marcia said, defined down to the level of polynucleotides. Gray tapped the name near the top. Crocuta, crocuta, he read. The spotted hyena. I've seen the end result of that research. Baldrick Wallenberg mentioned how he was perfecting the species, even incorporating human stem cells in their brains. Marcia brightened and tapped back to a main directory. That explains the name of the entire database, Herrschenschim, which translates to chimera, a biologic term for an organism with genetic material from more than one species, whether from grafting like in plants or insertion of foreign cells into an embryo. She tapped one-handed at the computer, focused. But to what end? Straightening, Gray glanced down the length of the embryonic lab. Was all this any different from Baldrick's manipulation of orchids and bonsai trees? Just another way to control nature, to manipulate and design it according to his own definition of perfection. Marcia mumbled. Strange. Gray turned back to her. What? As I said, there are human embryos here. She glanced over a shoulder to Gray. According to the cross-referenced genealogy, all of these embryos are genetically tied to the Wallenbergs. No surprise there. Gray had noted the similarities in the Wallenberg offspring. Their patriarch had been tweaking the family lineage for generations, but apparently that wasn't the strange part. Marcia continued. Each of the Wallenberg embryos, in turn, is referenced to stem cell lines that are then tracked to Crocuta crocuta. The hyenas? Marcia nodded. Understanding and horror grew. Are you saying he's been planting his own children's stem cells into those monsters? Gray could not hide his shock. Did the man's atrocities, his conceit, never end? That's not all, Marcia said. Gray felt a sickening jolt in his gut, knowing what she was going to say next. Marcia pointed to a complicated chart on the screen. According to this, stem cells from the hyenas are cross-referenced back to the next generation of human embryos. Dear God! Gray pictured Ishka holding out her hand and stopping the charging hyena. It was more than just master and dog. It was family. Baldrick had been implanting cells from his mutated hyenas back into his children, cross-pollinating like his orchids. But even that's not the worst, Marcia began, pale and disturbed to her core. The Wallenbergs have been... Gray cut her off. He had heard enough. They had more to search. We should keep moving. Marcia glanced to the computer with reluctance, but she nodded and stood. They left the monster lab and continued down the hall. The next door was marked Fetusin, a fetal lab. Gray continued down the hall without stopping. He had no desire to see what horrors lay inside there. How are they achieving these results? Marcia asked. The mutations, the successful chimeras? They must have some way of controlling their genetic manipulations. Possibly, he mumbled, but it's not perfected, not yet. Gray remembered Hugo Hirschfeld's work, the code he hid in runes. He now understood Baldrick's obsession with it, a promise of perfection. Too beautiful to let die, and too monstrous to set free. And certainly the concerns of the monstrous didn't scare Baldrick. In fact, he bred the monstrous into his own family. And now that he had Hugo's code, what was Baldrick's next step? especially with Sigma breathing down his neck. No wonder Baldric wanted so desperately to know about Painter Crow. They reached another door. The room beyond must be huge, as it was spaced a distance from the fetal lab.
Gray noted the name on the door, XERUM 525. He matched gazes with Marcia. Not serum, Gray said. Zerum, Marcia read, shaking her head in a lack of understanding. Gray used his stolen card. The green light flashed, the lock released, and he pushed inside. The room's lights flickered on. The air here smelled vaguely corrosive with a hint of ozone. The floor and walls were dark. Lead, Marcia said, touching the walls. Gray didn't like the sound of that, but he had to know more. The cavernous space looked like a storage facility for hazardous wastes. Shelves stretched deep into the room. Stacked on them were yellow 10-gallon drums with the number 525 stamped on them. Gray remembered his concern about a biowarfare agent. Or did the drums hold some type of fissionable material, nuclear waste? Was that the reason the room was lead-lined? Marcia showed little concern. She crossed to the shelves. Each shelf spot bore a label, marking each drum. Albania, she read, then stepped to the next one. Argentina. Other countries were named, in alphabetical order. Gray stared across the shelves. There had to be 100 drums at least. Marcia glanced to him. He understood the sudden concern in her eyes. Oh no. Gray hurried into the room, searching the shelves, stopping periodically to read a label. Belgium, Finland, Greece. He ran on. At last he reached the spot he was looking for. United States. He recalled what Marcia had overheard, something about Washington, D.C., a possible attack. Gray stared down the rows of drums. From all the countries named here, it wasn't just Washington under threat, at least not yet. Gray remembered Baldric's concern about Painter, about Sigma. They were his most immediate threat. To compensate, Baldric must have moved up his timetable. Above the label marked United States, the shelf was empty. The corresponding drum of XERUM 525 was gone. 7:45 a.m. EST, Georgetown University Hospital, Washington, D.C. ETA on MedStar? The radio dispatcher asked. He sat before the hospital's touchscreen program, wireless headset in place. The helicopter crackled back. En route. 2 minutes out. The ER is asking for an update. Everyone had heard about the shootout on Embassy Row. Homeland Security protocols were in effect. Calls and alarms were being raised throughout the city. Confusion reigned at the moment. Embassy medical personnel pronounced 2 on the spot, 2 of their own, South African nationals, including the ambassador. But 2 Americans are also down. Status? 1 dead, 1 critical. Menagerie, 1:55 p.m., South Africa. Fiona listened at the doorway, taser in hand. Voices approached the first-floor landing. Terror strangled her. Whatever reserve of adrenaline had been sustaining her for the past 24 hours was reaching its end. Her hands shook, her breathing remained shallow and rapid. The gagged and bound guard, the one who'd grabbed her, lay sprawled behind her. She'd had to shock him again when the bloke had begun to moan. The voices approached her hiding spot. Fiona tensed. Where was Gray? He had been gone almost an hour. 2 people approached her door. She recognized one of their voices. It was the blind, difficult person who had sliced her palm. Ishke Wallenberg. She and her companion spoke Dutch, but Fiona was fluent in the language. Key cards, Ishke said angrily. I must have lost mine when I fell. Well, dear Zooster, you are home and safe now. Zooster? Sister. So her companion was her brother. Well, change the codes as a precaution, he added. And no one has found the 2 Americans or the girl? We have all the borders of the estate under double guard. We're confident that they're still on the grounds. We'll find them. And Grote Father has a surprise. What sort of surprise? Insurance that no one leaves the estate alive. Remember, he did take DNA samples from them when they first arrived. Ishke laughed, chilling Fiona's blood. The voices wandered away. Come. The brother's voice faded down the stairs as they descended toward the main floor.
"Grandfather wants us all downstairs." Their voices trailed to a stop near the bottom of the staircase. With her ear pressed to the door, Fiona could make out no other words, but it sounded like an argument over some matter. But she had heard enough. No one leaves the estate alive. What were they planning? Ishke's icy laugh still rang in her head, mirthless and satisfied. Whatever was being plotted, they seemed certain of its outcome. But what did their DNA samples have to do with it? Fiona knew there was only one way to find out. She had no idea when Gray would return, and feared time was running out for all of them. They would need to know what the danger was, if they were to avoid it. That meant only one thing. She pocketed her taser and took out her feather duster. She twisted the deadbolt and unlocked the door. For this hunt, she needed all the skills from the street. She pulled open the door and slipped out of the room. Pausing, her back to the door, she pushed it closed with her rear end. She had never felt so alone, so purely frightened. Reconsidering, she rested her hand on the doorknob. She closed her eyes and steadied herself, offering up a prayer. Not to God, but to someone who had taught her how courage came in many forms, including sacrifice. Muddy, she prayed. She missed her foster mother, Greta Neal. Old secrets from the past had killed the woman, and now new secrets threatened Fiona and the others. For any hope of survival, she needed to be as brave and selfless as Muddy. The voices below drifted away down the staircase. Fiona sidled closer, feather duster raised in defense. She peered over the first landing balcony, just enough to spot the white blonde heads of the twins. Their words reached her again. "Don't keep Grandfather waiting," the brother said. "I'll be right down. I just want to check on Scold. Make sure she is back in her kennel. She was quite aroused, and I fear she might harm herself in her frustration. The same might be said of you, my sweet Zooster." Fiona took a step closer. The brother touched his sister's cheek, creepily intimate. Ishke leaned into his touch, then pulled away. "I won't be long." Her brother nodded and stepped toward the central lift. "I will let Grandfather know." He pressed a button and the doors opened. Ishke headed off in a different direction, toward the back of the manor. Fiona hurried to follow. She clutched the taser in her pocket. If she could get the difficult person alone, make her talk. Flying down the steps, Fiona slowed near the bottom, resuming a more subdued pace. Ishke was headed down a central hall that seemed to run straight through the heart of the manor house. Fiona followed from a distance, head lowered, feather duster folded in her arms like a nun with a Bible. She took tiny steps, a nondescript mouse of a servant. Ishke descended a set of 5 stairs, passing a pair of sentries, and followed along another hallway to the left. Fiona approached the pair of guards. She increased her pace, appearing like a servant late to some obscure duty. Still, she stayed deeply bowed, half buried in her oversized maid outfit. She reached the short stairs. The guards ignored her, plainly on their best behavior after the mistress of the house had just passed them. Fiona skipped down the 5 steps. Once in the lower hall, Fiona found it empty. She stopped. Ishke was gone. A mix of relief and terror suffused through her in equal parts. Should I return to the room? Hope for the best? She remembered Ishke's cold laughter. Then the woman's voice barked sharply, close, coming from a double set of decorative iron and glass doors to the right. Something had pissed Ishke off. Fiona hurried forward. She listened at the door. "The meat must be bloody, fresh," Ishke hollered, "or I'll put you in there with her." Mumbled apologies. Footsteps ran away. Fiona leaned closer, her ear to the glass. A mistake. The door shoved open, striking her in the side of the head.
Ishka stormed through, running straight into Fiona. Ishka swore, elbowing her aside. Fiona reacted instinctively, relying on old skills. She untangled herself and bunched into a ball, dropping to a knee, cowering. It didn't take much acting. "Watch where you're going," Ishka fumed. "Ya, maîtresse," she fawned, bowing deeper. "Get out of my way," Fiona panicked. Where was she supposed to go? Finding Fiona at the door, Ishka would wonder what she had been doing crouched there. The woman's body still held the door open. Fiona scraped her way, bowing through the open doorway, out of Ishka's way. Fiona's hand went to her hidden taser, but it took her a moment to drop what she had just stolen from Ishka's sweater pocket. She had not meant to steal it, just reflexes. Stupid. Now the delay cost her everything. Before she could free her taser, Ishka swore and strode away. The heavy iron and glass door swung shut with a clang between them. Fiona cringed, cursing herself. What now? She would have to wait a few moments before leaving. Suspicions would be too aroused if she were spotted on Ishka's trail again. Besides, she knew where Ishka was headed. Back to the lift. Unfortunately, Fiona didn't know the house well enough to take an alternate route to the main hall to attempt an ambush. Tears threatened, a mix of fear and frustration. She had bollocksed the whole deal. Despairing, she finally took note of the chamber ahead. It was brightly lit, with natural sunlight streaming through a geodesic glass roof. It was some type of inner circular courtyard. Giant palms rose from the central floor and crowned toward the glass roof. All around, massive colonnades supported the high roof and set off deep cloisters around the room. 3 lofty halls, arched and as high as the central courtyard, branched off like chapels off a church's nave, forming a cross. But this hall was no place of worship. The smell struck her first. Musky, fetid, the reek of a charnel house. Cries and ululating moans echoed across the cavernous space. Curiosity drew her a step forward. 3 stairs led down to the main floor, empty of staff. The man whom she had heard run off after being scolded by Ishka was nowhere in sight. From her post, she searched the room. Fitted into each of the sunken cloisters around the edges of the giant courtyard were massive cages, sealed in front by iron and glass grates like the entry door. Behind the bars, she spotted hulking shapes, some curled in slumber, others pacing, one hunkered over a knob of leg bone, gnawing. The hyena creatures. But that wasn't all. In other cages, she spotted additional monstrosities. A gorilla sat sullen near the front of one cage, staring straight at Fiona with an unnerving intelligence. Worse yet, some mutation had stripped the beast of its fur. Wrinkled elephantine skin hung from its body. In another, a lion paced back and forth. It was furred, but it grew out bleached and patchy, and was presently fouled with feces and gore. It panted, eyes red-rimmed. Fangs protruded, saber-toothed and sickled. All around were twisted forms. A striped antelope with corkscrewing horns. A pair of skeletally tall jackals. An albino warthog plated like an armadillo. Gruesome and sad at the same time. The jackals caged together wailed and yipped, moving woodenly, crippled. Still, pity did little to hold back the terror of seeing the giant hyenas. Her eyes fixed on the one gnawing a thigh bone of some massive animal, water buffalo or wildebeest. A bit of meat and black fur still waited to be worried from the bone. Fiona could not help imagining that it could have been her. If Gray hadn't rescued her, she shivered. Tensing its massive jaws, the giant hyena cracked the leg bone, snapping it like a gunshot. Fiona jumped, awakened again. She retreated to the door. She had waited long enough. With her mission a failure, she would sneak back to her hiding place with her tail tucked between her legs. She grabbed the door and yanked on it. Locked. Gray stared at the row of heavy steel levers, heart pounding in his throat. It had taken him too long to find the master circuit switches for the electrical board. He could sense the power flowing through the giant cabling in the room, an electromagnetic force felt at the base of the neck. He had already wasted too much time. After discovering one of the drums of Zerum 525 was missing, one intended for the United States, urgency weighed heavily upon Gray. He had abandoned any attempt to reconnoiter the remainder of the sub-basement. Right now, it was more important to get a warning off to Washington. Marcia had reported seeing an emergency shortwave radio in the security block when she had been taken from her cell. She knew whom to call, a partner of hers, Dr. Paula Kane, who could pass on the warning. Still, they both knew that to go for the radio was probably a suicide mission. But what choice did they have? At least Fiona was safely ensconced away. "What are you waiting for?" Marcia asked. She had cut free her sling and changed into a laboratory smock from one of the storage lockers. In the dark, she might pass for one of the lab's researchers. Marcia stood at his back, clutching an emergency flashlight. Gray raised a hand to the first lever. They had already located the fire stairs for the sub-basement. The stairs should lead back to the main house. But to get outside and reach the security block, they needed an additional means of distraction, extra insurance. The answer had come a few moments ago. Gray had been leaning against one of the hallway doors. He noted the vibration and hum of the level's power plant. If they could fry the main board, create more chaos, possibly blind their captors for a spell, they'd have a better chance of making it to that radio. "Ready?" Gray asked. Marcia flicked on her flashlight. She met his gaze, took a deep breath, and nodded. "Let's do it." "Lights out," Gray said, and yanked the first lever. Then the next and the next. Fiona watched the lamps around the courtyard flicker and die. Oh, God. Fiona stood in the center of the courtyard, near a small fountain. Moments ago, she had slipped from her post by the locked main door and had crept halfway across the central courtyard. She had gone in search of another exit. Surely there had to be one. She froze now. A momentary silence spread across the room, as if the animals sensed some primary change, a loss of the perpetual subsonic hum of power. Or maybe it was merely a sense of power shifting to them. A door creaked open behind her. Fiona slowly turned. One of the iron and glass cages nudged open, nosed by one of the hyena monsters. The blackout had demagnetized the locks. The beast crept out of its cage. Blood dripped from its muzzle. It had been the one gnawing the thigh bone. A low growl flowed from it. Somewhere behind her, Fiona heard a cackling yip as some silent communication passed through the menagerie's predators. Other doors creaked on iron hinges. Fiona remained fixed by the fountain. Even the water pump had died, silencing the waters, as if fearful of drawing attention to itself. Somewhere down one of the arched side chapels, a bright scream echoed forth. Human. Fiona imagined it was the zookeeper whom Ishka had scolded. It seemed his charges would get their bloody meal after all. Footsteps ran in her direction. Then a new scream erupted, pained and garbled amid a yowl of yips and cries. Fiona shut her ears against the last cry, followed by the sound of feeding. Her full attention remained on the first escapee. The bloody muzzled hyena approached. Fiona recognized the creature from the shadow of spotting on its flank, barely discernible, white on white. It was the same beast from the jungle, Ishka's pet, Skuld. It had been denied its cage treat before, but no longer. "Help us, bitte." Gunther rushed into the hut, followed by Major Brooks. Lisa stood up, lowering her stethoscope from Painter's chest. She had been monitoring a systolic murmur.
In just the past half-day, it had changed from an early peaking murmur to a late one, suggesting a rapidly progressing stenosis of the man's aortic valve. Mild angina had worsened to bouts of syncope, swooning faints if Painter overexerted. She had never seen such a rapid degeneration. She suspected calcification around his heart valve. Such odd mineralized deposits had begun appearing throughout Painter's body, even in the fluids of his eye. Lying flat on his back, Painter pushed to his elbows with a wince. "What's wrong?" he asked Gunther. Major Brooks answered with a worried southern drawl. "It's his sister, sir. She's having some type of fetus seizure." Lisa grabbed the med kit. Painter tried to stand but had to be assisted by Lisa on his second attempt. "Just stay here," she warned. "I can manage," he answered, showing his irritation. Lisa didn't have time to argue. She let go of his arm. He teetered. She hurried to Gunther. "Let's go." Brooks waited, unsure whether to follow or lend an arm to Painter. The major was waved off. Painter hobbled after them. Lisa ran out of the hut and crossed to the neighboring one. The day's heat struck her like stepping into an oven. The air hung motionless, burning, impossible to breathe. The sun blinded. But in a moment, Lisa was ducking into the cooler darkness of the next room. Anna lay on a grass mat, half on her side, body arched, muscles contracted. Lisa hurried to her. She had already established an intravenous catheter in her forearm. Painter had the same. It was easier to administer drugs and fluids. Lisa quickly dropped to a knee and grabbed up a syringe pre-measured with diazepam. She gave the entire dose in one bolus IV. In seconds, Anna relaxed, dropping back to the floor. Her eyes fluttered open and consciousness returned, groggy but attentive. Painter arrived. Monk appeared in tow with him. "How is she?" Painter asked. "How do you think?" Lisa asked, exasperated. Gunther helped his sister sit up. Her face was ashen, covered in a sheen of sweat. Painter was destined for the same in the next hour. Though both were exposed, Painter's larger bulk seemed to be sustaining him a bit more heartily. But their survival was down to hours. Lisa stared up at the shaft of sunlight spearing into the room from a slit window. Twilight was too far off. Monk spoke into the worried silence. "I spoke to Kamisi. He reports that every light in the very mansion just went out." He wore a tentative grin, as if unsure any good news was welcome. "I'm guessing it's Gray's handiwork." Painter frowned. It was his only expression lately. "We don't know that, and we don't know it isn't." Monk wiped a hand across the top of his shaved head. "Sir, I think we need to consider moving up the timetable. Kamisi says—" "Kamisi is not running this op," Painter said, coughing harshly. Monk met Lisa's eyes. The two of them had held a private discussion 20 minutes ago. It was one of the reasons Monk had made the call to Kamisi. Certain expediencies had to be verified. Monk nodded to her. She slipped a second syringe from her pocket, stepped to Painter's side. "Let me flush your catheter," Lisa said. "There's blood in it." Painter held up his arm. It trembled. Lisa supported his wrist and injected her dose. Monk stepped beside Painter and caught him as his legs went out from under him. "What?" Painter's head lolled back. Monk shouldered him under one arm. "It's for your own good, sir." Painter frowned at Lisa. His other arm swung at her. Whether to hit her or express some shock at her betrayal, Lisa doubted he even knew. The sedative swooned him away. Major Brooks watched, his mouth hanging open. Monk shrugged at the Air Force man. "Never seen a mutiny before?" Brooks collected himself. "All I can say, sir, about really time." Monk nodded. "Kamisi is on his way in with the package. ETA, 3 minutes. He and Dr. Kane will take over ground support here." Lisa turned to Gunther. "Can you carry your sister?" As proof, he scooped her up and stood. "What are you all doing?" Anna asked weakly. "You two are not going to last until nightfall," Lisa said. "We're going to make a run for the bale." "How?" "Don't worry that pretty little head of yours," Monk said, and hobbled out with Painter, supported by Major Brooks. "We've got it covered." Monk again met Lisa's eyes. She read his expression. It may be too late already. 2:41 p.m. Gray led the way up the stairs, pistol in hand. He and Marcia moved as silently as possible. She kept a palm over her flashlight's lamp, keeping any illumination to a minimum, just enough to see where they were going. With the elevators incapacitated, he feared running into a stray guard on the stairs. Though he was disguised as a guard, one leading a researcher out of the darkened basement, he'd still rather avoid any unnecessary encounters. They crossed past the 6th sublevel, dark like the one below. Gray continued, increasing his pace, balancing caution against the fear secondary generators would kick in at some point. Climbing around the next landing, a glow appeared ahead. Holding up a hand, he stopped Marcia behind him. The light didn't move. It remained stationary. Not a wandering guard. Probably an emergency lamp. "Still, stay here," he whispered to Marcia. She nodded. Gray continued ahead, pistol raised and ready. He climbed the steps. At the next landing, light seeped through a half-open doorway. As Gray approached, he heard voices. Farther up the stairs, it remained dark. So why was there light and power here? This level must be on a separate circuit. Voices echoed down the corridor. Familiar voices. Isaac and Baldrick. They were out of direct sight, hidden deeper in the room. He glanced below and saw Marcia's face limned in the light washing down the stairs. He waved her up to his landing. She had heard the voices too. Isaac and Baldrick seemed unconcerned about the loss of electricity. With power here, did they even know the rest of the manor was blacked out? Gray held his curiosity in check. He had to warn Washington. Words reached him. "The bell will kill all of them," Baldrick said. Gray paused. Were they talking about Washington? If so, what were their plans? If he knew more, Gray held up 2 fingers to Marcia. 2 minutes. If he wasn't back, she was to head up on her own. He had left her his second pistol. If he could see this bell, it might be the difference between saving lives and losing them. He held up the 2 fingers again. Marcia nodded. It would be up to her if Gray was caught. He squeezed into the opening, not budging the door, afraid a squeak of hinges would alert the 2 inside. The same gray fluorescent-lit hall stretched ahead, but it ended a short distance away at a double set of steel doors, opposite where the darkened elevator opened on this floor. One of the double doors stood open. Gray moved quickly, staying on the balls of his feet. He reached the doors and hugged the wall. He dropped to a knee and peered past the edge of the door. The chamber beyond was low-roofed but cavernous, encompassing this entire sublevel. Here was the heart of the laboratory. Banks of computers lined one wall. Monitors glowed with scrolling numbers and code. The computers probably warranted the separate circuit, their own power supply. The room's occupants, so focused on the task at hand, hadn't noticed the loss of power elsewhere. But surely they would be alerted any minute. Baldric and Isaac, grandfather and grandson, were bent over a station. A 30-inch flat-screen monitor on the wall flashed rapidly through a series of rooms, one after the other. It was the 5 from Hugo's books. "The code remains unbroken," Isaac said. "Is it wise to move the bell global while we still have this riddle unsolved?" "It will be solved," Baldric slammed a fist on the table. "It is only a matter of time. Besides, we are close enough to perfection. Like with you and your sister, you will live long, 50 years. The deterioration will not weaken you until your last decade. It is time for us to move forward."
Isaac looked little convinced. Baldric straightened. He lifted an arm and waved it toward the ceiling. "See what delays have wrought. Our attempt to distract international attention to the Himalayas has backfired because we underestimated Anna Sporenberg. And Sigma," Baldric added. "But no matter. Governments now breathe down our necks. Gold will buy us only so much protection. We must act now. First Washington, then the world. And in that chaos, there will be plenty of time to break the code. Perfection will be ours. And out of Africa, a new world will arise." Isaac said and wrote, as if it were a prayer drilled into him at a young age, cemented in his genetic code. "Pure and cleansed of corruption," Baldric added, ending the litany. But his words were equally dispassionate. It was as if all this were no more than another step in his breeding program, a scientific exercise. Baldric teetered straighter on his cane. Gray noted how enfeebled the man really appeared, with no audience but his grandson. Gray wondered if the accelerated timetable wasn't fueled more by Baldric's own impending mortality than by any true necessity. Were they all unwitting pawns in Baldric's desire to move forward in his plan? Had Baldric orchestrated this scenario on purpose, consciously or unconsciously, to justify acting now during his lifetime? Isaac spoke again. He had shifted over to another workstation. "We've green lights across the board. The bell is powered up and ready for activation. We'll now be able to cleanse the estate of the escaped prisoners." Gray stiffened. What was this all about? Baldric turned his back on the flashing runic code and focused toward the room's center. "Prepare for activation." Gray shifted to see farther into the room. In its center rested a massive shell, composed of some type of ceramic or metallic compound. It was shaped like an upended bell and stood as tall as Gray. He doubted he could hug his arms halfway around its circumference. Motor sounded, chugging and echoing, and an inner metal sleeve lowered from the ceiling, encased in a clockwork of gears. It dropped into the larger outer shell. At the same time, a neighboring yellow tank opened a gasket and a stream of purplish metallic liquid flowed into the heart of the bell. Lubricant? Fuel source? Gray had no idea, but he noted the number stamped on the side of the tank, 525. It was the mysterious Zephyrum. "Raise the blast shield," Baldric ordered. He had to yell to be heard above the clanking gears of the motor assembly. He motioned to the floor with his cane. The level here was covered by the same gray tile, except for a dull black circular section 30 yards across surrounding the bell. A raised border edged it, a foot thick, like the ring in a circus.
The ceiling above was a mirror of the floor, except the roof had an indented border. It was all lead. Gray realized the outer floor ring must rise on pistons and insert into the ceiling, forming an entire cylinder locked around the bell. "What's wrong?" Baldric yelled again, turning to Izak at his station. Izak toggled a switch back and forth. "We're getting no power to the blast shield motors." Gray glanced to his toes. The motors must be on the level below, the darkened level. A phone rang inside the room, chiming stridently, competing with the motors. Gray could guess who was calling. Security had finally discovered where the masters of the house were hidden. Time to go. Gray straightened and turned. A pipe swung down and struck his wrist, knocking the pistol from his hand. The wielder swung at his head. Gray barely ducked in time. Ishka stalked toward him. Behind her, the doors to the darkened elevator stood open, pried apart. The woman must have been trapped in the elevator when the power went out, then climbed down here. Masked by the noise from the bell's motors, Gray had not heard the doors being pried open behind him. Ishka raised her pipe, plainly skilled in the art of staff fighting. Gray fixed his eyes on her and retreated into the bell's chamber. He refused to glance toward the fire stairs. He prayed Marcia had already left, was en route to reach the shortwave radio and raise the alarm in Washington. Ishka, her clothes stained with oil, her face smudged, followed Gray inside the bell chamber. Baldric spoke behind Gray. "What is dit? It seems little Ishka has trapped the mouse who has chewed through the wiring." Gray turned, unarmed, out of options. "Generators are coming back online," Izak said, his manner bored, unimpressed by the intrusion. A grind of motors rumbled under Gray's feet. The blast shield began to rise from the floor. "Now to exterminate the other rats," Baldric said. 2:45 p.m., Monk yelled to be heard over the helicopter's rotors. Sand and dust swirled around them in the rotor wash's whirlwind. "You know how to fly this bird?" Gunther nodded, grabbing the chopper's stick. Monk clapped the large man on the shoulder. He would have to trust the Nazi. Monk could not fly the bird himself, not one-handed. Still, with the giant's allegiance now centered on his sister's survival, Monk thought it was a safe bet. Anna sat in the back with Lisa. Painter slumped between them, head hanging. He had only been lightly sedated. Painter mumbled occasionally, nonsensically, warning about some impending sandstorm, lost in past fears. Ducking his head under the blades, Monk circled around the helicopter. On the far side, Kamisi stood beside Mosi Dagana, the Zulu chieftain. They clasped each other's forearms. Mosi had shed his ceremonial gear and now wore khaki fatigues, cap, and an automatic rifle over one shoulder. A holstered pistol hung from a black belt. But he had not totally abandoned his heritage. A short spear with a wicked blade was strapped to his back. "You have the command," Mosi said formally to Kamisi as Monk approached. "My honor, sir." Mosi nodded and let go of Kamisi's arm. "I've heard good things about you, fat boy." Monk joined them. "Fat boy?" Kamisi's eyes widened, a mix of shame and honor shining in them. He nodded back and stepped away. Mosi climbed into the helicopter. He would be joining the first wave assault. Monk had no choice. He owed the chieftain. Kamisi crossed to Paula Kane. The pair would be coordinating the ground assault. Monk searched beyond the swirling plume of sand and dust. The forces had gathered quickly, coming in on foot, on horseback, on rusted motorcycles and beat-up trucks. Mosi had spread the word. And, like his great ancestor Shaka Zulu, he gathered an army. Men and women. In traditional pelts, in worn fatigues, in Levi's, and more were still coming. It would be up to them to keep the Wallenberg army occupied, to secure the estate if possible. How would the Zulus fare against the superiorly armed and experienced security forces of the estate? Would it be Bloody River all over again? There was only one way to find out. Monk pulled himself into the crowded rear compartment. Mosi settled into a seat next to Major Brooks. They sat on the bench facing Anna, Lisa, and Painter. One other newcomer, a half-naked Zulu warrior named Tao, was also strapped in the back. He half-twisted to keep a short spear thrust at the throat of the chopper's co-pilot. Head Warden Gerald Kellogg sat next to Gunther, bound and gagged. One eye was swollen and purpling. Monk tapped Gunther on the shoulder and waved a finger to get the bird in the air. With a nod of acknowledgement, Gunther pulled on the collective, and the chopper leaped into the air with a roar of the engines. The ground dropped away. The estate stretched out ahead of them. Monk had been informed that the estate was equipped with surface-to-air missiles. Weaponless, the slow-moving commercial chopper would be a flying bullseye. That would not be good. Monk leaned forward. "Time to earn your keep, Warden." Monk grinned wickedly. He knew it was not a pretty sight, but it came in handy now. Kellogg blanched.
Satisfied, Monk reached forward and lifted the radio's mouthpiece to the warden's lips. "Connect us to the security band." Kamisi had already obtained the codes. Hence Kellogg's black eye. "Stick to the script," Monk warned, still grinning. Kellogg leaned a bit farther away. Was his smile really that awful? To reinforce the threat, Tao pressed the point of his spear into the soft flesh of the man's neck. Static squelched from the radio, and Kellogg passed on the message as instructed. "We've recaptured one of your prisoners," the warden told base security. "Monk Kokalis. We're flying him over to the rooftop helipad." Gunker monitored security's response over his headphones. "Roger that. Over and out," Kellogg said. Gunther yelled a bit. "We've been given the all clear. Here we go." He nosed the helicopter forward and sped toward the estate. Ahead, the mansion came into view. It looked even more massive from the air. Swinging around and settling into his seat, Monk faced Lisa. Beside her, Anna leaned against the window, eyes squeezed closed in pain. Painter hung in his straps and groaned. The sedative was wearing thin. Lisa helped settle him back. Monk noted that she held Painter's hand, and had all along. Her face found Monk's. Fear shone bright in her eyes, but not for herself. 2:56 p.m. "Is the broadcast rod raised?" Baldric asked. Isak nodded at his console. "Ready the bell for activation." Baldric turned to Gray. "We've fed your companion's DNA codes into the bell. It will modify its output to denature and selectively destroy any matching DNA while remaining harmless to all others. Our version of a final solution." Gray pictured Fiona hidden up in her room. And Monk was being flown in right now. "There's no need to kill them," Gray said. "You've recaptured my partner. Leave the others alone." "If I've learned nothing in these past days, I've learned it's best to leave no loose strings." Baldric nodded to Isak. "Activate the bell." "Wait," Gray yelled, stepping forward. Ishke had retrieved his pistol and warned him away with it. Baldric glanced back, bored and impatient. Gray had only one card to play. "I know how to break Hugo's code." Surprise softened Baldric's stern demeanor. He lifted a delaying hand toward Isak. "You do? You can succeed where a series of Cray computers has so far failed?" Doubt rang in the man's voice. Gray knew he had to offer Baldric something, anything to stop him from switching the bell on and irradiating his friends. He pointed to the monitor, repetitively cycling through the runes. The computer shuffled and sought a combination that offered some mnemonic cipher. "You'll fail on your own," Gray promised. "And why's that?" Gray licked his dry lips, scared, but he had to stay focused. He knew with certainty that the computer would fail because he had already solved the riddle of the runes. He didn't understand the answer, but he knew he was right, especially considering Hugo Hirschfeld's Jewish heritage. Still, how much could he give away? He had to bargain to the best of his ability, balancing between the truth and the answer. "You have the wrong rune from the Darwin Bible," Gray said truthfully. "And there are 6, not just 5, runes." Baldric sighed. Disbelief deepened the lines around his mouth. "Like the sun wheel you drew before, I suppose?" He turned back toward Isak. "No," Gray called out firmly. "Let me show you." He searched around and spotted a marker on one of the computer stations. He pointed and waved for it. "Pass me that." Brows pinched, Baldric nodded to Isak. The marker was tossed at him. Gray caught it and knelt on the floor.
He drew on the gray linoleum tiles with the black marker. The rune from the Darwin Bible. He drew it. The Mensch rune, Baldrick said. Gray tapped it. It represents man's higher state, the godlike plane hidden in all of us, our perfected selves. So, this was Hugo's goal, the end result sought. Yes. Baldrick slowly nodded. Hugo would not have incorporated the result into his code. His code leads to this. He tapped the rune harder. This doesn't belong in the code. Slowly understanding dawned, as did the old man's belief. The other runes in the Darwin Bible, Gray drew on the floor, illustrating his point. These two runes make up the third. He circled the two double-pronged runes. These represent mankind at its most basic, what leads to the higher state. As such, it is these two runes that must be incorporated into the code. Gray wrote the original series of runes. This is the wrong sequence. He crossed them out and inscribed the correct set, splitting the last rune. Baldrick stepped closer. And this is the correct series? What must be deciphered? Gray answered truthfully, yes. Baldrick nodded, eyes squinting as he considered this revelation. I believe you are right, Commander Pierce. Gray stood. Dank you, Baldrick said and turned back to Isak. Activate the bell. Kill his friends. 3:07 p.m. Lisa helped lift Painter out of the helicopter as the rotors wound down. The Zulu warrior Tao shouldered his other side. The sedative she had given Painter was short-acting. It would wear off in another few minutes. Gunther supported Anna, her eyes glazed. The woman had dosed herself with another numbing injection of morphine, but she had begun coughing up bloody sputum. Ahead of them, Monk and Mosi Dagana stood over the dead bodies of a trio of helipad sentries. Security had been caught off guard, expecting to be accepting a prisoner. It had only taken a short spat from a pair of pistols equipped with silencers to commandeer the helipad. Monk switched places with Tao. Stay here, guard the chopper. Keep an eye on the prisoner. Warden Kellogg had been pulled from the helicopter and dumped on the roof. He was gagged, his hands cuffed behind his back, his ankles tied. He wasn't going anywhere. Monk waved Major Brooks and Mosi Dagana to take the lead. They had all reviewed the house schematics from Paula Kane and calculated the best route to the sub-basement level. It was a ways to go. The helipad was situated near the back of the mansion. Brooks and Mosi led them toward the rooftop door to the manor house, assault rifles held at shoulders. The pair moved as if they'd worked together before, synchronized, efficient. Gunther also carried a pistol in his fist and a stubby-nosed assault rifle across his back. Bristling with armament, they reached the door. Brooks dashed forward. Keycards stolen from the dead guards unlocked the way below. Brooks and Mosi disappeared inside, scouting ahead. The others hung back. Monk checked his watch. Timing was everything. A short whistling rose from below. Down we go, Monk said. They hurried through the door and found a short stairwell leading to the 6th floor. Brooks stood at the landing. Another guard sprawled on the stairs, his neck sliced open, his life's blood pumping away. Mosi crouched at the next landing, bloodied knife in hand. They continued down, around and around the stairs. They encountered no other guards. As they'd hoped, most of the estate's forces were directed outward. The massing of Zulu tribesmen had to be drawing a majority of their attention. Monk checked his watch again. Reaching the 2nd floor, they exited the stairs and aimed down a long corridor of polished wood. It was shadowy and dark. The wall sconces flickered, as if the electrical system was still fritzing after the blackout, or something was drawing off a lot of power. Lisa also noted a rankness to the air. The corridor dead-ended into a cross passage. Brooks scouted to the right, the direction they needed to go. He came slamming back around, flattening against the wall. Go back, back. A fierce and challenging growl erupted around the corner. A series of cackles followed, yips. A single screeched scream drowned it all away. Ukufa, Mosi said, waving them back. Run, Brooks said. We'll try to scare them off, then catch up. Monk tugged Lisa and Painter away. What are? Lisa asked, words strangling. "Someone's loosed the dogs on us," Monk said.
Gunther stumbled along with Anna. The giant carried his sister, her feet uselessly scuffling the floor. A burst of gunfire erupted behind them. Yips and ululations changed into cries of pain and anger. They ran faster. More blasts echoed, sounding almost frantic. "Vary it," Brooks swore loudly. Lisa glanced over a shoulder. Brooks and Mosi abandoned their post and pounded down the corridor, arms pointing back, firing. "Go, go," Brooks yelled. "Too very many." 3 massive white-furred creatures ripped around the corner behind the men, heads low to the ground, jaws slathering, hackles bristling. Claws dug into the wood floors as they raced in a serpentine pattern, almost anticipating the bullets, avoiding kill shots. All 3 bled from wounds, but seemed more goaded than weakened from their injuries. Lisa turned back around in time to see a pair of the same beasts stalk out of rooms to either side at the end of the corridor, cutting off escape. An ambush. Gunther's massive pistol went off like a cannon, deafening. His shot missed the lead creature as it shifted out of position like a flicker of shadow. Monk raised his own gun, pulling to a stop. Lisa's momentum carried her forward. She went down on a knee, pulling Painter's limp form with her. He crashed, waking slightly with the impact. "Where?" he asked groggily. Lisa pulled him lower as the hall filled with gunfire. A sharp scream arose behind her. She jerked around. A heavily muscled form lunged out of a neighboring doorway and slammed Major Brooks into the wall. Lisa scrabbled away with a cry. Mosi dove to the man's aid, a spear above his head, a howl on his lips. Lisa hugged Painter. The creatures were everywhere. Movement caught Lisa's eye. Another beast rose from behind a door to the left, creaking the hinges. Its muzzle was bloody with fresh gore. Crimson eyes glowed in the dark room. She flashed back to the madness of the first Buddhist monk she had seen, ravening, wild, but still operating with cunning and intelligence. It was the same here. As the monster stalked toward her, its lips snarled back with a growl of triumph. Horns of the Bull, 3:10 p.m., South Africa. Kamisi lay in a gully covered by a camouflage tarp. 3 minutes, Dr. Paula Kane said next to him, also on her belly. The two studied the black fence line through binoculars. Kamisi had his forces spread out along the border of the park. Some Zulu tribesmen wandered in plain sight, switching cows along old paths. A group of elders in traditional beads, plumes, and feathers stood wrapped in shoulder blankets. Back at the village, drums and singing had begun, loud and bright. The gathering at the way station had been staged as a wedding ceremony. Motorcycles, ATV bikes, and trucks had been parked haphazardly around the area. Some of the younger warriors, even women, skulked around the vehicles. A few couples clasped in amorous embraces. Others lifted carved wooden cups, shouting in feigned inebriation. A group of bare-chested men, painted for the celebration, bounced in a traditional dance done with clubs. And except for the clubs, not a weapon was in sight. Kamisi adjusted the focus on his binoculars. He shifted and lifted his field of view above the tall game fencing topped by barbed curls of concertina wire. He could make out movement in the jungle canopy beyond. Wallenberg forces had gathered along the elevated walkways, spying over the fence, guarding the borders. 1 minute, Paula intoned. She had a sniping rifle on a tripod under their tented tarp, hidden in the shade of a stinkwood tree. He was surprised to learn she had won gold medals in Olympic marksmanship. Kamisi lowered his binoculars. The traditional Zulu attack strategy was termed the buffalo. The largest body, named the chest, would lead a full frontal assault, while from either side, the horns of the bull would strike out at the flanks, cutting off any retreat, encircling the enemy. But Kamisi had made a slight modification, compensating for modern armaments. It was the reason he had scouted the grounds all night, planting his surprises. 10 seconds, Paula warned, and began counting down quietly. She settled her cheek to the side of her rifle. Kamisi lifted his transmitter, twisted the key, and held his thumb over the row of buttons. 0, Paula finished. Kamisi pressed the first button.
Beyond the fence, the charges he had planted throughout the night ignited in fiery detonations, shattering through the canopy, igniting sequentially for maximum chaos. Sections of flaming planks and branches sailed high, while an entire forest of birds took wing in fright, an explosion of rainbow confetti. Kamisi had planted C4 packets, supplied through British channels, at key junctures and supports for the elevated walkway. Explosions spread, encircling the mansion, crashing the canopy bridges, stripping the Wallenberg forces of the high ground, and inciting panic and confusion. Ahead, Zulu warriors dropped blankets to reveal rifles or knelt down and tugged free buried tarps that hid weapons caches, becoming the chest of the buffalo. To either side, engines revved all around Kamisi as warriors mounted their vehicles, turning cycles and trucks into the horns of the bull. "Now," Paula said. Kamisi pressed the next buttons, one after the other. The fence line for a full half-mile exploded with a fiery twist of metal and barbed wire. Sections dropped flat to the ground, exposing the belly of the enemy. Kamisi shed his tarp and stood. A motorcycle sped up from behind, kicking sand and dirt as it skid to a stop next to him. Njongo waved him to mount. But Kamisi had one last duty. He lifted a siren horn over his head and squeezed the trigger. Its trumpet blast echoed across the homeland of the Zulus, sounding once again the charge of the buffalo. 3:13 p.m. The explosions echoed down from above, flickering lights across the bell chamber. Everyone froze. Baldrick stood with his grandson Isaac by the control board. Ishka guarded Gray from a step away, her pistol leveled at his chest. Eyes drifted toward the ceiling, questioning. Not Gray's eyes. His gaze remained focused on the power meter on the console. Its indicators slowly rose toward a full pulse. Deaf to Gray's pleading, Baldrick had activated the bell. A rising hum penetrated the lead cylinder encased around the device. On a video monitor, the outer shell of the bell glowed a pale blue. Once the power meter reached its peak, a pulse would erupt and broadcast outward for 5 miles, killing Monk, Fiona, and Ryan wherever they hid. Only Gray was safe in the chamber, under the shield. "Find out what's happening," Baldrick finally ordered his grandson as the explosions died away. Isak was already reaching for the red phone. The pistol blast startled all of them, coming on the heels of the muffled explosion, loud and intimate. Gray spun around as blood splattered across the tiled floor. Ishka's left shoulder bloomed crimson as she spun with the impact, shot from behind. Unfortunately, her pistol was clutched in her right hand. Knocked around, Ishka took aim at the shooter by the door. Dr. Marcia Fairfield knelt in a shooter's stance, but with her right arm incapacitated, she had shot with her left, missing her kill shot. Ishka was not so compromised. Even caught by surprise, her aim was rock solid. Until Gray dove into her side. 2 pistols went off, deafening in the chamber, Ishka's and Marcia's. Both missed their target. Gray bear-hugged Ishka from behind, twisting her away from Marcia. The woman was strong and fought like a wildcat. Gray managed to get his hand around Ishka's fist that held the gun. Her brother ran toward them, a long German steel dagger in his hand, held low. Marcia fired from her stance, but she had no clean bead on Isaac either, as Bray's and Ishka's tussling bodies blocked her shot. Gray drove his chin into Ishka's bloody shoulder, hard. She gasped, weakened slightly. Gray got her arm up and squeezed her fingers.
Her pistol blasted. He felt the recoil in his own shoulder. But the shot was too low, striking the floor at Isak's toes. Still, the ricochet grazed a man's calf, stumbling him a step. Ishka, seeing her twin injured, savagely freed her arm and slammed her elbow into Gray's ribs. The air was knocked from him, and pain danced across his eyes. Ishka broke free. Beyond her, Isak caught his footing, murder in his eyes, dagger glinting. Gray did not wait. Lunging forward, he shoulder-checked Ishka from behind. The woman, still slightly off balance from breaking Gray's hold, flew forward into her brother. Onto his dagger. The serrated blade plunged into her chest. A scream of surprise and pain burst from her lips. It echoed out of her brother. The pistol dropped from Ishka's fingers as she clutched her twin in disbelief. Gray dove and caught her fallen pistol before it struck the ground. Skidding on his back, he aimed toward Isak. The man could have moved, should have moved, but he just held his sister in his arms, his face a mask of agony. Gray fired from the side, a clean headshot, putting Isak out of his misery. The twins collapsed together to the floor, limbs entwined, blood pooling together. Gray stood up. Marcia ran into the room, pistol aimed toward Baldric. The old man stared at his dead grandchildren. But there was no grief in his eyes as he leaned on his cane, only a clinical detachment, dismayed by disappointing lab results. The fight had taken less than a minute. Gray saw the power meter for the bell was in the red zone. He had maybe 2 minutes until the pulse. Gray placed the hot muzzle of the pistol against the old man's cheek. "Turn it off." Baldric met his eyes. No. 3:13 p.m. As the explosions echoed away, the frozen tableau in the upper hallway of the Wallenberg mansion thawed. The hyena creatures had flattened to the floor as the booming erupted. A few had turned tail, but the remainder stayed near their trapped prey. All around, muscled bulks rose back to their feet. "Don't fire," Monk whispered urgently. "Everyone into that room." He waved toward a side door, where they could make a better stand, limit their exposure. Gunther hauled Anna. Mosi Dagana stepped away from the beast he had impaled with a spear. He helped Major Brooks to his feet. Blood flowed thickly from a deep bite to the man's thigh. Before they could move farther, a savage growl of warning arose from Monk's other flank. His name was whispered. Monk Lisa. Crouched over Painter's limp form on the floor, near another doorway. A massive creature, the largest by far, rose behind the pair, sheltered in the door, shielded by Lisa and Painter. It shouldered up, stance wide, guarding his prey. Its entire muzzle rippled back from razor teeth, growling, blood and saliva dripping. Its eyes glinted crimson, warning them back. Monk sensed if any of them raised even a weapon, it would rip into the pair on the floor. He had to take the chance, but before he could move, a shout barked down the hall, full of command. "Skuld! No!" Monk turned. Fiona stepped into view at the end of the hall. She stalked right past 2 of the creatures, ignoring them as they dropped, mewling, falling on their sides. A taser crackled with blue sparks in one hand. She held another device in the other. The antenna pointed at the beast hovering over Lisa and Painter. "Bad dog," Fiona said. To Monk's amazement, the creature backed off, growls fading, hackles lowering. As if under a spell, it lolled a bit in the doorway. Fire died in its eyes as it sank to the planked floors. A soft lowing moaned from it, half ecstatic. Fiona reached their side. Monk stared up and down the hall. The other monsters fell under the same spell. Wallenbergs planted chips in the creatures, Fiona explained, and hefted the device in her hand. Had them wired for pain and pleasure. A contented mule rose from the massive monster in the doorway. Monk frowned at the transmitter. "How did you—" Fiona stared up at him and waved the device for them to follow her. "You stole it," Monk said. She shrugged and headed down the hall. "Let's say I bumped into an old chum, and somehow it ended up in my pocket. She wasn't using it." Ishka, Monk thought as he gathered the others to follow. Monk helped Lisa with Tainter. Gunther carried Anna under one arm. Mosi and Brooks leaned on each other. They made a sorry assault team. But they now had backup. Behind them, the pack trailed, a dozen strong, more joining, lured by the aura of pleasure emanating from the girl. Their own little Pied Piper of monsters. "I can't get rid of them," Fiona said, babbling a bit. Monk noted how her hands trembled. She was terrified. "Once I found the right button," she said, "they followed me from their cages. I hid back in the room where Gray told me to wait, but they must have remained in the halls and rooms around here.
Great, Monk thought, and we run right smack into 'em, the perfect unexpected encounter. Then I heard your yells, then the explosions, and— Fine, Monk finally cut her off. But what about Gray? Where is he? He took the elevator downstairs. That was over an hour ago. She pointed ahead, where the corridor ended at a balcony overlooking a larger hall. I'll show you. She hurried. They stumbled along to keep up, checking periodically behind them to watch the pack. Fiona led them down a set of stairs to the main entry hall. Closed elevator doors were opposite the massive carved front doors of the mansion. Major Brooks limped toward the electronic lock, flipping through a set of key cards. He swiped several before he found one that turned the red light to green. A trundle of motors sounded. The cage rose from somewhere below. As they waited, the hyena pack slunk down the stairs, lounging, basking in the pleasurable glow from Fiona's device. A few patted the hall floor, including the one called Scald. No one spoke, eyeing the monsters. Distantly, muffled by the door, screams and gunshots reached them. Kamisi was in the thick of his own war. How long would it take for him to get here? As if reading Monk's mind, the double doors to the mansion slammed open. Distant gunfire shattered brightly, popping and blasting. Screams grew richer. Men poured in, Wallenberg forces in retreat. Among them, Monk spotted the black-suited figures of the elite, ice-blonde siblings, a dozen strong, looking little phased, as if they'd come in after a refreshing day on the tennis courts. As war waged outside, the two forces eyed each other in the hall. Not good. Monk's team pressed back, pinned against the wall, outnumbered 5-1. 3:15 p.m. Gray stepped away from Baldric Wallenberg. Watch him, he ordered Marcia. Gray slid to Isak's former workstation, one eye on the bell's power meter. He reached to a toggle he had seen Isak flip before. It controlled the blast shield around the activated device. "What are you doing?" Baldric asked, voice sharp with sudden concern. So there was something that scared the old man worse than a bullet. Good to know. Gray snapped the toggle back. Motors rumbled underfoot and the shield began to lower. A sharp blue light pierced its top edge, blazing forth as the lead wall dropped from the roof. "Don't! You'll kill us all!" Gray faced the old man. Then turned the very thing off. Baldric stared between the lowering shield and the console. "I can't turn it off, you easel. The bell is primed. It must discharge." Gray shrugged. "Then we'll all watch it happen." The ring of blue light thickened. Baldric swore and turned to the console. "But I can erase the kill solution, neutralize it. It won't harm your friends." "Do it." Baldric typed rapidly, his knobby fingers moving swiftly. "Just raise the shield. After you're done." Gray watched over the old man's shoulder. He saw all their names appear on the screen, along with an alphanumeric code marked Genetisch Profil. The man hit the delete key 4 times, and the genetic profiles were erased. "Done," Baldric said, turning to Gray.
Close the blast shield. Gray reached to the toggle and switched it back with a pop. A groan sounded underfoot, then something cracked with a ground-shuddering jolt. The lead shield froze in place, partly lowered. Beyond the edge, a blue sun glowed in the heart of the blast chamber. The air rippled around the bell as its outer shell spun in one direction and the inner in the other. "Do something," Baldric begged. "The hydraulics are jammed," Gray mumbled. Baldric backed away, eyes widening with every step. "You've doomed us all." Once fully powered, the bell's raw and unshielded pulse will kill everyone within 5 miles, or worse. Gray was afraid to ask what could be worse. 3:16 p.m. Monk watched the rifles rise toward them. Outnumbered. The elevator cage hadn't reached this floor yet, and even if it had, it would take too long to get aboard and close the doors. There was no way to avoid a firefight. Unless Monk leaned to Fiona. How about a little pain? He nodded to where the hyenas had retreated to the stairs. Fiona understood and shifted her finger on her device, switching from pleasure to pain. She pressed the button. The effect was instantaneous. It was as if someone lit the hyenas' tails on fire. A mighty scream yowled from a score of throats. Creatures fell from balcony perches overhead, crashing to the floor. Others rolled down the stairs into the men. Claws and teeth lashed at anything that moved in a blind rage of fury. Men screamed. Rifles fired. Behind Monk, the elevator doors finally chimed open. Monk fell back, drawing Fiona with him, guiding Lisa and Painter. Gunfire peppered at them, but most of the Wallenberg forces focused on the hyenas. Mosey and Brooks offered return fire as they retreated into the cage. Still, it would be close. And what then? Alerted, the forces would simply chase after them. Monk stabbed blindly at the sub-basement buttons. Time enough to worry about that later. But one of their party was not one to procrastinate. Gunther shoved Anna into Monk's arms. "Take her! I hold them off." Anna reached for him as the doors closed. Gunther gently pushed her arm down and stepped back. He turned away, pistol in one fist, rifle in the other, but not before staring hard into Monk's eyes, sealing their silent pledge. Protect Anna. Then the doors closed. 3:16 p.m. Kamisi raced through the jungle, hunched low over the motorcycle. Paula Kane rode behind him, rifle on her shoulder. Zulu warrior and British agent. Strange bedfellows. Some of the bloodiest history of the land had taken place during the Anglo-Zulu wars of the 19th century. No longer. Now they were a fine-tuned team. "Left!" Paula yelled. Kamisi twisted the wheel. Paula's rifle muzzle swung to his other side. She fired. A Wallenberg sentry fell back with a scream. To either side, gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the jungle. The estate's forces were in full rout. Suddenly, with no warning, their cycle jetted out of the jungle and into a 10-acre manicured garden. Kamisi braked to a stop, skidding into cover under the branches of a willow. The mansion filled the world ahead. Kamisi lifted his binoculars from around his neck and searched the roofline. He spotted where the parked helicopter had landed at the helipad. Movement drew his eye. He adjusted the binoculars and a familiar shape focused into view. Tau. His Zulu friend stood at the roof's edge and studied the war below. Then from the left, a shape entered the field of view. Behind Tau, a pipe gripped above his head. Warden Gerald Kellogg. "Don't move," Paula said behind Kamisi. Her rifle stock settled atop Kamisi's head as she aimed through her sniper scope. "I see him," she said. Kamisi cringed but held still, staring through his binoculars. Paula squeezed her trigger. The rifle blasted, ringing his ears. Warden Kellogg's head snapped back. Tau almost fell off the roof in fright, but he dropped flat, unaware his life had just been saved. Kamisi caught some of Tau's fear, a tremble of foreboding after the close call. How are the others doing in there? 3:17 p.m. "You've doomed us," Baldrick repeated. Gray refused to give up. "Can you slow the bell from discharging? Buy me time to get below, to fix the shield." The old man stared at the frozen blast shield, crowned by blue light. Fear reflected in his face. "There may be a way, but what? Someone has to go inside there." He pointed his trembling cane at the blast chamber and shook his head, plainly refusing to volunteer. A voice called as the door pushed open. "I'll do it." Gray and Marcia spun, lifting their pistols. An amazing sight hobbled into the room. Monk came first, supporting the dark-haired woman who had just called to them. Most of the others were strangers. An older black man limped in with a clean-shaven youth in a military buzz cut. They were followed by Fiona and a tall, athletic blonde woman who looked like she had just run a marathon. The two supported an older man, limp, barely standing. Momentum seemed to be all that kept him on his feet. As soon as the women stopped, he sagged. His face, hanging down until now, raised, met Gray's gaze with familiar blue eyes. "Gray," he mumbled numbly. A shock of recognition passed through him. "Director Crow?" Gray hurried to his side. No time, the dark-haired woman warned, still supported by Monk. She looked little better than Painter. Her eyes studied the shield and bell with a look of familiarity. I'll need help getting inside the chamber. And he's coming with me. She lifted a trembling arm at Baldric Wallenberg. The old man moaned. No! The woman glared. We'll need 2 sets of hands on the polarity conduits, and you know the machine. Monk motioned to the black man. Mosey, help get Anna inside there. We'll need a ladder. He then faced Gray and clasped him in a brief handshake, leaning forward to touch shoulders in a more familial gesture. We don't have much time, Gray said in Monk's ear, surprised at how relieved he was at Monk's arrival. Renewed hope surged through him. Tell me about it. Monk unhooked a radio and passed it to Gray. Get that contraption moving. I'll get things going here. Gray grabbed the radio and headed out. He had 1,000 questions, but they would have to wait. He kept the radio channel open. He heard noises and voices, arguments, and a few shouts. Footsteps followed him, running. He glanced back. It was Fiona. I'm coming with you, she shouted, and closed the distance by the time he reached the fire stairs. He clambered down. She lifted a transmitter with an extended antenna, in case you run into any of those monsters. Just keep up, he said. Oh, shut up. They ran the rest of the way, reaching the lower-level hallway and utility room. Monk came on the radio. Anna and the old jerk are inside the chamber. Course he's none too happy about it. A shame. And we were getting to be such good friends. Monk, Gray warned, focusing his man back on task. I'm going to pass the radio to Anna. She'll coordinate with you. Oh, by the way, you've got less than a minute. Ciao. Gray shook his head and yanked on the utility door. Locked. Fiona saw him tug on the door a second time and sighed. No key? Gray frowned, pulled out his pistol from his waistband and aimed at the lock. He fired. The blast echoed in the hall, leaving a smoking hole where the lock used to be. He shoved the door open. Fiona followed. I guess that works too. Ahead, he spotted the motor assembly and pistons for raising and lowering the blast shield. A strange rhythmic static flowed over the radio, ebbing and flowing like waves on a beach. Gray realized it must be interference from the bell. Monk must have passed Anna the radio. Confirming this, he heard the woman's voice arguing through the static. It was a jumble of technical debate, an angry mix of German and Dutch. Gray tuned most of it out as he circled the motor assembly. Then the woman's voice spoke more clearly in English. Commander Pierce? He cleared his throat. Go ahead. Her voice rasped with exhaustion.
We have our fingers in the proverbial dike up here, but it won't hold. Hang tight. Gray spotted the problem. A fuse smoked by one of the pistons. Using the edge of his shirt, he yanked it out. He turned to Fiona. We need another one. Must be a spare around here somewhere. Hurry, Commander. Static grew ominously louder, but not enough to cover Baldric's words. Whispered to Anna urgently. Join us. We could use another expert with the bell. Even frightened, Baldric was playing all the angles. Gray listened more closely. Would she betray them? He motioned to Fiona. Toss me that transmitter. She underhanded it to him. He caught it and snapped off the metal antenna. He didn't have time to find a spare fuse. He would have to jump it. He jammed the antenna between the contacts and crossed to a control board with a massive manual wrench lever. The operation was self-explanatory. At the top was marked OP and below it ON. Up and down. Not exactly rocket science. Gray spoke into the radio. Anna, you and Baldric can get out of there. We can't, Commander. One of us has to keep their finger in the dike. If both of us let go, the bell will blow instantly. Gray closed his eyes. They dared not trust Baldric's cooperation. Static had grown to a dull roar in his ear. You know what you must do, Commander. He did. He shoved the lever. Distantly, her last words reached him. Tell my brother, I love him. But as she lowered the radio, one final statement rasped out, whether to answer Baldric's offer, or to make a last declaration to the world, or simply to satisfy herself. I'm not a Nazi. 3:19 p.m. Lisa knelt on the floor cradling Painter. Then she felt the rumble of massive machinery below her knees.
Ahead, the giant lead shield rose toward the ceiling, pinching off the blaze of blue light. She rose half up. Anna was still in there. Even Monk took a step toward the closing blast shield. A terrified scream erupted from inside. It was the old man. Lisa spotted his fingers scrabbling above the edge, frantic, trying to catch a grip. Too late. It rose above his reach and smoothly clamped into the ceiling's O-ring. His screams could still be heard, muffled, frantic. Then Lisa felt it. In the gut. A hump of power. It had no description. A quake that rattled without movement. Then nothing. Complete silence, the world holding its breath. Painter moaned, as if the effect were painful for him. His head lay in her lap. She examined him. His eyes had rolled back in his head. His breathing grated with fluid. She shook him gently. No response. Semi-comatose. They were losing him. "Monk, hurry, Gray!" Monk called into the radio. Gray pounded back up the steps, followed by Fiona. Below, he had delayed only long enough to find a replacement fuse and repair the shield. He didn't understand all that Monk had relayed, but he filled in the blanks with what he knew. Painter had some form of radiation poisoning, and the bell held the only cure. As he neared the 5th-floor landing, he heard a heavy-booted tread stumbling down toward them. Gray pulled out his pistol. Now what? A massive figure, heavy-browed and pale white, appeared above, half falling down the stairs toward him. His shirt was soaked in blood. A ragged scrape raked the side of his face from crown to throat. He held a broken wrist to his belly. Gray raised his weapon. Fiona pushed past him. "No, he's with us." And in a lower voice to Gray, she added with a nod, "Anna's brother." The giant stumbled to them, recognizing Fiona too. Eyes narrowed at Gray with tired suspicion, but he waved his rifle back up the stairs. "Blockade," he grunted. "Blockade." So the giant bought them time with his own blood. They hurried down the hall toward the bell chamber. But Gray knew he had to prepare Gunther. After Anna's sacrifice, he owed her brother at least that. He touched the man's elbow. "About Anna," he began. Gunther turned to him, tensing, eyes going pained, as if he expected the worst. Gray faced that fear and explained in terse words, sparing nothing, ending with the final truth. Her efforts saved everyone else. The large man's feet had slowed with the telling. What his wounds couldn't bring low, grief finally did. He slumped slowly to his knees in the hall. Gray paused. Her last words were for you, passing her love. The man covered his face and curled to the floor. "I'm sorry," Gray offered. Monk appeared in the doorway. "Gray, what the hell are you?" Then he spotted Gunther in a posture of pure grief. His voice died. Gray strode toward Monk. It was not over for any of them. "Lower the shield." Lisa glanced to see Commander Pierce stride into the chamber with Monk, both leaning their heads together. She stood over the bell's control suite. She had spent the past few minutes familiarizing herself with the device. On the trek here, Anna had gone over in detail how the bell functioned. The woman had feared she might be too debilitated to oversee its use. Another had needed to know. That onus fell upon Lisa. "The shield," Gray called to her again from Monk's side. She nodded dully and flipped the toggle. Motors clattered below. She turned to watch the blast shield drop. With the bell quiescent, light no longer blazed out from inside. A step away, Painter lay on a tarp on the floor, attended for the moment by Dr. Fairfield. To the right, Mosey and Brooks dragged another tarp over the bodies of the Coans. What about the pair's grandfather? The blast shield continued to lower, waist-high now. The bell sat quietly in the center, waiting to be activated again. Lisa remembered Anna's description of the bell-shaped device. The ultimate quantum measuring tool. It scared the hell out of her. To the left, yelling a bit to be heard over the motor, Monk relayed the radioed message from Kamisi. The Zulu forces had secured the estate, driving any surviving Wallenberg forces into the mansion, where a siege was underway. A continuing firefight ensued above. "Gunther blocked the fire stairs," Gray said, "and the elevator doors are jammed open. It should buy us some time." He waved to Brooks and Mosey. "Keep a watch on the outer hall." They lifted their weapons and headed out. As they left, Gunther stumbled inside. From the expression on his face, Lisa knew he had been told about Anna. He had shed all his weapons. Each step was leaden as he headed toward the lowering shield. He had to witness the end, a final absolution for all the blood on his hands. The shield settled to a stop. The motors went silent. Lisa feared viewing the damage herself, but she had a duty here. She crossed toward the bell. Anna lay on her side in the shadow of the device, curled like a baby. Her skin was ash white, her dark hair turned snowy, as if she had become a marble statue. Gunther stepped over the lip of the shield and knelt beside his sister. Without a word, expressionless, he bent and scooped her in his arms. She lolled limply in death, her head coming to rest on her brother's shoulder. Gunther stood, turned his back on the bell, and headed away. No one tried to stop him. He vanished out the door. Lisa's gaze fell upon the other figure still sprawled atop the blast chamber's lead floor, Baldric Wallenberg. Like Anna, his skin had gone an unnatural white, almost translucent. But the radiation had burned away all his hair, too, leaving him bald, not even eyebrows or lashes. His flesh had also collapsed to his bones, giving him a mummified appearance. And something about his underlying osseous structure was wrong. Lisa froze, horrified to step any closer. With the hair gone, flesh sunken, the skull was plainly misshapen, as if partially melted, then hardened again. His hands were twisted, fingers oddly elongated, ape-like. The word devolution filled her head. "Get him out of there," Gray said with disgust, then faced Lisa. "I'll help you get Painter inside." Lisa slowly shook her head, stepping back. "We can't." She could not take her eyes off the twisted horror that was the former Wallenberg patriarch.
She couldn't let that happen. The Painter Gray came up to her. "What do you mean?" She swallowed, still staring as Monk grabbed a monstrosity by the sleeve of his shirt, plainly afraid to touch his flesh. Painter is too far gone. The bell only held the hope of staving off or slowing the debilitation, not reversing it. Do you want to suspend your director in his current state? If there's life, there's hope. His words were spoken softly, gently. They almost succeeded in drawing her attention away as Monk hauled the old man's devolved form out of the device, bumping over the lip. Lisa opened her mouth to argue against false hope. Then Baldric Wallenberg's eyes snapped wide, milky and blind, looking more like stone than flesh. His mouth stretched in a silent and prolonged scream. His vocal cords were gone. He had no tongue. Nothing was inside him but horror and pain. Lisa gave voice to the man, crying out, backing away until she bumped into the console. Monk recognized the true horror here too. He lunged away, dropping Baldric on the tiles outside the blast chamber. The mutated form collapsed. The limbs remained toneless, muscleless. But the mouth opened and closed, a fish out of water. Eyes stared blindly. Then Gray stepped between Lisa and the horror. He gripped her shoulders. "Dr. Cummings." Her gaze, fluttering in panic, settled to his. "Director Crow needs you." There's nothing I can do." "Yes, there is. We can use the bell." "I can't do that to Painter." Her voice rose in pitch. "Not that. It won't happen. Monk told me how Anna instructed you. You know how to set the bell for a minimum output, for a palliative radiation. What just happened here is different. Baldric had amped the bell up to a maximum setting, one set to kill. And ultimately you reap what you sow." Lisa covered her face with her hands, trying to block everything out. "But what are we trying to reap?" she moaned. "Painter is at death's door. Why make him suffer any longer?" Gray pulled her hands down. He leaned to catch her gaze with his own. "I know Director Crow, and I think you do too. He would fight until the end." As a medical doctor, she had heard such arguments before, but she was also a realist. When there was no hope, all a caregiver could provide was a measure of peace and dignity. "If there was a chance to cure," she said with a shake of her head, her voice steadying, "even a small one, I'd take it. If we knew what Hugo Hirschfeld had been trying to communicate to his daughter, his perfected code." She shook her head again. Gray caught her chin in his fingers. She tried to break free, flaring with irritation, but his grip was sure and hard on her.
I know what Hugo hid in those books, he said. She frowned at him, but she read the truth in his eyes. I have the answer, he said. Riddle of the Runes, South Africa. It's not a code, Gray said. It was never a code. He knelt on the floor, a marker in hand. He circled the set of runes he had drawn for Baldric Wallenberg. The others had gathered around him, but he kept his attention fixed on Lisa Cummings. The answer Gray had discerned made no sense, but he sensed it was the lock, and this woman, who knew more about the device than anyone else in the room, might hold the key. They would have to work together. Runes again, Lisa said. Gray frowned at her for an explanation. She nodded to the floor. I saw another set of runes, a different set, drawn in blood. They spelled out Shvatsazana. Black Sun, Gray translated. It was the name for Anna's project in Nepal. Gray pondered the significance. He pictured the Black Sun symbol on the workstation below. Himmler's original cabal must have been split after the war. Anna's group to the north, Baldric's to the south. Once separated, the two groups diverged further and further apart until allies became adversaries. Lisa tapped the runes on the floor, drawing back his focus. The runes I decoded were a simple transposition of letters for symbols. Is this the same? Gray shook his head. Baldric made the same assumption. It was why he was having so much trouble deciphering the runes. But Hugo would not bury his secret so shallowly. If it's not a code, Monk asked, then what is it? It's a jigsaw puzzle, Gray said. What? Remember back when we talked to Ryan's father? Monk nodded. Gray pictured that meeting with Johann Hirschfeld, the man crippled with emphysema, lost in the past, the family estate forever shadowed by Wewelsburg Castle and the family's dirty little Nazi secret. He described how inquisitive his grandfather Hugo had been, always searching up strange things, investigating historical mysteries. It's what drew him to the Nazis, Fiona said. And in his spare time, Hugo was all about sharpening his mind. Johann's words echoed through Gray. Memorization tricks, jigsaw puzzles, always with the jigsaw puzzles. Gray tapped the set of runes. This was just one more mental brain teaser, but not a code, a jigsaw. The runes were shapes to be manipulated, rearranged, returning order out of chaos. Gray had worked the puzzle out in his head over the past day, letting the runes twist and turn in his mind's eye until one shape formed. He knew it was the answer, especially knowing the angst at the end of Hugo's life, his expressed regret for his collaboration with the Nazis. But what did it mean? His eyes fell upon Lisa. He redrew the 6 runes on the floor, one after the other, reassembling them in their proper sequence. He completed the jigsaw on the floor, inscribing the last rune and completing the spell. Order out of chaos, absolution out of collaboration, holy out of unholy. From the pagan runes, Hugo showed his true heritage. It's a star, Monk said. Lisa lifted her eyes. Not any star. It's the Star of David. Gray nodded. Fiona asked the most important question. But what does it mean? Gray sighed. I don't know. I have no idea what it has to do with the bell, with perfecting the device. Maybe it was merely a final declaration of who he was, a secret message to his family. Gray recalled Anna's last words. I am not a Nazi. Was Hugo's runic code just another way to say the same? No, Lisa said sharply, her certainty resounding across the room. If we're going to solve this, we must act as if this is the answer. Gray saw something fill her eyes, something missing a moment ago. Hope. According to Anna, she continued, Hugo went into the bell chamber alone with a baby, without any special tools. It was just him and the boy. And once the experiment was over, tests showed that he had succeeded, produced the first true and pure night of the sun. What did he do in there? Fiona asked. Lisa tapped the Star of David. This is somehow tied to it, but I don't know the significance of the symbol. Gray did. He had studied multiple religions and fields of spiritual study during his youth and while polishing his Sigma training. The star's meaning is diverse. It's a symbol of prayer and faith, and maybe more. Note how the six-pointed star also is really two triangles, one atop the other. One pointing down, one up. In Jewish Kabbalah, the two triangles are the equivalent of yin and yang, the light and the dark, the body and the soul. One triangle represents matter in the body, the other, our soul, our spiritual being, our conscious mind. And joined together, they're both, Lisa said. Not just a particle or a wave, but both. Grace saw some edge of understanding, enlightenment. What? Lisa stared toward the blast chamber. Anna said the bell was basically a quantum measuring device that manipulated evolution. Quantum evolution. It's all about quantum mechanics. That's gotta be the key. Gray frowned. What do you mean? Lisa explained what Anna had taught her. Gray, having studied biology and physics in depth for Sigma, needed little elaboration. Closing his eyes, he sat back, trying to find a balance between the Star of David and quantum mechanics. Was there an answer between them? You said Hugo went into the chamber with just the baby? Gray asked.
Yes, Lisa said softly, as if sensing she needed to let him run with his thoughts. Gray concentrated. Hugo had given him the lock. Lisa had given him the key. Now it was up to him. Letting go of time's pressure, he allowed his mind to twist and turn the clues and pieces, testing, rejecting, like another of Hugo's jigsaw puzzles. As with the Star of David, the right combination finally formed in his head. So clean, so perfect. He should have thought of it sooner. Gray opened his eyes. Lisa must have noted something in his face. What? Gray stood. Get the bell powering up, he said, crossing to the console. Now. Lisa followed him and began running through the procedure. It will take 4 minutes to reach a palliative pulse. She glanced to Gray as she worked, eyes inquisitive. What are we doing? Gray turned toward the bell. Hugo didn't go into the chamber without any tools. But that's what Anna— No, Gray cut Lisa off. He went in with the Star of David. He went in with prayer and faith. But mostly, he went in with his own quantum computer. What? Gray spoke rapidly, knowing he was right. Consciousness has baffled scientists for centuries, going all the way back to Darwin. What is consciousness? Is it just our brain? Is it just nerves firing? Where is the line between brain and mind? Between matter and spirit? Between body and soul? He pointed to the symbol. Current research says it's there. We are both. We are wave and particle, body and soul. Life itself is a quantum phenomenon. Okay, now you're babbling, Monk said, joining him, drawing Fiona. Gray took a deep breath, excited. Modern scientists reject spirituality, defining the brain only as a complex computer. Consciousness arises merely as the byproduct of the firing of a complex interconnectivity of neurons, basically a neural net computer, operating at the quantum level. A quantum computer, Lisa said. You mentioned that already. But what the hell is it? You've seen computer code broken down to its most basic level. Pages of zeros and ones. That is how the modern computer thinks, turning a switch on or off. The 0 or the 1. The theoretical quantum computer, if it could be built, offers a third choice. The old 0 or 1, but also a third choice. 0 and 1. Lisa squinted. Like electrons in the quantum world, they can be waves or particles or both at the same time. A third choice, Gray said with a nod. It doesn't sound like much, but by adding this possibility into a computer's arsenal, it allows such a device to perform multiple algorithmic tasks simultaneously. Walk and chew gum, Monk mumbled. Tasks that would take modern computers years to perform could be done in fractions of a second. And our brains do this? Lisa said. Act like quantum computers? That is the newest consensus. Our brain propagates a measurable electromagnetic field generated by our complex interconnectivity of neurons. Some scientists conjecture that it is this field where consciousness resides, bridging the matter of the brain with the quantum world. And the bell is hypersensitive to quantum phenomenon, Lisa said. So by Hugo joining the baby inside the bell chamber, he influenced the result.
What is observed is changed by the act of observing. But I think it was more than that. Gray nodded to the Star of David. Why this? A symbol of prayer? Lisa shook her head. What is prayer but a focus of the mind, a focus of consciousness? And if consciousness is a quantum phenomenon, then prayer is a quantum phenomenon. Lisa understood. And like all quantum phenomenon, it will and must measure and influence the result. In other words, Gray waited, Lisa stood. Prayer works. That's what Hugo discovered. That's what he hid in his books. Something frighteningly disturbing, but too beautiful to let die. Monk leaned on the console next to Lisa. Are you saying he willed that baby to be perfect? Gray nodded. When Hugo entered the chamber with the baby, he prayed for perfection, a concentrated and focused thought, selfless and pure. Human consciousness in the form of prayer acts as a perfect quantum measuring tool. Under the bell, the pure quantum potential in the boy was measured, swayed by Hugo's focus and will, and as a result, all the variables settled into perfect place, a perfect roll of the genetic dice. Lisa turned. Then perhaps we can do the same to reverse the quantum damage in Painter, to save him before it's too late. A new voice intruded, coming from Marcia, who still nursed Painter on the floor. You'd better hurry. 3:32 p.m. Monk and Gray rushed Painter into the blast chamber, slung in a tarp. Put him close to the bell, Lisa directed. As they obeyed, she called out final instructions to the others. The bell was already spinning, its two shells revolving in opposite directions. She remembered Gunther's description of it, a mixmaster. That pretty much described it. A soft glow also shone from its outer ceramic shell. She sank to her knees next to Painter, checking vitals, the few that remained. I can stay with you, Gray said at her shoulder. No, I think more than one quantum computer might interfere with the results. Too many cooks in the kitchen, Monk agreed. Then let me stay, Gray said. Lisa shook her head. We'll only get one shot at this. If it takes focus and will to heal Painter, it might be best if the mind directing that focus was a medical doctor. Gray sighed, little convinced. You did your job, Gray. Gave us an answer. Gave us hope. She stared up at him. Let me do mine. He nodded and stepped away. Monk leaned down to her. Just be careful what you wish for, he said, his words fraught with levels of meaning. He was not so much the dumb oaf he pretended. He pecked her on the cheek. The pair left. Marcia called from the console. Pulse in 1 minute. She twisted around. Raised the blast shield. As the gears ground below her, Lisa leaned over Painter. His skin had a bluish hue. Then again, maybe it was just the bell's glow. Either way, he was moments from expiration. His lips were cracked, his breathing much too shallow. His heartbeat sounded more murmur than beat. Even his hair, the roots had gone snow white. He was failing at an exponential rate. The blast shield rose around her, closing them off from the rest of the group. Voices beyond, hushed already, grew muffled, then ended as the shield locked into the roof. Alone, with no one looking, Lisa leaned over Painter, resting her forehead against his chest. She didn't need to focus her will in some meditative verve. It was said there were no atheists in a foxhole. It was certainly the case here. But she didn't know what God to ask for succor at this moment. Lisa remembered Anna's discussion of evolution and intelligent design. The woman had insisted it was quantum measurements that ultimately collapsed potential into reality. Amino acids formed the first replicating protein because life was the better quantum measuring device. And if you extrapolated that further, consciousness, which was an even greater quantum measuring device than life alone, evolved for the same reason. One more link in the evolutionary chain. She pictured it. Amino acids, first protein, first life, consciousness. But what lay beyond consciousness? If the future dictated the past through quantum measurements, what desired consciousness to form? What better quantum measuring tool lay further in the future, dictating the present? How far into the future did this chain go? And what lay at its end? Amino acids, first protein, first life, Consciousness? Lisa remembered one other cryptic statement from Anna, when Lisa had confronted her about God's role in all this. While quantum evolution seemed to remove the hand of God from sudden beneficial mutations, Anna's last words on the matter had been, "You're looking at it the wrong way, in the wrong direction." Lisa had attributed the cryptic statement to the woman's exhaustion. But maybe Anna had pondered the same question.
What did lie at the end of evolution? Was it merely some perfect and incorruptible quantum measuring device? And if so, was that God? She had no answer as she leaned over Painterall. All she knew was that she wanted him to live. She might hide from the others exactly how deeply she felt for him, maybe even from herself, but she could hide it no longer. She opened her heart, allowed her vulnerability to shine. As the bell hummed and its glow swelled, she let go. Maybe that's what had been missing in her life all along, why men seemed to fade from her, why she ran. So no one would see what could be harmed so easily. She hid her vulnerability behind an armor of professionalism and casual dalliance. She hid her heart. No wonder she was alone on a mountaintop when Painter stumbled into her life. No longer. She lifted her head, shifted over, and kissed Painter softly on his lips, putting into action what she had sought to hide. She closed her eyes as the last seconds counted down. She opened her heart, willing the man a future, wishing him to be healthy, hale, and whole, and mostly praying for more time with him. Was that the ultimate function of the bell? To open a quantum conduit to that great quantum measuring tool that lay at the end of evolution? A personal connection to that final designer. Lisa knew what she had to do. She let go of the scientist inside, let go of her own self. Her goal was beyond consciousness, beyond prayer. It was simply belief. In the purity of that moment, the bell burst with a blinding light, joining them together, turning reality into pure potential. 3:36 p.m. Gray flipped the toggle, and the shield began to lower. They all held their breath. What would they find? The motors grumbled. Everyone gathered around the shield wall. Monk glanced to him, his eyes worried. In the silence, a small chime sounded, coming from the left. The blast chamber slowly cleared into view. The bell, quiet and dark, rested inertly in the center. Then Lisa appeared, crouched over Painter, her back to them. No one spoke. Lisa slowly turned, rising. Tears, held suspended by lashes, poured down her cheeks. She clutched Painter under her arm as she stood. He looked no better, pale, weak, debilitated. But he lifted his head on his own and spotted Gray. His eyes shone sharp and focused. Relief spread through Gray. Then the small chime sounded again. Painter's eyes flicked in its direction, then back to Gray. Painter's lips moved. No words came out. Gray stepped closer to hear. Painter's eyes narrowed hard on him. He tried again. The word was faint and made no sense. Gray worried about the man's mental status. "Bomb," Painter repeated hoarsely. Lisa heard him too. She glanced in the same direction as Painter, to the body of Baldric Wallenberg. She then shoved Painter toward Monk. "Take him." She headed to the man's twisted form. At some point, unseen, unmourned, Baldric had finally expired. Gray joined her. Lisa knelt down and shoved up the man's sleeve. He wore a large wristwatch. She turned it over. A second hand swept over a digital readout. "We've seen this before," Lisa said. "A heartbeat monitor tied to a microtransmitter." After his heart stopped, it began a countdown. Lisa twisted the man's arm so Gray could read the number. 0201. As he watched, the second hand swept over the number twice more. It sounded the familiar chime as it dropped below 0200. "We have less than 2 minutes to get the hell out of here," Lisa said. Gray took her at her word and straightened. "Everybody out. Monk, radio Kamisi. Tell him to clear all his men as far away from the mansion as possible." His partner obeyed. "We have a helicopter on the roof," Lisa said. In seconds, they were all running. Gray took Painter from Monk. Mosi helped Brooks. Lisa, Fiona, and Marcia followed. "Where's Gunther?" Fiona asked. Brooks answered. "He left with his sister. He didn't want anyone to follow him."
There was no time to search for him. Gray pointed to the elevator. Monk's group had jammed the doors open with a hall chair to keep anyone from using it to come after them. Mosi yanked it out one-handed and threw it down the hall. They piled inside. Lisa hit the top button, 6th floor. The elevator slowly began to rise. Monk spoke. I radioed our man up top. He doesn't fly, but he knows how to turn a key. He'll get the engines warmed up. The bomb, Gray said, turning to Lisa. What do we have to expect? If it's the same as back in the Himalayas, it'll be big. They've developed some quantum bomb using that Serum 525 material. Gray pictured the tank stored at the deepest level. Gosh. The elevator continued to climb, passing the main floor, which was deathly silent, and upward they went. Painter stirred, still unable to hold his own weight. But he caught Gray's eyes. Next time, he whispered hoarsely, you go to Nepal on your own. Gray smiled. Oh yeah, Painter was back. But for how long? The elevator reached the 6th level and opened. 1 minute, Marcia said. She had had the presence of mind to note and monitor the time. They raced up the roof stairs and found the helicopter waiting, blades spinning. They ran for it, supporting one another. Once under the rotors, Gray passed Painter to Monk. Get everybody aboard. Gray ran to the other side and climbed into the pilot's seat. 15 seconds, Marcia called. Gray cranked the engine speed. Blades screamed. He yanked on the collective and the bird lifted its skids off the roof. Gray was never so happy to leave a place. The helicopter took to air, rotoring up. How much clearance would they need? He adjusted his blade pitch and fed more power. As they swept upward, he yawed the bird a bit. He searched the grounds around the estate. He saw jeeps and motorcycles racing in all directions away from the mansion. Marcia started a countdown. 5, 4. Her precision was slightly off. A blinding light suddenly blazed beneath him, as if they were lifting off the sun. But the most disturbing effect was the total and absolute silence. Unable to see, Gray fought to hold the bird in the air, but it was as if the air had vanished beneath him. He sensed the helicopter plunging earthward. Then the light fell away around them with a loud clap, shedding like a wash of water. The rotor suddenly found air again, bobbling in the sky for a long moment. Gray stabilized the craft and banked away, frightened to his core. He stared back to where the mansion used to be. A massive, smooth-walled crater lay below, cut cleanly through rock and soil. It was as if some mighty titan had taken a giant ice cream scoop to the mansion, along with most of the surrounding gardens. Everything was gone. No debris. Just emptiness. Pools and creeks cut in half, poured over the lip in trickling waterfalls. Farther from the edge, Gray spotted vehicles stopping and people glancing back, some walking closer to check. Kamisi's army. Safe. The Zulu people gathered along the borders, claiming back what they had lost so long ago. Gray flew the chopper over them, banking to circle the crater. He remembered the missing drum of Serum 525, the one marked for the United States. He toggled the radio and began passing a long chain of security codes to reach Sigma Command. He was surprised to hear someone other than Logan pick up the line. It was Sean McKnight, the former director of Sigma. Fear iced through Gray. What was he doing there? Something was wrong. McKnight quickly briefed him on what had happened. The last came as a blow to the gut. He finally signed off, numb and shocked. Monk had leaned forward, noting his growing consternation. "What's wrong?" he asked. He turned. He had to face his partner when he said it. "Monk, it's about Cat." 5:47 p.m. EST, Washington, D.C. 3 days had passed. 3 long days settling matters in South Africa. Finally, their plane had landed at Dulles International after a direct flight from Johannesburg. Monk had ditched Gray and the others at the terminal. He had hailed a taxicab and taken off.
Then the taxi hit congestion near the park. Monk had to force himself not to yank open the door and run on foot, but eventually the bottleneck broke up and they were moving it in. Monk leaned forward. $50 if you get me there in under 5 minutes. Acceleration threw Monk back into the seat. That was more like it. In 2 minutes, the jumble of brown brick buildings appeared. They flashed past a sign that read Georgetown University Hospital. Tires squealed into the visitors' parking lot, almost sideswiping an ambulance. Monk threw a fistful of bills at the driver and leaped out. He squeezed sideways through the automatic door, impatient when it opened too slowly. He ran headlong down the hall, dodging patients and orderlies. He knew which room in ICU. He ran past a nursing station, ignoring a yell to slow down. Not today, honey. Monk winged around the corner and spotted the bed. He ran, fell to his knees in the last steps, and slid in his sweatpants up to the side of the bed. He hit the lowered side rail rather hard. Kat stared at him, a spoonful of jiggling lime green jello halfway to her mouth. "Monk, I came here as soon as I could," he said, panting, winded. "But I just talked to you 90 minutes ago on the satellite phone." "That's just talking." He shoved up, leaned over the bed, and kissed her square on the mouth. The bandages were wrapped around her left shoulder and upper torso, half hidden by a blue hospital gown. 3 gunshots, 2 units of blood lost, collapsed lung, shattered collarbone, and lacerated spleen. But she was alive, and very lucky. Logan Gregory's funeral was set for 3 days from now. Still, the pair had saved Washington from a terrorist attack, gunning down the Wallenberg assassin and stopping the plot before it could come to fruition. The ceremonial gold bell was now buried deep in Sigma's research labs. The shipment of Serum 525 intended for the bell had been found at a shipping yard in New Jersey. But by the time the U.S. intelligence agencies had tracked the shipment, encumbered by the vast web of Wallenberg-owned corporations, shells, and subsidiaries, the one last sample of Serum was found degraded, left too long out in the sun, gone inert due to improper refrigeration. And without the fuel source, the bells, even those recovered from other embassies, would never ring again. Good riddance. Monk preferred evolution the old-fashioned way. His hand drifted to her belly. He was afraid to ask. He didn't have to. Kat's hand covered his. "The baby's fine. Doctors say there should be no complications." Monk sagged again to his knees, resting the side of his head on her stomach, relieved. He closed his eyes. He snaked an arm around her waist, gently, careful of her injuries, and pulled tight to her. Thank God. Kat touched his cheek. Still on his knees, Monk reached to his pocket and lifted out the black ring box. He held it out, eyes still closed, a prayer on his lips. "Marry me." "Okay." Monk opened his eyes, staring up into the face of the woman he loved. "What?" "I said okay." Monk lifted his head. "Are you sure? Are you trying to talk me out of it?" "Well, you are on drugs. Maybe I'd better ask you." "Just give me the ring." She took the box and opened it. She stared silently for a moment. "It's empty." Monk took the box and stared inside. The ring was gone. He shook his head. "What happened?" Kat asked. Monk growled. "Fiona." 10:32 a.m. The next morning, Painter lay on his back in another wing of Georgetown University Hospital. The table retracted from the donut-shaped CT machine. The scan had taken over an hour. He had almost fallen asleep, having rested very little over the past few days. Anxiety plagued his nights. A nurse opened the door. Lisa followed her inside. Painter sat up. It was chilly in the room. Then again, he was wearing nothing but a threadbare hospital gown. He sought some manner of dignity, tucking and snugging, but finally conceded defeat. Lisa sat down next to him. She nodded back to the monitoring room. A clutch of researchers from Johns Hopkins and Sigma had their heads bent together, the focus of their attention on Painter's health. "Looks good," Lisa said. "All signs of internal calcification are receding. Your lab values are all returning to normal. You may retain some minor residual scarring to your aortic valve, but possibly not even that. The rate of recovery is remarkable, dare I say, miraculous." "You may," Painter said. "But what about this?" He ran his fingers through the white streak of hair over one ear. She reached up and followed his fingers with her own. "I like it, and you're going to be fine." He believed her. For the first time, deep down, he knew he would be okay.
A shuddering sigh flowed from him. He would live. There was still a life ahead of him. Painter caught Lisa's hand, kissed her palm, then lowered it. She blushed, glanced to the monitoring window, but she didn't pull her hand from his as she discussed some technical matter with the nurse. Painter studied her. He had gone to Nepal, both to investigate the illnesses reported by Angelu and as a personal odyssey, a time for private reflection. He had expected incense, meditation, chants, and prayers, but instead it had turned into a hellish and brutal journey around half the globe. Still, in the end, maybe the result was the same. His fingers tightened on her hand. He had found her. And though they had been through so much together in these past days, they still barely knew each other. Who was she really? What was her favorite food? What made her let out a belly laugh? What would it be like to dance with her? Painter knew only one thing for certain as he sat in his gown, all but naked next to her, exposed down to the level of his DNA. He wanted to know everything. 2:22 p.m. 2 days later, rifles fired their last shot into the blue sky, cracking brilliantly across the green slopes of Arlington National Cemetery. The day was too bright for a funeral, a glorious day. Gray stood off to the side as the funeral ended. In the distance, overlooking the clutch of black-suited mourners, rose the Tomb of the Unknowns, 80 tons of Yule marble quarried from Colorado. It represented loss without a name, a life laid down in service to the country. Logan Gregory was now one of them, another unknown. Few would know of his heroism, the blood shed to protect all of us, but some did. Gray watched the vice president pass a folded flag to Logan's mother, draped in black, supported by his father. Logan had no wife, no kids. Sigma had been his life, and his death. Slowly, after some milling, amid condolences and goodbyes, the service broke up. Everyone wandered toward black limousines and town cars. Gray nodded to Painter. He limped with a cane, recovering from his debilitation, stronger every day. At his side, Dr. Lisa Cummings had an arm hooked around his elbow, not supporting him, just being near him. Monk trailed as they headed together toward the waiting line of cars. Kat was still in the hospital. The funeral would have been too much for her anyway. Too soon. Upon reaching the parked cars, Gray stepped up to Painter. They had some matters to settle. Lisa kissed the director on the cheek. "I'll see you there." She stepped back with Monk. They would be taking another vehicle to the Gregory's home, where a small gathering would take place. Gray had been surprised to learn that Logan's parents lived only blocks from his own parents in Tacoma Park. It just showed how little he really knew about the man. Painter crossed to a Lincoln Town car and opened the door. They climbed into the back seat. The driver lifted the privacy screen as he pulled from the curb. "Gray, I read your report," Painter finally said. "It's an interesting angle. Go ahead and follow up on it. But it would mean another trip to Europe. I've some personal matters to settle there anyway. It's what I came to discuss, to ask for a few extra days."
Painter lifted one eyebrow in tired levity. "I don't know if the world is ready for another one of your working vacations." Gray had to concede that might be true. Painter shifted, plainly still suffering some aches. "And what about the report from Dr. Marcia Fairfield? Do you believe that the Wallenberg lineage?" Painter shook his head. Gray had read the report too. He remembered when he and the British doctor had been skulking about the embryonic lab at the deepest levels of the sub-basement. Dr. Fairfield had once claimed that the greater the treasure, the deeper it was buried. The same could be said for secrets, especially those kept by the Wallenbergs, like their experiments with chimera, mixing human and animal stem cells in the brain. But even that was not the worst. "We checked the corporate medical records from the early 1950s, Gray said. "It's been confirmed. Baldrick Wallenberg was sterile." Painter shook his head. No wonder the bastard had been so obsessed with breeding and genetics, continually battling to bend nature to his will. He was the last of the Wallenbergs. But his new children? The ones he used in the experiments? Is it true? Gray shrugged. Baldrick was involved intimately with the Nazi Lebensborn program, their Aryan breeding program, along with other eugenics projects and early attempts to store eggs and sperm.
At the war's end, it seems the Zerum 525 program was not the only secret project that ended up in Baldrick's lab. One other did. One frozen inside glass straws. And once thawed, Baldrick used the samples to inseminate his young wife. And you're sure of this? Gray nodded. Down in the subterranean lab, Dr. Fairfield had viewed the real family tree of the new and improved Wallenberg clan. She saw the name typed next to Baldrick's wife. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the Black Order. The Nazi bastard might have killed himself after the war, but he had a plan to live on, to birth the new Aryan supermen, a new line of German kings, out of his own corrupted seed. And with the Wallenberg clan eradicated, Gray said, that monster is finally laid to rest too. At least we hope so. Gray nodded. I'm in contact with Kamisi. He's keeping us informed on the cleanup at the estate. So far they've rounded up several of the guards. He fears some of the estate's menagerie may have escaped into the deeper forest, but most were likely destroyed during the blast. But the search continues. Kamisi had been named interim head warden for the Lulue Umfolozi Reserve. He had also been given emergency policing authority by the South African government, helping coordinate local tribal support with Chief Mosi Dagana. Doctors Paula Kane and Marcia Fairfield were providing him with technical support in handling the international intelligence community's response to the attack on the mansion and bombing. The two women had settled back into their home on the reserve, happy to discover each other alive and well, but they had also opened their house to Fiona. The two spies had even helped Fiona get into an early acceptance program at Oxford. Gray stared out at the flashing scenery. He hoped Oxford had everything nailed down very securely. He suspected the petty crime rate around the university was about to have a sudden and significant uptick. Thinking about Fiona, Gray was reminded that he needed to check on Ryan. With the murder of Ryan's father, the young man had put his family estate on the auction block, determined at long last to escape the shadow of Wevelsburg. Just as well. And what about Monk and Cat? Painter asked, drawing back his attention. His voice was brighter, shedding some of the sorrow over the loss of his friend, or at least setting it aside. I heard they got engaged yesterday. Gray found himself smiling for the first time today. They did. Heaven help us. Again, Gray had to agree with the man. They shared this small bit of happiness. Life rolled on. They went over a handful of other details, and eventually the driver wound their town car through the tree-lined streets of Tacoma Park, settling to a stop before a small, green-shingled Victorian. Painter climbed out. Lisa was already there. "Are we done here?" Painter asked Gray. "Yes, sir. Let me know what you find in Europe. And take those extra days." "Thank you, sir." Painter held out an arm. Lisa slipped into it. The pair headed toward the house together. As Gray climbed out, Monk joined him and nodded to the woman and the director. "Any bets?" Gray watched them climb the porch stairs. The two had been almost inseparable since leaving the Wallenberg estate. With Anna dead and Gunther vanished, Lisa was now the only living source for information on the Bells operation. She had been spending many hours at Sigma, being questioned. Yet Gray suspected the debriefings were also an excuse for Painter and Lisa to spend more time together. It seemed the Bell had done more than just heal the flesh. Gray stared a moment at their joined hands as they reached the porch. He pondered Monk's question. Any bets? At this point, maybe it was too early to tell. If life and consciousness were a quantum phenomenon, then maybe love was too. To love or not to love? The wave or the particle? Maybe for Painter and Lisa it was still both, a suspended potential that only time would settle. "I don't know," Gray mumbled, answering Monk's inquiry. He headed toward the house, thinking about his own future. Like everyone else, he had his own reality to measure. 6:45 p.m., Wrocław, Poland. He was late. As the sun sank toward the horizon, Gray marched across the green cast-iron bridge. The Baroque span forded the River Oder, a flat green expanse polished to a mirror sheen by the setting sun. Gray checked his watch. Rachel should be landing right about now. They were set to meet at the coffee house across the street from their hotel in the old historic district. But first he had one last thread to tie up, one last interview. Gray continued across the pedestrian bridge. Below, a pair of black swans sliced across the waters. A few gulls swept across the sky, reflected in the river. The air smelled of the sea and the lilacs growing along the edges of the waterway. He had started this journey at a bridge in Copenhagen, and now it ended at another. He lifted his gaze to the ancient city of black spires, copper-roofed turrets, and Renaissance clock towers. The city of Wrocław was once Breslau, a fortified township on the border between Germany and Poland. Large sections of the city had been flattened during World War II as the German Wehrmacht fought the Russian Red Army. The aftermath of that attack had also drawn Gray here, some 60 years later. Ahead rose Cathedral Island. The twin Gothic towers of the island's namesake, the Cathedral of John the Baptist, glowed fiery as the day ended. But the cathedral was not Gray's destination. There were scores of other smaller churches huddled on the island. Gray's goal lay only steps from the bridge. His boots crossed from iron grate to stone street. The church of Saints Peter and Paul squatted humbly to the left, easy to miss, merging its rear facade with the brick river wall. Gray spotted a small coal door that led from the waterway's rocky bank to the back of the church rectory. Had a certain child once played along there? A perfect child. Gray knew from recently unsealed Russian records that the motherless boy had been raised at the orphanage once run by the Church of Saints Peter and Paul. There were many such abandoned children after the war, but Gray had narrowed the possibilities by age, sex, and hair color. The last of these parameters was most certainly white blonde. Gray also found records of the Russian Red Army's search of the city, of their scouring of the mountains for the Nazi subterranean weapons labs, of their discovery at Wenceslas mine. They had come close to capturing SS Obergruppenführer Jakob Sporenberg, Anna and Gunther's grandfather, as he evacuated the Bale.
Lisa had learned from Anna that it was in this city, in this river, that Tola, Hugo's daughter, had drowned the baby. But had she? It was this one possibility that had Gray and a handful of Sigma research experts delving into old records, following a trail long gone cold, pieced from bits and shreds. Then the discovery, a priest's diary, the one who ran the orphanage here, telling of a baby boy, cold and alone, found with his dead mother. She was buried in a cemetery near here, nameless until now. But the boy had lived, grown up here, entering the seminary under the tutelage of the same priest who rescued him, gaining the name Father Piotr. Gray crossed to the rectory door. He had called in advance to interview the 60-year-old priest, posing as a reporter researching wartime orphans for a book. Gray lifted and tapped the iron knocker on the nondescript plank door. He could hear singing rising from the church itself, a service underway. After a few moments, the door opened. Gray knew instantly who greeted him, recognizing from old photos the lineless old face and bushy white hair parted down the middle. Father Piotr was casually dressed in jeans, black shirt, white ramen collar of his profession, and a light button sweater. He spoke English with a thick Polish accent. "You must be Nathan Sawyer." Gray wasn't, but he nodded, suddenly uncomfortable lying to a priest. But such subterfuge was necessary, as much for the old priest's sake as his own. He cleared his throat. "Thank you for granting me this interview." "Certainly. Please come in. Be welcome." Father Piotr led Gray through the rectory hall to a small room with a warm coal stove in the corner. He had a pot of tea brewing atop it. Gray was motioned to a chair. Once seated, Gray took out a pad containing a handful of questions. Piotr poured 2 cups and settled to a worn wingback, the cushions long contoured to the man's body. A Bible rested on a table beside a glass-shaded lamp, along with a few tattered mystery novels. "You've come to inquire about Father Varick," the man asked with a soft and genuine smile. "A great man." Gray nodded. "And about your life here at the orphanage." Piotr sipped his tea and waved fingers at Gray to continue. The questions were not that important, mostly filling in blanks. Gray already knew almost everything about the man's life. Rachel's ample vigor, as head of the Vatican's intelligence branch, had supplied Sigma with a complete and detailed dossier on the Catholic father, including medical records. Father Piotr had lived an unassuming life within the church. There was nothing especially noteworthy about his accomplishments beyond steadfast devotion to his flock. His health, though, remained exceptionally good. Little to no medical history. A broken bone when he was a teenager, falling off a rock.
But other than that, routine physicals showed a perfectly fit individual. He wasn't massive like Gunther or wickedly agile like the Wallenbergs, just stolidly healthy. The interview turned up nothing, no. Gray eventually closed his notebook and thanked the father for his time. Just to be thorough, he would obtain blood and DNA samples when the priest went for his next physical, again coordinated through Rachel's uncle. But Gray didn't expect anything much to come of it. Hugo's perfected child turned out to be simply a decent and thoughtful man with resoundingly good health. Maybe that was perfection enough. As Gray was leaving, he spotted an unfinished jigsaw puzzle spread on a table in the room's corner. He nodded to it. "So, you like puzzles?" Father Piotr smiled guiltily, disarmingly. "Just a hobby. Keeps the mind sharp." Gray nodded and headed out. He thought of Hugo Hirschfeld's interest in the same. Had some insubstantial essence of the Jewish researcher been passed to the boy, imparted through the bell? As Gray left the church and headed back over the river, he pondered such connections. Fathers and sons. Was it just genetics, or was there something more, something at the quantum level? The question was not a new one for Gray. He and his father had never had a good relationship. Only lately had bridges started to build. And then there were other issues, worrisome concerns. Like Piotr's jigsaw puzzle, what had Gray inherited from his father? He certainly could not deny his fear of Alzheimer's, a real genetic possibility, but it went deeper than that, back to their hard-scrabble relationship. What type of father would he be? Despite being late, the question stopped Gray cold on the iron bridge. In that one question, reality shifted for him. He remembered Monk challenging him on the plane ride to Germany, about Rachel, about their relationship. His words returned to Gray on the bridge. "I mentioned Kat's pregnant, and you should have seen your face, scared the crap out of you, and it's my kid." Here was the root of his panic. What type of father would he be? Would he be his father all over again? Gray found his answer in the most unlikely place. A girl strode past him on the bridge, tucked into a hooded sweater against the river's breeze. He flashed upon Fiona. He remembered the days of terror, her hand gripping his, needing him, but forever fighting him. He recalled how that felt. He gripped the rails of the bridge hard. It had felt wonderful, and he wanted more. A short laugh escaped him at the realization, just a madman on a bridge. He didn't have to be his father. While the potential was there to follow in his father's footsteps, he also had free will, a consciousness that could collapse potential in either direction. Freed at last, he headed again across the bridge, slowly allowing this one reality to collapse other potentials, falling like a chain of dominoes, one after the other, leading to one last teetering unresolved potential, Rachel. He stepped off the bridge and headed toward their rendezvous. When he reached the coffee house, she was already waiting on the patio. She must have just arrived herself. She had not spotted him. He paused, shocked at how beautiful she was. It hit him anew every time. Tall, long-limbed, an inviting curve of hip, bosom, and neck. She turned, finding him staring. A smile bloomed. Her eyes, caramel-colored, glimmered warmly. Who wouldn't want to spend the rest of their life with her? He crossed, closing the gap, reaching a hand out for her fingers. In that one moment, Monk's challenge again returned to him. It seemed so long ago. A challenge about where Gray and Rachel were headed. A challenge raised on 3 fingers. Wife, mortgage, kids. In other words, reality. A relationship couldn't be suspended forever as pure potential, both loving and not loving. Evolution would not stand for it. Reality must eventually measure it, and so it did now for Gray. Wife, mortgage, kids. Gray had his answer. He was ready for the challenge of all 3, and with this realization, that last domino toppled inside his heart. To love or not, the wave or particle. Gray took Rachel's fingers. He saw it with clarity, yet the result still surprised him. He pulled her toward the small table, noting that a plate of scones rested atop it, along with 2 dark steaming mugs of cafe latte, already waiting for them. Rachel's usual thoughtfulness. He drew her down to one seat. He took the other. He stared into her eyes.
He could not keep the sorrow and apology out of his voice, but he allowed his firm resolution to ring forth too. "Rachel, we need to talk." Gray then saw it in her eyes too. Reality. 2 careers, 2 continents, 2 people with separate paths from here. She squeezed his fingers. "I know." Father Piotr had watched the young man cross the bridge. He stood at the open coal door that led back into the rectory's wine cellar. He had waited for his recent visitor to vanish down the far street, then sighed. A nice young man, but shadows cloaked him. Poor boy had much grief ahead of him. But such is life's journey.
A soft mewling drew his attention back down. A scrawny tabby brushed against his ankles, tail high, eyes looking up at him expectant. One of Father Varick's strays, now his charges. Piotr knelt down and balanced a tiny plate of scraps on a rock. The river cat gave him one last rub, then minced at the food. Father Piotr crouched and stared out at the river, ablaze with the last rays of the sun. He noted a bit of feathered fluff near his heel, a brown sparrow, its neck broken, one of the many gifts his orphans left on his doorstep. He shook his head, collected the limp bird between his palms, and raised it to his lips. He blew upon its feathers, dancing them up, raising a wing which caught air with a surprised flutter. From his palm, the sparrow took flight, darting and dancing back up into the sky. Piotr watched it for a breath, trying to read something in the winged path scribed through the air. Then he brushed his hands and stood with a stretch. Life forever remained a wondrous mystery, even for him. Please paste the content you would like me to rewrite.